just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another very special episode. Huge announcement. My son farted on my face this morning. Clap for rain.
Never forget the first one, mate.
You never forget the first one. And like disrespecting your father like that off the bat in your first 7 months of your life, that's an alpha dog move. And you just got to respect it. And I've always said, I've always said this. I'll never let another man fart on my face. But I'll let my son.
Yeah, had I known that coming in, he would have been in my team of the week.
So massive congratulations to Rain for farting on my face. Love that from you, son. Very big dog move. Big dog move. I'll be out of the house soon.
Yeah.
He'll be the man of the house.
Real chip off the old block, isn't he?
Hope it's a tradition now that his son farts on his face and it just goes on for millennia.
Yeah. My father passed it down to his father.
The great Guru, how you going, brother?
I'm going well, mate. A little bit late into the studio today. I was actually, I don't know why, but I thought we started at 9:30. So I'm driving in at 9:15 going, geez, I'm getting a good run of traffic here. This is great. I get the text from you. Where are you? I was like, yeah, good. My bad.
No, all good. The great Hamiso.
Yeah.
Now, is it because Timmy isn't here or is it because the Tigers got up that you've decided to alpha dog his position?
Little from column A, little from column B, Kempy.
Okay.
Good to be back up at the big boy table, and a very happy Mad Bunday to all those who celebrate, which is not you and is not Matty.
Oh, wow.
I ruined myself. The Chookies and the Tigers salute. So we'll shout you a couple of Simon Says for lunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Happy Mad Bunday.
Yeah.
That is honestly, I've been surprised at how many people have got on board, and I love it. So thank you so much. I'm be out of comments and that, but we'll get to it. Obviously, guys, you go to Grilled, you sign up to the Relish program, you can get a free burger, 2 for 1 if your team wins, but we'll get to that. Now, Matty came in very forlorn. How you feeling, brother?
It's been tough. It was a tough weekend. South lost my car keys. It was just, it was the weekend from hell, to be honest, starting with the Rabbitohs on Friday.
So I've had that car for, I reckon, 12 years.
Yep.
Never lost the keys once. Give it to you 6 months ago.
Yep.
Gone,
and got that. There was a spare in the glove box. I was like, sweet. Got NRL mate open the door, but then the key just didn't work. So I'm gonna have to get a locksmith sorted. But yeah,
oh no,
it was just terrible.
Are these the same keys you lost in my lounge for 2 hours?
Yeah, I actually lost. I was gonna say this. I actually lost my girlfriend's house keys 2 weeks ago as well. So I'm in really bad form at the moment.
You know what? It's kind of reflecting. Maybe you need an honest conversation.
Maybe, yeah.
I think those linen pants have got to go, Matty.
Yeah. It's a linen pants 2 weekends in 3 weeks, and it's falling out of the pocket.
Okay. Now, let's get into it. It's Face the Music brought to you by Sportsbet. But before we do that, huge announcement. I've got the all clear. They've sent through the NDAs. They're all released. The lawyers are no longer watching me.
They're still watching, but...
They're still watching, but we can't see them.
Yeah.
It's in the shadows. Maybe behind the curtains over there. There is a brand new feature on Sportsbet. It's called Feed. And you can follow whoever is on Feed and see what they're punting on, and you can copy their bets and follow their bets. I am on there. You can search Denon Kemp, I think, or Denon Bloke in a Bar. It will come up, and you can follow me and see what I'm punting on. Already got quite a lot of people that are interested in what the Beak is punting on.
They are.
So, guys, look, let's get around this. If you've got a Sportsbet app, open it up now. Give us a follow because we're going to do some really fun stuff this year of certain bets that got up, that didn't get up. And as I said, you can see what I'm punting on every single week. Plus, I also give little description as to why I'm punting on it, all that kind of stuff. We're going to do heaps of fun things. So let's show Sportsbet community. Also, let's show everyone how strong the bloke community is. The more followers, because it's Bloke in a Bar. It's me, but it's Bloke in a Bar's feed. Let's show them what we're about.
Yep.
Let's show them.
And early days, but I think you are currently the feed king.
Currently the feed king without
followed.
an announcement.
Yeah.
So, guys, we have an opportunity here to we need to be ruthless.
Yep.
There's a lot of good teams. I'll get to the 60th minute mark. They don't know how to finish it off.
Yep.
This is our opportunity to finish off the competition.
Which teams would those be?
I'm not going to say. But yeah, if you've got Sportsbet app, make sure, open it up, go to the feed function, type in Bloke or Bloke in a Bar or Denon. It'll come up. Give us a follow, guys. We're really going to expand on what we can do with this feature as well. So it takes 2 seconds. Give us a follow, and you'll get exclusive content that you don't get anywhere else. Which is wow.
How good.
That's bloody good. That's bloody good.
Nice. All right, face some music. Time to face some music.
It is time.
Yeah. Time for the rubber to meet the road, and we face some music.
Yeah.
Okay.
The rubber to meet the road whilst the music is playing.
Correct. And a really good, just everybody, really great round of tipping. On the whole, a little bit of an improvement from the last couple of weeks. So well done to all of you. All right, we'll kick off with Thursday night footy. Penrith 34 defeat the Broncos 12. Now, everyone had Penrith head to head. Didn't had the Broncos covering, though. They did not. Timmy, Guru, Matty had the Broncos covering. They get 2 points. And I had Penrith 13 plus, so I get 3 points. Get around me. Exceptional tipping off the bat. Friday, Warriors 18 defeat the Raiders 10. Denon, Guru, and Timmy had the Warriors head to head. And they also had the Raiders plus 7.5. Remember, it was an 8-point margin, so they missed out. They get 1 point. Matty had the Warriors to win and cover, 2 points. I had the Raiders, so no points for me there. Chooks 48 defeat Rabbitohs 6. You catch this game, Matty?
No, actually. It's the one game I missed this weekend. Sorry.
All good. I'll fill you in about it right now. Because
Okay, great,
big win
thanks.
to the Chookies here. Well done, Roo, as well. Enjoy the burger. Denon, Timmy, and Matty back south. So they had 0 points. Roo and myself had the Chooks winning and covering the 3.5-point line.
Did they cover it?
Only just. Yeah.
Not there?
Yeah. They smashed them 42 points. So bit of a meltdown from the traders there. 3.5-point line. Anyway. We move on. Super Saturday. Dogs 32 defeat the Titans zip. Denon, Timmy and myself had the Titans. Lol. What were we thinking?
Oh, my God.
In the Toby Sexton Cup.
And I did hear some boos ring around the ground.
Yeah. Pretty uncouth sort of stuff for the 18th man there. But Roo had the Dogs winning, but he had them 1-12. So you just get the 1 point. Timmy had the Doggies and the Doggies to cover. So 2 points there for Timmy. Dragons 24 defeated by the Cowboys 46. Timmy had the Cows, but the Dragons with the start didn't do him much good there. 1 point. Denon and Roo had the Cows and the Cows covering 2 points. Matty and myself had the Cows 13 plus. So 3 points. So we're back, Matty, after a disappointing Friday night. You let yourself down the next one, though. Tigers 32 defeat Sharks 6. Matty had the Sharks 13 plus.
Ooh.
Unbelievable. What a capitulation.
Yeah, terrible stuff.
Losing keys, losing the plot quite
Yeah.
clearly, as you can see by the tips. The rest of us had the Sharks head-to-head, but we took the Tigers with the start. 1 point, everybody else. On to Sunday, Denon in the Eels, 28 defeating Manly 24. Denon had the Eels and the Eels to cover, so he gets 2 points. The rest of us backed Manly. Rude, you gave us Turbo anytime try scorer. That's not the point of the segment, though. So
At $2.40, it should be the point of the segment.
different segment. We're facing the music right now. Last game, Knights 14 defeat the Storm 12. Denon had the Storm winning and covering, no points. The rest of us had the Knights head to head. They were the outsiders, so 2 points. So each of us there. So the results this week: Guru goes from the shit house to the penthouse.
With the Storm were... Did you say the Knights were...
It changed halfway through the
When
week.
it opened, yeah.
Yeah.
It changed?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
But when we made the bet, they weren't, though. There's a technicality here that needs
The
to be
Knights were,
discussed.
when we came on the show last week, the Knights were favourites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But... So they weren't outsiders, though, so you shouldn't get those extra points.
That's actually a good point. I don't think it's going to affect the final score.
No,
too
the
much.
Knights were outsiders at the start of the week.
No, they weren't. They were favourites.
I can almost guarantee you they weren't because I took the 2.5 start plus 2.5 with Newcastle. Start of the week.
So is it flipped the other way?
Yeah, I got on Knights at like 2:20 on Sunday.
Yes.
Yeah, they started outsiders.
They started outsiders because then the Jerome Hughes stuff happened and he got suspended.
Oh, so it's
we
flipped
got
the
on-
other way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So you should
okay.
lose points, maybe.
Well, no, actually, I'd like to flip it on the other technicality. they ended up as favourites, therefore it doesn't count.
You reckon?
Good.
Well, when we put the tips in, they were the outsider.
But then Hughes got it taken out, so that changes.
A week's a long time in footy. Okay? Long time in footy. I'm going to leave them as they are. I think.
Okay. You're the ref.
Yeah. So, yeah, Guru, gone from the shit house to the penthouse. 12 points. He's our winner this week.
Thank you.
No chicken dance this week. It did go down well, though, the chicken dance. The punters love to see it back.
They do.
Which is good. Matty and myself, very respectable rounds of tipping here. Both of us got 11 points. Den a bit quiet this week, 8 points. And it would have been getting on the dance floor if he had have shown up this week. Timmy the turkey slapper with 7 points. He's got a whole week to choreograph a dance because he will be down. Doesn't matter what happens next week in tipping.
Yep.
He will be up there cutting some shapes. So Timmy, if you're listening, hopefully you got plenty of time to practice some dance moves when you're not watching footy. So see how you go. So there we go. That's Face the Music this week. Tips coming up at the end of the show.
There you go. Base the Music brought to you by Sportsbet. And don't forget, brand new feature called Feed. You can follow people, see what they're punting on, and you can copy their bets and write it with them. So make sure, guys, head over, give us a follow. We're going to do some really, really cool stuff. So you want to be a part of it. Alrighty, time now for Team of the Week. Had long discussions about this, and we've spoken about this on other shows, but so the way the Team of the Week is selected, guys, it's not just me going, this is the Team of the Week. Before the show, we'll all come in. I'll say my Team of the Week. The boys will go through their Team of the Week, and then we will vote on each position as to who we think should be in there. So that's how Team of the Week is selected, and it's brought to you by Bloke Beer, the best beer in all the land. Bloke Beer's Team of the Week, a beer for blokes to turn up, for family, mates, and good times. An easy drinking lager. It's Aussie spirit in a can, baby. Let's get straight into it. At number 1, could have been Drinkwater, could have been a few blokes, but it was Tedesco. Incredible game. At number 2, Brian To'o. Mm-hmm. Holy moly. At number 3, could have been plenty of blokes like Tungor, could have been Berry, could have been RTS. Olam. Brought the impact that we thought he was going to bring to the Tigers.
Great selection.
At 4, Kiraz from the Bulldogs. Fought all day. An incredible win for the Doggies. He's a fan favourite for a reason. At number 5, if you thought Dom Young was going to fall off when he went to the Roosters, holy, he was incredible, Young. At number 6, we were torn. We thought Sandon Smith, maybe. Then we thought Lockie Galvin, essentially in his second game of first grade, 18 years old, gets a win like that. It's Lockie Galvin.
Common sense prevailed, which is good.
At number 7, there was plenty of good 7s this week, but Nathan Cleary was incredible. At number 8, Mitch Barnett. I just thought he worked his ass off. Now, on stats, he may not have crazy stats, but if you watch the game, the amount of big 1% plays he made was huge. At number 9, Api Coruscant. Holy moly. With Gastro too.
Extra degree of difficulty there. Yeah.
Also, if a lot of Sharks go down with Gastro this week, maybe bet against the Sharkies.
Yeah.
They might get Gastro now.
Yeah. Bit of Fidel Gastro.
At number 10, Junior Paulo. Incredible impact off the bench. Loving him coming off the bench. At number 11, Kick Out. Arguably his best game for the Doggies. At 12, Kai Pearce-Paul. But also, special shout-out to Frizzell. I thought Jackson Ford from the Warriors was also really good. But Kai Pearce-Paul was outstanding. And for him to be rolling in, playing big minutes like this in his first few games for NRL, imagine how good he's going to be after a couple of years of this.
First few games in the country too.
Yeah.
Incredible.
So good. At number 13, Victor Radley. How good has his turnaround been?
The Inflictor.
Tohu Harris, very unlucky to miss out on that starting 13 role. At 14, Sam Walker. What a performance. 15, Tohu Harris. 16, Griffin Neem. 17, Stefano Utu Ikamanu. So that is your Team of the Week. Should we give a 3-2-1 of our best 3 players this week? Actually, no, we'll do that after. Now it's time for Menu Log's hungriest player. Hotly contested. And then, ironically, last week you got $7 off Indian food. So that there's a vibe here of the guy that won it this week. There's a vibe.
Obviously, you used the code.
He may have used the code.
Yeah.
Api Coruscant is our hungriest player. Gastro, you name it, up against it. He went out there and absolutely ripped and teared. And I tell you what, the Sharkies are in a bit of curry. Yeah. They're in a bit of curry.
Yeah.
After Api Coruscant's done with them. So he is...
He went straight through it a few times as well.
Api Coruscant is Menu Log's hungriest player. Use code API, API, for free delivery this week. Free delivery, you're kidding. It's basically like you're rocking up to the store without having to do that. So use code API for free delivery, guys. And yeah, what an incredible performance by Api Coruscant. When you just thought... sometimes you just forget. You go a week or two where you kind of forget what Api Coruscant can do, because there might be a game where he just kind of gets through his work and good service, and then there's games that just pop up and you go, oh, there's actually no 9 in the comp that plays like Api Coruscant.
This will sound like I'm trying to be funny, but I'm being 100% honest. Api, as far as tough things to do, to play through Gastro, your ass is running like a tap. Unbelievable.
Well, okay.
It's up there with Shane Webke, broken arm in the grand final and whatnot, I think. Incredible.
Tougher than that, I reckon.
I reckon it's tougher.
Yeah,
I reckon they should make a documentary around it.
They should.
And he can talk about the lead up, how it all happened, what he was going through.
And yeah, hopefully they go into graphic detail because it was a great performance over the weekend. Got to love it. Appy, back to the wall stuff. A pumping Leichhardt oval as well. Just a great performance from Appy. So get that code in. Treat yourself to an Appy meal this week, courtesy of the great number 9.
Free delivery as well. Put in your own code.
Yeah.
You're absolutely living the dream. Just his craftiness around the ruck. As I said, like when he ducks under tackles and then can offload after it with Olam, streaming through the middle there. And then there was one set, we'll get to it when we get to the Tigers game. There's one set where he basically has a hand in every play except for the play he just ran. Like every single play leading up to the try, he has a hand in it. And that just shows you like very rarely do you see number 9s do that where they can just take over the whole team and dictate whatever's happening and then a try scored. Usually it's like they'll dictate coming out of their own end and then the 6 or 7 take over. But Api Coruscant is the guy that can do that.
I think it's wild over the last few weeks. A lot of people ask me about my New South Wales team this year and all they seem to talk about is Cook and Robson. I keep saying, man, I reckon Madge would have Api locked into his side. I don't know if he'll be the starting 9, but he will be the 9 or the 14. I'm very confident of it.
At the very least, he's locked into consideration. Like, I think he's on equal footing to all the other guys. Another Smokey, we'll get to it. Is Mitch Kenny a Smokey? We'll get to it. I don't know. I've been thinking about this and I watched him close to the last couple of rounds since he's been back. But anyway, Appy Coruscant, use code Appy for free delivery with Menulog. Massive congratulations. Let's do a quick 3-2-1 of who our best players were this week. I have Appy at 1, Cleary at 2. Sorry, Appy at 3, Cleary at 2. Who have you got 3 and 2?
Yeah, I had Appy as getting 3 points, Cleary getting 2 points, and then I would probably have Tedesco as my next guy. I thought he was very good.
Appy 3, Galvin 2, Stefano 1 for me this week.
I was the same as Guru. Appy, Cleary, Tedesco.
Okay, so the people have spoken. For round 3, we're giving our 3-2-1 to Appy, Cleary, and Tedesco. Okay, so you take that down, record it, and we're going to give our most valuable bloke at the end of the season. And we'll give it 3-2-1. And we understand, like, it's different to obviously the Dally M vote because they do on each game, blah, blah, blah. But I think this is a really easy, smooth system to do. It doesn't confuse things too much. Now, let's get straight into it, shall we? Also, don't forget, Bloke Beer, the best beer in all the land. Panthers defeat the Broncos 34-12. And before I get into this, I want to start a movement. And the movement is Justice for Yo. Now, on this screen that's been written up by Matty, it says Justine for Yo.
Okay, can I jump in for 1 second? So sometimes when you text me, and I have no idea what you're saying sometimes, and you wrote Justine for Yo, and I'm like, surely he means justice, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to prepare to get in Dennis' head. This might mean Justine for Lo, so it says Justine for Lo.
Okay, so I want to start a movement. Justine for Yo.
Yep.
I was right the first time. I did text you Justice. No, Justice for Yo. Because this breaks my heart. So I'm watching some post-match interviews in the sheds.
Yep.
And there's music blaring, and we get around that with the Panthers. We've been big fans of get the music blaring, get the boys buoyed. It's great stuff. But then, honestly, I felt like I saw a tear glistening from Yo's eye when he said this. He said he's never, ever, not once, been allowed to play his song on that stereo.
Jeez.
Is that a club in crisis or what?
Yeah, well, there's a few cracks starting to open up, aren't there? Are we maybe not going to see a four-peat? You hate to hear. What would his song be? What would Yo...
It'd be something pure and true.
It'd be something pure and true because it's maybe there's just a bit of a clash with the music preferences in the team.
But give him one song. Do you think if there's any bloke in the NRL that's earned one song,
he's earned one.
It's bloody Isaiah Yo.
Yeah.
So I just want to put it out there. Come on, Panthers, just give Isaiah Yo when he walks in after one game. Go, Isaiah Yo, it's time.
Yep.
Walk him on over to the boombox or whatever you young kids call it these days, and just say, Isaiah, it's your moment right now.
Yep.
Put on your tune. And just allow him to experience his song for once. He said never, not once has he ever had the song. So justice for Yo.
Well, as a gesture of goodwill, if Isaiah or someone from the Panthers can let us know what his song would be and they can whack it in the comments, Timmy can dance to that song next week.
Next week. There you go.
And
I like that.
That can be justice for Yo.
And if you want to leave justice for Yo on Penrith Panthers comment section, I think that is also fair.
Yep.
Let's give this stalwart, this key ingredient to their premierships, what he deserves, and that's songs in the changing room.
It is.
Unbelievable. Club in crisis, I tell you. Let's get into it, shall we? Panthers defeat the Broncos 34-12. fantastic performance from the Penny Panthers. They were absolutely outstanding, clinical. Their just ability to absorb pressure. They opened the game. Broncos went 6 from 6 and were pretty much winning the battle. Not dominating, but they were winning the battlefield position. Broncos make literally one error, game pretty much ends. That's how clinical this side is that they just don't give you an inch. And unless you're willing to go, at the very least in the big games now, every now and then Penrith will have a bit of an off night. But in the big games, unless you're willing to go 80 minutes of nearly your best footy, they will make you pay. And the Penrith Panthers made the Brisbane Broncos pay. It was just an absolute clinic by Nathan Cleary. But there was other guys that I thought were, outstanding. Brian To'o. He scored 18 tries in his past 15 NRL games. He ran for 263 metres on the night, included 111 post-contact. Oh. And I said it on Friday, and I'm going to say it again. I'm just going to do it. I am firmly in the camp now, already, regardless of what happens from here on out. Brian To'o is one of the greatest wingers of all time. I'm firmly in the camp. Get on the bandwagon. I want to get on the bandwagon. I want to get on the bandwagon with To'o all the way to greatness. I think he's one of the best wingers to ever do it. And I think his consistency over the last 4 or 5 years is arguably some of the most, obviously Brett Morris was known for his consistency. It's up there with that level. Obviously, Brett Morris did it for longer. But for the last 4 or 5 years, he's been that consistent for the Penrith Panthers.
Said after the 22 grand final that people are sleeping on just how what this guy does week in, week out. Like I remember about 5 or 6 years ago, Blake Ferguson had that really good season where he averaged 200 run meters. Everyone lost their mind. Guy runs for 260 run meters a week and no one gives a fuck. We're just
bizarre.
used to it.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. He is... And, people will say, oh, Wendell did it, these guys did it. No, they didn't. No one ran like this guy does coming out of their own end. And part of it is that the game has changed that allows him to do that 100%. But no one has ever done what Brian To'o does, and he does it week to week, rep football, grand finals. Go and have a look at his Origin run meters. He averages about 280 run meters a game in Origin.
Well, I think over his whole Origin career, he's over 200 metres. Over his whole Origin
insanity.
career.
It is just bizarre. And, you have a look at him. Imagine if he had Wendell's body.
Massive. Huge. Absolutely huge. He's the only winger in the comp. If he ran for 150 metres and had 4 tackle breaks, you'd say that's a quiet game.
Yeah.
Any other winger, you'd go, yeah, good solid game. Not crazy. You'd go, Toll was pretty quiet.
And, you have a look at him and you look at the size of him, and I see it in the comments all the time. He can't handle kicks. When?
Yeah.
When are people jumping over him?
And do you think
it never happens?
And if he can't handle kicks, do you reckon so opposing teams go into video sessions and they're like, you know what we're not going to do? Don't kick to To'o. We know we can't handle him, but don't do it. Just don't do it. That's like the video sessions would be all around kicking to To'o.
Yeah, and he ran for 260 run meters. His fullback ran for 300. Like the other thing you need to consider with him is that teams are refusing to kick him the fucking football. He's not getting easy kick return meters.
No, these are genuinely one off the ruck, second play. Like it is absolutely amazing. And I feel, as I said on Friday, I feel free. I've released myself of the tension and the oppression of being scared to say that To'o is one of the greatest wingers of all time. And as I said, I'm feeling different since I said it. I'm feeling different.
Feeling good?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
And I was Dalian Palangi 2022.
Yep.
And that says something.
Yeah.
Me and him are connected forever now.
Yeah, must feel great to just get that off your chest finally. That,
it does.
You can finally say. We spoke about him last week. He had a similar amount of run meters, 260. He didn't make team of the week, and we all kind of said how we kind of take him for granted, how he does it each week. But he probably needed to get 2 tries. That's the level he's at now. He does this every single week. He's a freak. I'm with you.
Kick return meters this week. How many do you reckon he had?
Not many.
19. 19 of his 263, because once again, no one wants to kick him the football because they know they can't handle him.
That's crazy. 19 of those were kick return meters. So basically you're looking at 240 meters of pure grunt.
Yep.
Just grunt work. He is so bloody good. So good to watch. And also, he doesn't get enough appreciation for his finishing ability. He bumped 4 Broncos players to get over the line. And also, What's crazy about that try is they didn't even need a friggin' replay to be sure whether did he get it down, did he not get down. He got it so clearly down in between 4 players that I was just that's a try. It's just honestly, we haven't seen it before. We've seen patches of players do it, and we might see for example, I think Wendell probably could score a length of this field try better than anyone, him and Semi Radradra. But when it comes to the full everything, I just think he's one of the most well-rounded wingers we've ever seen.
He's changed the position.
Well, there's an expectation now as a winger, unless you're like Alex Johnson or something. If you're not, getting 150 to 180 metres a game, you're not doing your job.
Sure, and there is your Alex Johnsons that are exceptions, but kids that are coming through now, it's not acceptable to not be able to run the football coming out of your own. It's not acceptable for wingers to just be good try scorers. Like I see it in the junior grades, they are all forced to be taking as many hit-ups as they can be because Brian Toto is setting a new standard that we haven't seen before.
So good, so good. So what do you think about the game anyway?
I thoroughly enjoyed this one, mate.
Wow, fuck me.
Well, I'll tell you why I enjoyed it.
Because you hate me?
Because partly, but look, obviously off the top, the Broncos missing their two best players, Reece Walsh, gone after a couple of minutes as well, made life extremely difficult if you're playing anywhere. Playing Penrith at Penrith is always going to be tough. What I love to watch though, Kempy, was someone Cobbo goes to fullback and Nathan Cleary goes, okay, that's the spot we need to go at. Puts Isaac Tungo through for two tries. The left side is getting it cold out there. Brian Toto, Taylor May, not touching the ball, nothing happening. At halftime, Kevy Walters, credit to him, goes, okay, we've got a fucking issue here. Katoni, I need you to go to the other side to stop Isaac Tungo. Nathan Cleary gets out at halftime, assesses that and goes, okay, sweet. Brian Toto scores 2 tries in the first 11 minutes.
Yeah. I discussed it on Packer Up Boys, but, a lot of people are going to sit there and go, Guru, everything you just said is so obvious. Like, of course you would go and attack the back row that's sitting in the centres. When it gets changed, of course you'd go to the other side. But I just want to hearken your memory back to yesteryear. The great Joey Johns, post-Origin game, losing his mind because New South Wales didn't attack Jonathan Thurston, whose shoulder was literally hanging by a thread. So if it was that easy, why would Joey be blowing up about the fact that New South Wales just didn't do it? Like, it is not as easy as you think.
Mate, there are guys in this competition every single week running out that are spot defenders, and teams have a week to prepare for how they're going to target that spot, and teams can't do it. Penrith go out there and react straight away, and then at halftime, Brisbane change it to stop that spot, and then they look at each other and go, okay, now that's our target. And all 17 just fall into sync. And you have a look at, it's so easy to say, okay, target that spot. And it's like, okay, sure. Most halves in this competition, if you ask them how they would target it, I don't think they'd be able to tell you.
Well, because you've got to deal with this. Like, okay, so just say there's 4 tackles before you're going to hit that spot. Maybe it's 3, but we'll just say 4. You've got 4 blokes that all have to get to a spot on the field to give you the field position to go on that edge there. And the amount of times that, like, sometimes you might look at a player. Here's a good one. I know Darius Boyd changed the way he ran a bit and he started running like straight and hard for a bit, but like Darius would always cop a lot of flack for crabbing across field, and the amount of fans that would be like, oh, you're soft, you're this, why won't you, just hit it up? And we saw that he could hit it up, he could run it straight eventually, but it's because he's putting the team before himself and he's crabbing across field to get to a certain point so that you're starting your sets where you want to. So, for example, Wayne always used to say to me, like, the amount of times I would look up and I would see space on a short side and be like, oh man, this is why I play rugby league. There's extra space there. I'm relatively quick. I'll get a quicker play of the ball down that short side, maybe even a line break. But Dwayne's like, but what happens then to the next 3 tackles? We're coming off the edge of the sideline, getting absolutely jammed. I would rather you crab across field, get on your front, and just get a quick play of the ball.
Yep.
And so that's just an example of the amount of times players, they can be selfish. They're taking a hit up. They can either take the shit hit up that gives them 4 metres and they're hitting unders and they're getting, tackled and maybe even dominated, or they see a bit of a gap out or even not even a gap, they see a 3 defender and go, well, I'm going to get many more metres for myself there. The amount of teams that selfishly choose that, you'd be shocked.
And if you have a look in the second half, those 2 tries that Brian Toto scored. And by the way, keep in mind, when they're in there at halftime, they didn't know Stags was going to swap sides. So this wasn't planned. They walked out there, saw it, and went, okay, this is what we need to do. If you have a look at both those tries Brian Toto scored, the ball was played in the exact same spot on both of them. 3 metres of the right upright.
Yep.
And it's the same play.
Yeah.
That's and they knew exactly that's where we need to be for the strike play. Nathan Cleary gets it with plenty of time. He runs with all his different tempos and his different shapes. They found a weakness. They did it the week before too, Parramatta. In that game, Brad Arthur left Kelman Tuolungi and Nathan went, sweet, we'll keep going at you. Shocked me. Isaac Tungo, 6 line breaks.
And the reason why they get to that spot on the field, specifically like a lot of teams, is because it's right in the perfect spot where you don't know whether to put 4 on the short side, 3 on the short side, or sometimes you can drag certain players in, and it's the hardest place Whereas right in the middle of the field, it's very clear usually of like spacing wise. Even if they're stacked on one side, spacing wise, you can usually just split your numbers. It's super smart from the Panthers. Nathan Cleary. Look, we'll talk. I want to talk about other players because it's like we could have told you this 2 years ago with Cleary, so we would be saying the same things. Unless you got something to say with Cleary.
No, nothing to add there.
But some other players. A guy I've been watching really closely, Mitch Kenny, and we're guilty of it. 100% we're guilty of it. We're so focused on what a player does in attack that we forget how important players are in defence, and we forget that defence is literally half the game. There's even an argument to be made. Defence is more than half the game because what team always wins the comp? The best defensive side, usually. First 7 minutes, Carrigan takes a hit up. Kenny shoots out of the line and like perfect contact. Does he jam Carrigan as in, dominate him? No. Does he pull off a big shot? No. What he does though, he stops Carrigan in his tracks. Two other players come over the top, wrestle him to the ground. This is why I think that Kenny's defence, and you look at his stats and you'll go, oh, well, he has these missed tackles here or there, and he might have 5 or 6 for this game. But when you actually watch him play, he's got a very specific role where we always talk about it. Not all misses are created equal. Some misses is about, shepherding people inside or outside or whatever it is. And I just think Mitch Kenny's defence and his ability to, like we say it all the time, he's one of the most, if not the most underrated 9 in the comp. And that's why I wonder, you got a guy like Cleary, maybe Mitchell Moses in the halves. At the moment, I'd probably say they're the front runners to be 6 and 7 for the Blues.
Right up there, yep.
And so it's like, do you need a crafty hooker for the first 20 minutes? I don't know. Maybe you just need a dog in there defending his ass off that can play anywhere in the forwards. Again, I'm talking smoky chat here, but I just want to give that's almost an aside. I just want to give Kenny his flowers at the moment because he's been incredible.
Yeah, and as far as some of my great swings and miss of all time, mate, I was sitting here in the preseason last year going, Sonny Luke is going to be so important to this side. He's got all this talent, all this ability, can do all these things. And mate, Mitch Kenny, I mean, with all due respect to Mitch Kenny, attacking-wise, he's got half the skill set that Sonny Luke does. Well, at that time, he did.
Attacking-wise,
100%. But you know what? He doesn't make mistakes. He does his job every single week, and defensively, he's one of the better players in the competition.
There's an argument that he's the best defensive 9 in the comp. And so it's as I said, we're all guilty of it. We sit there and, like, put it this way. If we said he's the best attacking 9 in the comp, his name would be thrown around for Origin immediately. But why not the best defensive 9 in the comp?
It might be one of the biggest pivots of all time to go from Appy to Mitch Kenny and lose nothing.
Like, because we've seen it with the Penrith system. So, again, I'm talking smoky here, guys. I just think that his name should be considered at the very least. I know that he's further down in the pecking order, and I get it. Appy, you've got Cookie, you've got Reece Robson. I understand all that. But I do think his name should be mentioned. I really think that he is such an integral... We saw it. Penrith couldn't score a try without him at 9 against the Storm.
Yeah, and I think out of the 4 hookers that we're probably going to talk about for New South Wales, like Reece, Cook, Appy, and probably Mitch Kenny, I think he's the one that is the most suited to if you wanted to put him out there for the first 20 and then use him as a lock forward later. He's probably the one that suits the most.
Yeah, so I want to give him his flowers because I don't think he gets enough appreciation for that side. Like the week before, he did something like 54 tackles or something like that. Like he's a dog. He's a dog, but he's also a cat because he's a panther.
What a conundrum.
That is honestly...
That's a lot to think about as an opposition coach, isn't it?
That's one of the great paradoxes.
It is.
Are you a cat or a dog?
Yeah.
Or are you a cat with a dog in it?
Yeah. Not an easy one to answer. Not one for us to say. But
smarter men than us will come up with the answer.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Maybe he's cat dog.
It's cat dog.
What a throwback.
Mitch Kenny, cat dog. Kenny the cat dog.
Alone in the world.
I can just, the like put his head on like both sides.
Get that up.
Get it up, just his head on both sides. Yeah. He's a cat dog. He's a cat. He's got the cat in him, but he's a fucking dog.
And we will compliment his defense all year, but you got to the biggest moment of the 2023 NRL season, and he came up with the best set from a hooker I've seen all year.
Yeah, underappreciated, like so underappreciated. And what were we just wrapping up your Coruscant for these crazy sets they put together? Okay, anyone else stand out for you? We've already gone fucking way over 10 minutes. So
I want to give a little shout out to my boy coming off the bench, Liam Henry. He is a proper footballer.
I love the black boots.
Yeah, he's a Blaney Bear, country in New South Wales, tough as nails. Said it last week. I think he will play Origin eventually. He's just made of the right stuff, Liam Henry.
He looks like, and he's got socks down too. So you pull your socks down, you want to work hard.
Yeah, socks down, black boots, real sort of soul of the earth operator.
Yeah,
which you love to see.
You'd love to see it.
Yeah.
He's quite a nuggety player too, isn't he?
Yeah.
Not the tallest, but quite nuggety. Yeah, mate, he was great. Look, yes, okay, Broncos had key outs, like for sure. I'm okay with like mentioning that people have key outs, but I'm also of the side of you don't want to like. Sometimes I feel like it's a cop out, like a bit of an excuse, because you can sit there and go with Penrith. They also had James Fisher-Harris out. Now I know on the scale of like the amount of people out, but they went 6 for 6, the Broncos. So let's get into Broncos chat. They went 6 for 6 and they were winning the field position. So that says to me that yes, we've got key players out, but we still have a team to make this competitive. I think that crazier things have happened. Like for example, if Broncos go down there and beat them 12-8, we're not all going to be sitting there going, whoa, fuck, crazy. We're going to go, whoa, that was a really, really good one by the Broncos. But it's not going to be this crazy, crazy feat that's out of this world. In regards to the Broncos, my biggest, the thing that hurt them the most wasn't really Reece Walsh getting off injured, which, granted it hurts them. It was more the fact that they had the game plan. Like, because they didn't have the key players in, you can't afford to play that same crazy footy that you usually play. So they had the game plan, and they showed in the first 10 to 15 minutes, they showed that they could go with Penrith if they just completed their sets. The only problem not the only problem, but the biggest problem they had was they made an error, and then a few calls that were, obviously the double movement, and there were a few calls that on another day go their way, but they didn't. The problem for the Broncos was they didn't really respond to that correctly. And all you need to do is go and look at the Penrith Panthers. Like, what do they do when a few calls don't go their way? They just go back to super simple footy, hard running and kicking early. Hard running and kicking early. And I just think the Broncos just a bit of an experience in that environment, and that's what let them down rather than players. That let them down from being in a competitive fight. They may not have won the game, but it competitive because all the points were scored in that 50 minutes or the 40 minutes after that happened. That's where all Penrith scored. And then once the Broncos got back into the groove of things, holding the ball, all that kind of stuff, they actually scored some points.
I think that's where, losing Adam Reynolds, that voice, is just huge for the Brisbane Broncos. And, they had injuries and whatnot. And I don't read too much into this game with the Brisbane Broncos, but, Adam Reynolds is just, they just miss his voice so much, don't they?
Yeah. And it's just, the only thing I'll say with that, though, is like, I still think, let's look at this squad. So Selwyn Cobber was at fullback, Jesse Arthurs, Tony Staggs, Dean Mariner, Ezra Mann was still out there, and he did actually warm into the game. I thought the last 20 minutes he was quite good. It's still a Brendan Piacor as a young gun, Paddy Carrigan, there's still a quality here and enough experience now in big games, in my opinion, where someone could have reined the boys in a little bit. I don't think that they could have won it, but at the very least, not lose it 34-12.
Yeah, fair.
And also, like a guy like Jock Madden, he's been around for a while now. It's not like he's a young rookie coming through. What do you think of the Broncos, Hammy?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say you brushed over it really quickly, but Reece Walsh getting injured in the 4-minute mark, a massive blow not only to the Broncos but all the girls out there and the girlfriends that enjoy watching the footy as well with their partners. Mon was very emotional when he went off.
Oh, really?
Hot boy like that, stitches in the face. I mean, that is not what you want to see. Not what you want. Bloke fullback as well.
Yeah, it's devastated the club.
Yeah,
ruin.
Who steps in?
I don't know. I mean, Kalen Ponga, I don't know.
Yeah,
have to give KP a call.
Absolutely. No, but you're spot on. Both what you guys said. Obviously they were missing a few, lost a couple out there as well. But the Panthers, they're just starting to hit their straps, and I think it's pretty harsh to read too much into this one of where the Broncos are at in the bigger scale of things. But they're going to need those guys back.
As the great Shane Falco once said, the Washington Sentinels quarterback. Chicks dig scars.
As true today as the day it was written, Guru.
Yeah. So some negatives. I thought Fletcher Baker, he tried his heart out and he went all day, but he just had some real key misses. There was a fend from Cleary where he went through line break. I think they ended up scoring. And then obviously he gets bumped by To'o. And I understand To'o's a beast, but as a front rower, you'd probably pride yourself that you're not going to get bumped. I thought, and I think also he had an error. So I didn't think he had his best game. And maybe it's because he had to play 70 minutes. I'm not sure. But hopefully they started him in the front row, I'm pretty sure. And I think that the game on the weekend, and maybe it's a bit harsh because it's against Penrith, but maybe the game on the weekend proved that he's probably a half a year away from having to do big minutes, and you need to bring him off the bench maybe.
Yeah, I was told at the start of last year the Broncos were going at Fletcher Baker really hard, and and they wanted him long term. And I'll be honest, it didn't quite make sense to me. I'm not quite seeing it with Fletcher Baker yet. I think that there is potential there, but mate, to see how on earth Xavier Willison missed his side in the first 2 weeks, I'll never know.
He looked outstanding.
I cannot believe he wasn't in the side to start the season, and that's not fucking hindsight, Harry. We've been saying it for a few weeks. I thought he was great, and especially with Haas out, I'd be looking to get big minutes out of Willison.
I was quite surprised that they started Fletcher Baker. I just because he's also a rookie, to a degree. I thought that they'd probably just go with the Tapua and Jensen, just to the experience with the forward pack. Look, it's a little bit harsh on Fletcher because he is a rookie and he's going up against the Penrith Panthers. But so hopefully he can bounce back, because I was critical of Kobe Hetherington last week, and I thought Kobe Hetherington was outstanding this week. So it's just because we need these guys that are getting selected now. It is essentially, if they want to challenge for a premiership, a few of them have to become better. So I thought Kobe Hetherington was much better. Quick shout out, I've already spoken about it on Packer Up Boys, but Paddy Carrigan. So this is in a losing side where you got dominated by the Penrith Panthers. 80 minutes in the middle at 13. He had 16 runs for 167 metres, 60 post contact, and that's without a single tackle break or a line break. So it's just pure fucking... He had 3 offloads, 43 tackles, and 0 misses, and no errors. And so that's why he will be the next leader of the club. When you're doing knocks like that, when your team needs you, when you get absolutely dominated, that's amazing. Selwyn Cobbo at fullback. Obviously mixed bag because he had a couple errors here or there, but geez, he just makes stuff happen.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, is there a tougher task than being thrust to fullback at Penrith? Against Penrith with Nathan Cleary. It's just...
Yeah, and your seven's out.
Yeah, just brutal. But yeah, I thought he did pretty well there. It wasn't perfect, but why the fuck would he be perfect?
Yeah.
Mate, what would you do at fullback next week? Do you bring Sailor straight in?
I'd bring Sailor straight in, but I just think I would just ask him... I know you shouldn't tell people to rein it in when they're players like Sailor, and even Reece Walsh, but I would just be just bring it in a little bit. If you're 10 out of 10 with the amount of chances you take with the play, like your floaters over the top, your chips and chases, if you're 10 out of 10, I still want it, but can we get it to 8 out of 10? And that'd be a good balance for first grade.
Who are you playing next? Is it the Cowboys?
Cowboys at Suncorp.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's a tough gig.
Is that Friday night?
Yes.
Oh, gun.
Yep.
Saddle up.
Dean Mariner, great finisher again. He's becoming one of the... At least this season, one of the better finishers in the comp. Ezra Mam, he eased into the game towards the end of it, the last 20 minutes. I think you just need more of that with Ezra. He's been a little bit quiet this year, and obviously he's going through what he's going through. But just from footy perspective, I just think he just needs to go, you know what, at the start of the game, get straight in there, have 2 or 3 runs, just to engage himself in the game.
Yep. And
I think that'll take care of a lot of the noise, the external noise for him. Going forward, it's just... Going forward for the Broncos now, it's just all about no excuses. None of this. We're missing Renault. We're missing Haas. We're missing Reece Walsh. You're bringing in a guy like Sailor who absolutely can put points on you. And a lot of other clubs would be starting at fullback. You've got plenty of players there that can get the job done. I for the life of me, I hope they don't go for the next weeks. We're missing him. We're missing this guy. But rather go, no, this is a real opportunity. For example, if you're a young forward here that wants to make a name for yourself, this next 4 weeks is that time. Because after this 4 to 6 weeks, the team is going to settle into what the back end is going to be, and your spot's going to be either you're going to have it or not have it.
Yeah.
So it's a big opportunity for some of these younger guys to step up.
It's happened a few times over the last 2 or 3 weeks, and it was just something I was thinking about the weekend. This competition is just so tight that if you are 5% off, you can get blown off the park on any given day. Do you think with all the HIAs and everything, do you think it's time that if teams have the option to have a guy that's on their bench in a jersey 17 that can play as an outside back and as an edge forward, like I'm looking at like a Corey Oates in that squad. Could have maybe solved some issues the other day. If you're lucky to have, a Corey Oates or I'm shooting a blank on someone else it could be, but like if you're able to have one of those guys in the squad, do you think you start to pick them, or do you?
Yeah.
Is that just hindsighty sort of?
It's tough because then, do you need... Then you lose a front rower and you're like,
Yep.
oh, we should have had a big boy on there. And then you lose an edge back. Oh, we should have
should
had
have
6
done
or
this,
7,
yeah.
So it's,
Yeah.
I think that no matter what selection you go, you're basically saying, this is what I'm covering. So I'm either covering an outside back, I'm covering the forwards, or I'm covering a 6 and 7 usually. Now, if you've got a guy on your squad that can do it all, then that's great. But very rarely. I think no matter what decision you make, something can happen in the game to make it the wrong decision.
Yeah, I just wonder if you are a team that is lucky enough to have one of those select few guys that can do it all at a high click, if it is worth having them in the modern game.
Yeah, but potentially. So, yeah, look, I don't think there's much to read in for the Broncos in the sense of the broader their season. But I will say their main goal for the next 4 to 6 weeks is just keeping in touch with the 8. So if you can somehow linger around 6 to 9 until the boys come back, that's job done in my opinion.
When's Adam Reynolds due back? Is he a sniff this week or not?
I think it'd be at least another week or so, I'd say.
Okay.
I don't think they'd be looking to rush anyone back, especially with the other boys out. It's like, well, what's the point?
Yeah.
Okay. Great win from the Penny Panthers. Do we all agree they're looking better at this time this year than they were this time last year?
Yeah, bloody oath.
By
Absolutely.
a country mile. It's
Not
incredible.
even close. Yeah.
Like, there's a part of me that's like for them to be able to go the whole year like this, surely that's mathematically impossible. You know what I mean? Like, what are the chances that this team can be this good for the whole year? But then you go, but these are, like, this Panther squad is the exception to the rule. They've proven it literally 3 years in a row.
And you know what? Right now, they are better than what they were this time last year, but they're still not at the level they are every September.
Yeah, which is fucking next level.
Like, everything you know about rugby league and you've learned your entire life says teams can't do this for 24 weeks, except this football team.
It's just crazy.
Three rounds in, and they're already into $3.50 to win the comp. So,
Far out.
yep.
Okay, on to the next game. Before we get into it, though, our power play this week was Dallin Watene-Zalesniak's huge hit on Albert Hopewadi. The LDV T60 has 160 kilowatts of grunt, which makes it one of the most powerful utes in its class. The LDV is a sharply priced option from $36,990 drive away for ABN holders during the LDV 2023 plate clearance, making it ideal for those considering buying a new ute or even those considering buying a second-hand competitor. At that price, why go second-hand when you can have a brand new LDV? Dallin Watene-Zalesniak. What about the rebirth of this bloke's career? Like, he was at the Dogs. Even when he got to the Warriors, it was kind of like, oh, like he's on a big wicket and he's getting, is it worth what he's delivering? And he's got quite a few errors in his games. And then Webster arrives and he's one of the best wingers in the competition.
Yeah, and there was a period of time there where he was at Canterbury and that they were sort of playing him at fullback and moving him around a little bit and everything. And he just never quite felt right. Imagine, and he's obviously had a really good career, DWZ, not taking anything away from him, but imagine if he would have just spent his entire career on the end of a good back line. Like, he's unstoppable.
He's quite big, he's quite athletic, and his ball running, like him and Montoya, when you go up against the Warriors, you must be sitting there just going, if you're a forward going, like, they're all elbows, they're all knees, and it's just uncomfortable to watch.
And DWZ, and I think sometimes at home we don't quite appreciate just how hard he is to handle. It's been the same since he was 16 when he was coming through the Panthers. He was playing fullback and he was the superstar in that age group. And they just all said, we can't fucking tackle him.
Mate, he is. And just every game, what I love about him is even if there is an error here or there, he is till the 80th minute going friggin' balls to the wall kind of stuff. Rubber meets the road kind of stuff.
And even when he was going through his periods where he was a little bit quiet at Canterbury, you'd occasionally see content on social media where they'd ask players, who do you not want to take on in a run it straight challenge? And his name consistently came up. The players know.
Well, I guess the biggest compliment you can give a guy like Watene-Zalesniak is he genuinely reminds you of those early 2000 Warriors where if you're a player going over to play them or even a fan and they said, the Warriors outside backs, and everyone would go like, Francis Melly, like, like almost like not scared because like footy players aren't scared, but it's a different height of awareness that you have when you play guys like Watene Zelezniak. And that is the Warrior spirit, almost this kind of like overbearing, in your face, we will dominate you kind of stuff. And he represents that like to the fullest. It's
You're right. He would fit into that early 2000s group.
Would he not?
Yeah,
like you can see him in the jersey.
Yeah.
Like
Even when they wear the black and grey strip occasionally,
yeah.
he just looks unreal.
And he's got the best hair in the comp as well.
Oh, yeah.
Haven't even mentioned that yet. But you spoke about that kind of like the spirit of the Warriors and Watene Zelezniak going back there, had probably a few quiet years at the Dogs, gone there playing his best footy. Shout out to the culture going on over there because same thing with SJ a couple of years ago. Everyone's like, what's doing there? Probably coming towards the end. He's gone back and playing the best footy, that he's played in years. Roger obviously going back there as well. So lots to like about the Warriors and a well-deserved first win for the year.
There you go. There's a power play this week done, brought to you by the LDV T60. Make sure to grab it. Let's get into the game. Warriors defeat the Raiders 18-10. I thought this was a cracking game. Like, I loved this game. I thought both teams, and sometimes I feel like disconnected because I was looking at some of the comments of even the Raiders fans, even some of the Warriors fans as well, like as if it was a shocking game and they didn't play that well. Like, yeah, for sure, the Warriors should have iced some early opportunities, no denying that. But I thought the standard of this game was like really high. I thought it was a great game of footy. I think the Warriors, they did a really good job of just hanging in there and not allowing the fact that they'd bombed so many opportunities to start the match. How often do we see? I mean, there's an argument to be made that when they played the Sharks, exact same thing happened. Start the game really well, bomb opportunities, and then they just kind of like lose their way a bit. I thought they did really well to hang in there. In regards to players I want to talk about, Mitch Barnett, I thought he was absolutely... Obviously, Adam Fanua-Blake, he had the try and, he's a meter eater. Like, you expect that from him. He's literally a top tier, one of the best front rowers in the competition. What about Mitch Barnett's resurgence? He got signed from the Knights, and because he's been such a stalwart of this Warrior side over the last, 16 months or so, you almost go, oh, yeah, like, of course he's always been this good. When he got signed from the Knights, a lot of people were going, like, he can... At the time, was he like in and out of the Knights side and he had that big brain explosion? And it was, put it this way, it wasn't obvious that he was going to turn into this player.
Yeah, and as Hammy just said, there's a lot of guys like that. Like when Marcelo Montoya signed from Canterbury, I don't think anyone really cared. No one paid attention to it. Mate, Luke Metcalf, one of the great journeymans of all time. Someone finally backs him, and he's going millions. Jackson Ford.
Isn't he known as Luke Metcalf now?
Metcalf, yeah. I've upgraded him. So shout out to him.
He's grown from a calf to a cow.
He's come of age.
One of Rue's great calls there. Geez, you're getting good this year, Rue.
We're getting there.
Is that why you're 30 minutes late? Because you're just too big for your
writing
boots?
some down in the car. Ready to go. But like Jackson Ford's the same. Playing for the Cutters in reserve grade or whatever. Couldn't get a bait in the Dragons side. They bring him over there. Mate, even like, and I know he didn't play in this game on the weekend, but when they signed Dylan Walker, like they signed him and went, you're a premiership winning centre. You've been a 5'8" for the last years. We're just going to turn you into the best 14 in the game. And I think he's been right up there with them. I'm not sure if there's a 14 that has more impact on a game than what Dill Walker does.
He is that guy you were talking about with the Broncos that you would love to chuck on your bench.
Yes, 100%.
Like if you've got a guy like him, he even if he's not playing his best footy, you just chuck him on the bench because he covers everywhere for you. Like I wouldn't be shocked if he... he already is in the front row because he plays 9 to a degree. So we know he can defend in the middle. We know he's, as you said, he's one of combat centres. He could easily play on the wing. He could play fullback. He could play 6, 7 at a pinch. There's pretty much no position that you couldn't just, if you had to, chuck him on the field and play.
Yeah, and he'd do a job for you there, Dill Walker.
Yeah.
Look, mate, I thought the Warriors honestly, out of their first 3 games, I actually thought this one was potentially their least impressive one.
Especially after that first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But I just like the fact that they grounded out. They didn't allow it to just upset them because like for example the Mitch Barnett no pass. There's just a lot of things that they should have scored. Like probably after 20 minutes they probably should have been up 20-4, maybe even more, 20-0, or even 16-0. And so in regards to standard of footy, their standard of footy was substantially better against the Storm in my opinion. But I just love the fact that they just hung in there and found a way to win. Because guess what? What was the one thing that they couldn't do round 1, round 2? They couldn't find a way to win.
Yep.
They did it here, and that's what I liked about this game.
And the biggest talking point for me, not only did they do it without Chance, they did it without Wade Egan as well. We know how important these two are to this footy side, and I think that once those two boys get back, I think the Warriors, they could go on a decent little winning streak here.
Yeah. What do you think of the Warriors?
Yeah, good. First 20 minutes, very good, as you mentioned. Adam Fanua-Blake, second time this year. He scored the first try. Another 20-1 as well. So congrats if you got a piece of Adam Fanua-Blake. But you're right, it was a bit of a scrap. Good that they finally found a way to win. Still missing a couple of players, but mate, they were good, and good to see them get a win on the board.
I thought there was a really interesting little detail that whether it's Webster or someone else in the coaching staff, but what the Warriors forwards are doing on the edge now is they're running their line. They're actually stopping before the line and then backing up before they go through the line. Just like little details like that where you're going, far out, that's smart coaching, but also it's smart the boys listening, where it's actually not about hitting the hole. It's just about holding that defender up for long enough for the space outside. And it happened at multiple times. So the first one was Barnett, and this was when I think they should have scored. Anyway, he would literally run that line super hard. He would literally stop before he got to it, and he would reverse. And then they did it again. I think Ford did it as well. And so if you watch closely, you'll actually see the Warriors line runners do that. They go to the line and then they stop. I thought another really interesting thing about the game plan is that they just went at Strange. Like, for the first 20 minutes, Strange was just getting absolutely peppered. I thought Strange took a while to warm into the game, but then when he did, he was good. So that's going to be, I had questions around his defence slightly round one. So that's going to be his biggest challenge, I think, in this year is teams as a rookie, they're just going to be like, we're going to come at you all day and see how you go. I personally think he has the ability to make it not an issue by the end of this year because he's so physical, but it will be something he's going to have to...
We spoke about the Panthers identifying a weakness and going at it. Like, that's obviously something the Warriors have addressed this week. I have no doubt whatsoever. Whoever was defending on the left side in their reserve grade or whatever would have had a bib on, and they would have been going at that spot, mate. I loved, the try that Adam Fanua-Blake scored. You look at it and you go, why is Adam Fanua-Blake out there? But they use him as just a magnet for eyes. And sometimes he's even just more dangerous when he doesn't get the football, just because you always have to be aware of him. And I love the way they've got a strike weapon like that. And sometimes it won't show up in stats and whatnot because you don't get any stats for the good decoys that you run. But the way that they utilise AFB and the way that AFB just has an understanding of where he needs to be, it's a sign of being well coached.
Yeah. And their ability to click into gear, like we're doing a set where AFB is not going to be where it normally is. Like, they just click into gear and they nail it. They absolutely nail it. Another, outside of the one error and obviously the pass, I thought Ford was really good. And as I said, in regards to Strange defence, he actually did end up making some try-saving tackles and really warmed into the game. That's on the Raiders side. I got to say it because I hate when refs do this. So it's like the second or third set. The ref made a call against, I think it was Jackson Ford? Because he had no balance in playing the ball.
That was very stiff.
Like, bro, it's 2 minutes into the game. Why are you calling those kind of penalties unless you're trying to make it about yourself? Like, well, I don't get it. Like, that's a nitpick because then there's all these other play the balls. Like, later on, Savage, like, essentially knocked the ball on, no call. And it's like, why are you trying to set that standard? Like, why not set the standard of, like, getting the players up quickly so that there's a quick game? I just couldn't believe it. But then I was torn because I also loved some of the stuff the ref did where a few players were staying down because, like, trying to get penalties, and he just said, nah, not interested, nah, not interested. So I just had to mention it because I hate when refs start to nitpick at the start of the game because you're actually doing yourself a disservice because now you've got to do that for the rest of the game, otherwise you made the wrong call.
The play the ball is interesting at the moment, isn't it?
Oh,
I'll tell you what, within the next 2 to 3 years, I guarantee you we are going back to a clamp down on putting your foot on the football.
Because no one puts their foot on the football now.
Mate, we should give a case of beer to the next bloke to put his foot on the football.
Yeah.
And play the ball.
Like,
no one's doing it.
No one's doing it. And yet, like, Ford plays the ball, then falls over, and he gets pinged for it at the start. Anyway, it's just silly. But I do like the fact that the ref, when players were staying down milking penalties, was like, nah, not interested. Even when the replay came and there's like a little touch here or there, he was like, no, I really like that. Now, in saying that, there's a game later this week where dude fully gets head high and the ref just goes, nah, not giving it to you. It's like, oh, okay.
Letting the game flow.
Yeah, letting his head flow off his shoulders. Who else stood out for you guys in the Warriors?
Big
Mate,
Roger.
Yeah, how good is it to have him back?
Yeah, it's elite, and big stats as well. 200 meters, 71 post contact. The match winner as well. A hot throbbing Roger Tuivasa-Sheck is a good thing for rugby league.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I will say, seeing him at fullback, you just like, ugh. It's almost like you've got to hold your nerve to a degree as a coach, because he goes back to fullback and he essentially he didn't change the game, but by God he looked good. By God he looked
How
good.
far away is Chance off?
Now, around 5, I think they
Okay.
said. I'm trying to find. I had some notes, I think, about RTS, but yeah, I try. Yeah, so the game's on the line. This was the try that put them actually out to 18-10, and Roger Tuivasa does an individually brilliant try. And I'm going to sound like I'll try to stop saying it eventually this year. Not eventually, maybe in a few rounds if he keeps doing it. But again, there are good players. So there are NRL players. There are good players. There are great players. And then there's this top tier of player that literally change games for you. And there's actually not every club has one of them. There's not even 17 of them. But there are a select few, and Roger Tuivasa-Sheck is that one. This is now the second game where you could argue he won it for him. And like, what would you pay for that?
Yeah. To have a guy in your team that when you need something, you can just throw the ball to. Like, you don't even have to do anything for Roger. You
He'll
just
just
give
do
him
it.
the football.
He'll just do it. Just amazing, amazing stuff. Then they did a really, really good set after points, which I like Warriors staying calm. But yeah, look. Oh, another guy, Rocco Berry.
Yeah.
Holy. Wow.
Stats don't tell the story.
No way.
But,
He was
man,
fantastic.
he's coming into his own, Rocco Berry.
And I agree with you, Guru, where like I still think there's actually like a lot of improvement. Not as in he needs to be better to be in the team, but I think his potential is like way, way more than what he's actually showing at the moment. He is a bloody good player. Also, have to talk about it. And I'm going to try not to be too ref negative, but that call where they said Harris Tavita jumped early and he got absolutely fucking poleaxed. What? What are we watching here? What the hell? He jumped early. It landed in his friggin' hands. He got friggin' flipped on his head. I couldn't believe that.
At least we got guys playing the ball correctly though.
Oh my God. That was crazy. That was actually crazy. So yeah, great win by the Warriors. As we've kind of said, was it as good of a game as they played maybe against the Storm? No, it wasn't. But what would you rather as a Warriors fan? Finding ways to win or playing really good and still losing? I would rather the finding ways to win.
Yeah, winning ugly, good sign.
Good sign. Really good sign. Now, on to the Raiders. I'm firmly in the camp. I thought the Raiders are outstanding. I thought they were really, really good. The fact that they somehow stayed in the game after that first 20 minutes, I'll never know. Like they even got to a point, I think, in the first half, they ran in and they actually had more possession of the ball. Yes, are they missing that killer blow when they get to their end of their sets? Yeah, to a degree. But the positive for Raiders fans is maybe Strange can, and the players around him, slowly grow into that. On top of that, Timoko is starting to turn into a genuine weapon on that edge there. Fogarty's kicking game was incredible. I thought the Raiders were super gutsy to go over there and nearly beat the red-hot Warriors. I would be happy as a Raiders fan, really would.
Really bizarre game because I genuinely think the Warriors might have just played their worst out of the 3 games. It's the only one they've won. And the Raiders honestly might have just played their best out of the 3, and it's the only one they've lost.
I thought it was a really good performance by the Raiders.
I thought they were great. And I personally didn't have them anywhere near my top 8 at the start of the season. I had them bottom 3, even pushing for a spoon looking at their squad. Why not?
Yeah.
Why can't they play finals footy?
Like when they play like that, the grittiness and the gutsiness like that, it's like, you know what? They're going to beat more teams than they'll beat the bottom 8 teams, you know?
Corey Horsburgh to come back in this week. Seb Chris is going to return. Ethan Strange will only get better as the season goes on. New South Wales Cup is absolutely braining it. You think about the amount of talent the Warriors have and how deep their squad is. The Raiders beat them 42 points to 4 on the weekend in Cup.
Wow.
Like, there's your Trey Moonies of the world, your Putters, there's so much talent down there. Chevy Stewart going good as well. Like, so much talent down there, it's not even funny. I have got no idea where to place the Canberra Raiders.
Man, at the moment, I'd had them sliding quite a bit. At the moment, I would be very surprised if they aren't fighting in that like 7 to 10 mark. They're playing good rugby league. Honestly, the real difference was they have a rookie at 6. Warriors identified that and just smashed it all day long.
Yep.
Because Strange did miss 9 tackles. Outside of that, it's like they were basically evenly matched. The difference was RTS scoring that try. And I think at the end there, they got a tough call against them, did they? Something happened where they... Anyway, to lose 18-10 to a side that we all agreed was playing top 8 footy to start the season, I thought it was a really good performance from the Raiders.
And you know what else really stood out for me? Like, you have a look, if you said the Raiders went over to New Zealand, they got beat 18-10, they were in the game, they played really well, you'd go, geez, the forwards must have gone big. Mate, Joe Tapine ran for the most metres at 140.
Yeah.
It's pretty quiet by his standards.
Yep.
It was only Emre Gula that got over 100 metres outside of that. So it's not like they dominated them through the forward pack. They just hang in the game. They're just
found a
tough
way.
and resilient.
And like Fogarty's kicking game is a revelation.
Yeah. He's
Like,
matured so much.
He is.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to bring it up, and we brought it up about friggin' 3 years ago, but Titans, worst decision ever letting this bloke go.
It's right up there.
His kicking game, it changes a lot for him because, as you just said, look at their meterage from forwards. It's actually not that good. But you know where they found all their meters? Is his incredible boot. 747 kicking meters.
Yeah, 800 as well a couple of weeks ago against the Knights. He's been unbelievable, hasn't he?
And
He's got that dog in him at the moment, this team, haven't they?
Yep.
And kicking for 700 metres is fantastic. But when you think about the context of it, the 5'8" doesn't kick all that much. None of their 9 hookers kick the football. Teams know he's going to kick it every single time. He's got all the pressure in the world on him, and he just pulls the right rein.
Yep. Yeah. It's he's looking really good, and he's doing exactly what his job is. He's like kick well, tackle well, get the boys around the park. Doesn't need to be too crazy. Doesn't need to be doing 1% plays. Just a really solid 7.
So what I love it happens probably 3 times a year, and it happened to start this season. You hear, Ricky Stewart's going to play Rapiner at fullback, and I just go, oh, fuck, aren't we done with this? But then he goes out and he plays, you go, okay, no, you're actually a gun.
Yeah.
I get it.
You actually kept your team in the game with some incredible plays.
Yeah, again.
And that's another thing. We're talking about, we always talk about, and I know they're not necessarily missing a fullback, but at any other club, if we were to say, they actually haven't signed an out-and-out fullback, we'd be like, oof, it's not looking good. The Raiders have managed to put some good performances together with a guy that's a winger that's playing fullback, with a 6 that's essentially in his rookie year, with a 7 that was unwanted from the Gold Coast Titans, Danny Levi, a 9 that was unwanted from, could barely get a start. This is a team that's been pulled together, and yet they're still playing this type of footy they are.
Morgan Smithies, new to the club,
Yep.
still getting used to it. You're without Corey Horsburgh. I'll tell you what, coming off the bench again, Zach Hosking.
Oh, man.
I've got all the respect in the world for Elliot Whitehead, but mate, the more I watch him, the more I think, I think Hosking's got to play 80 on that edge.
Yeah, I think you might find that he'll fight his way into that jersey. And I think what Ricky's done, it's more like a club culture move of showing respect to guys that have been around forever, which I think is a smart move from Ricky. And I also do think Elliot Whitehead deserves the opportunity to lose the jersey rather than it be taken from him. But Hosking was outstanding off the bench.
It's going to be interesting to see. Corey Horsburgh, he played reserve grade on the weekend, went well. He'll come back into the side this week. I assume he'll play in the front row. He looks pretty happy with Smithies at 13. But if you're going to
probably take Solo out, maybe.
But also, if you're going to take Elliot Whitehead off after 20 minutes of starting on the edge, do you just leave him on the bench? Do you put him on through the middle? It'll be interesting to see how he fits all these guys in.
Well, the good thing about a guy like Elliot Whitehead is he could play centres as well in the middle, so he is a mix to fix it to a degree if there's an injury.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
So maybe he plays that role of just chucking him on when whatever is kind of needed for the team. But yeah, a guy I want to talk about, Tomoko, mate. He's never. As long as he stays at the Raiders, he's never going to get the praises he deserves. But we're talking about the Kiwi centre right here, and also a guy that played for the Kiwis and killed it for the Kiwis. Is he the most underrated centre in the comp?
Yep.
Locked in? What do you reckon, matey? Most underrated centre in the comp?
Absolutely. Yep. He's an absolute freak.
Because he's been doing this for...
He's been doing it for third season?
2 years.
Yeah.
2 years. Well, conservatively, I'll say 2 years he's been playing like
Definitely this year, last year and this year. I think it was round 5 or 6 last year, mate. We called him. He's a strike centre. Yeah. He's growing into it very, very quickly. Went away with the Kiwis, as you said. I think he would have taken a lot of confidence from that. And God, I hope he stays there. Because
Yeah.
there's got to be clubs sniffing around to see what's doing there.
Oh, absolutely. And I doubt he's on a big wicket at the moment, but imagine some of the, top tier sides slotting him in that centre position. And that's not to say that he's already doing it to the Raiders. And I want him to stay. I'm just saying there will be top tier clubs looking at Tomoko going.
Surely the Raiders just pay
Lock him
overs
up.
to keep him because they need a little bit of spark. And
Surely.
they don't have too much in the back line there, but he certainly is an absolute rugby league handful.
Yeah,
2025 is his last year.
Honestly, if I'm Raiders, I'm already negotiating with him. I'd be locking him down.
He's signed until the end of 25. Yeah, you got to extend that.
I would be shocked if he isn't extended by round 15 this year. I'll go round 12 this year. If he isn't extended by round 12 this year, I'll be shocked. Because surely they've got the money to do it. Why wouldn't you? If you're the Raiders.
What a spot to be sitting in if you're Matty Timoko.
Oh, fuck. Mate.
Whatever the first offer is, you go, I'll get back to you.
Yeah, so he's been outstanding. Here's his stats, guys. A try assist, 11 runs for 135 metres, so averaging more than 10 metres a run. 69 post-contact, 3 tackle breaks, a line break, 2 line break assists, an offload, 15 tackles, only 1 miss, no errors. If podcasts like this didn't exist, you'd barely hear about the poor bloke.
Yeah.
Because, mainstream TV, they only have a certain amount of talk, on topics. Now, don't get me wrong, they still talk about Timoko, but because a show only goes for, 30 minutes to an hour, some of the clubs that aren't as big, they don't get as much airtime. But Timoko, for me, to start the year, he's in the top, top 5. I mean, it's been a fucking crazy start to the year for centres, though.
Oh, yeah. They're back, aren't they, in a big
Centres
way?
are back in a
Year of the
big
centre.
way. Year of the centre. Because you got Taylor May, crazy start. Tungall, crazy start. Selwyn Cobbo,
Yeah.
pretty crazy start.
Justin Olam.
Olam, crazy start.
Minus that bad game, Val Holmes has been unbelievable.
Yeah, then you got Labor that was killed it when he
yeah.
played. There's so many centres. But, Timoko is right up there. Outside of that, just a really, really good performance in my opinion. I think that if they can just find a way to go into the market to recruit a couple of big names, this team, it feels like they're a lifetime away from a premiership threat. But when they perform like they do right now, they really are only two being, conservative, probably 3. If they could land 2, put it this way. If they could land 1 massive signing and 2 young guns explode, they're a premiership threat, in my opinion. So, for example, let's say they find an incredible number 9 and Strange. Let's say Strange explodes. They sign a big number 9 and Chevy Stewart comes through and kills it at fullback. All of a sudden, you go, well, we've got a premiership level forward pack. We've got a premiership level mentality. You know what I mean? It's not as far off as you would. I mean, I've been guilty of it too. I thought they were going to slide massively, but at the moment, they're looking red hot.
Especially if a Trey Mooney or someone kicks on as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
I'll tell you what, when you have a look at the depth in their forward pack, and
Mental.
there's a number of teams in this competition that could desperately need some of those guys. Titans just lost Tino. Geez, you could get a decent little player swap there.
Well, you'd be going if you're Titans right now and you have got money, you're going after Trey Mooney, 1 million %.
Reach out to South Sydney. They've got Peter Mamazella sitting there not playing first grade. He could be so many teams in this competition would give so much to have some of those Raiders forwards.
Yeah.
There's opportunity there.
Yeah, absolutely.
They got a few more coming back in. They're playing the Sharks this weekend who are missing quite a few forwards, a little bit off their game as well at the moment. This just leapt off the page. I mean, the Raiders, $2.60 against the Sharks
it's
this weekend.
juicy.
Shark Park.
Yeah, it's at Shark Park.
If
That's
you're
okay. They've just gone over to New Zealand and nearly beat the Warriors.
If you follow me on feed, that might be might throw a cheeky little something on that.
Yeah.
Raiders, maybe even a cheeky multi.
Yeah.
So give us a follow on Sportsbet feed.
We'll get to the tips later, but bit of food for thought there.
There you go. Boom. There you go. Now, don't forget, guys, Tim Zoo is in a unified world title fight this Sunday against 6'6". His nickname's the Towering Inferno. Sebastian Fundora, live from Vegas on Sunday, 31st March, 11 a.m. New South Wales time? No. Yes. Yes, New South Wales time. So the card starts 11 a.m. New South Wales time. It's exclusive to main event. Order on KO Sports. No subscription is needed for that. The link's in the show notes. If you are going to order it, guys, make sure to use that link so that we can show where the bloke community is going to order that fight. And that does really, really good for us, guys, in regard to our partnership with KO, because the more people that use that link, then they go, well, we want to stay on with bloke because we get, the community backs us, all that good stuff. So use the link in the show notes. Now let's get into it, shall we?
Just quickly, Canberra Raiders are 5 from their last 7 at Shark Park.
Ooh,
Love that.
And also, like, Raiders love down and dirty. Like Shark Park, yes, it's a Bermuda Triangle of rugby league, as the great Gus Gould said.
Yep.
Raiders, they're literally Vikings, bro.
Yeah. Exactly. Do we need to draw you a diagram?
Yeah, seriously.
They love it.
They raided an entire fucking continent.
Yep.
You think they can't go to fucking Shark Park?
We'll wait and see. $2.60.
Don't clip that up if they lose, please. Also, Vikings known to be, they can be hit or miss.
Yeah.
Because there would have been plenty of Vikings that missed the coast of the British Isles.
Not these Vikings, though. They got a bit of dog in them, as we've seen.
Yep.
First 2 games of the season. So
Not cat dog areas, but dog.
yeah. Exactly.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, Hammy.
Thank you. I'm glad. And likewise, straight back at you.
Well, who's picking up what? It's an exchange of gifts.
Whatever's been put down, it's all been picked up. You can rest assured of that.
Roosters defeat the Rabbitohs, but before we get into that, Grilled have a brand new store in Top Ride. And don't forget, every time your team wins, you get a free grilled burger the Monday after the game. Head to the link in the show notes, follow the prompts, which include picking your footy team and signing up to the Grilled loyalty program called Relish. Then if your team wins, you get a 2-for-1 burger voucher to use on the following Monday in store. So sign up. The link's in the show notes, guys. This has been going crazy. So make sure before we've got a cap set amount. So once this amount of sign-ups happen, I actually don't think we can offer that deal anymore. So make sure to sign up. So for the whole season, you're bloody getting a free burger every Monday if your team wins. You're kidding me. It's unbelievable. Massive thank you to Grilled. Beautiful burgers. Chips are my go. I love their chips. I think their chips are mad. And also, they've got a brand new store in Top Right, so make sure to head in there. And a massive thank you for Grilled to partnering with the show. Let's get into it, shall we? Roosters defeat the Rabbitohs 48-6. What a performance from the Roosters. It's almost like a game of two halves. It's almost a tale of two halves where you've got an incredible outing by the Roosters, but also, couldn't have gone much worse for the Rabbitohs. Like, genuinely couldn't have gone much worse. We'll stick to the Roosters initially. Really, really good game from the Roosters. And what is so exciting is a question that's been asked for a few years now at the Roosters is that, okay, this halves pairing, I know they haven't played that much together, but Sam Walker-Keary, is it really working? Is it not working? Now, it's only one game, so this doesn't mean that Sam Walker and Sandon Smith are definitely, going forward what you would go with. But there's at least some evidence that they absolutely can work well together. They don't get, they don't get shy in the bright lights. Sam Walker had arguably his best game in quite a while. Sandon Smith was outstanding. Dom Young, incredible. Just an all-around positive. There's so many positives to take out of this as a Roosters fan, with very, very little negatives outside of injuries, which we'll get to. Potentially Terrell May, definitely Lindsay Collins. What do you think of this game, Guru?
Mate, I love the performance of Sandon Smith. I think there is a real genuine chance here that there is a better halves pairing with those two. And Keary, how you make that work, I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. Do we have any word on Keary when he's...
Well, you'd assume he'd be back at least probably this week, you'd assume. It's 11-day stand down, unless they've got an early game, maybe.
Even with his history and just how cautious the Roosters have been over the last few years?
Just says to be confirmed. They are the first game this week, and they played the Sunday game
following week. So maybe they might
Maybe
give him
not,
2 weeks off.
yeah.
And they've got, with Sandon and Sam playing so well, as long as Sam Walker doesn't get to the 11-day stand down, so they're thinking that he gets 11-day stand down, but the Roosters are saying it's not even concussion, it's his neck.
Yeah, right.
Because they gave it a Cat 1 straight away, which was quite surprising. Look, I do think Sam Walker was concussed. I know he was grabbing his neck, but when he went down, it looked like he was a bit dazed. But do I think it was so dramatic that he should be automatically ruled out for 11 days? I don't know if I do agree with that. But, I mean, I'm not a doctor, so fuck, what do I know?
You had me fooled.
Really? Well, just shows you my analysis is quite good there, Guru. Appreciate the compliment.
Yeah, no worries. Also not a doctor, just to be clear, but
A doctor of rugby league.
sure, I'll take it.
Just cough for me.
So at least they'll look. They've got obviously his safety, Luke Keary's safety, is number one priority. But also, they've got the external reasoning of like, you know what? These guys played well together. We don't need to rush him back. Maybe we give these boys another crack at it.
Just Panthers Thursday night. It's going to be a cracker.
Jeez, that's probably not the best game to I mean, look, they got to play big games regardless, but it's a tough game to get a crack in.
Mate, I personally, I've been a huge fan of Sandals for a long time. I don't reckon that'll rattle him. Mate,
I don't necessarily mean him getting rattled. I just mean that, them targeting him.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm not saying you're saying that. I just genuinely, I think Sandal Smith will go there to take on Panthers. I think he'll be okay. I think he's, obviously the Roosters, they got a pretty rich history of going out and buying halves. I reckon they got their guy in their building, the next guy.
At the very least, they've got a guy that has shown he deserves an opportunity. I thought he was outstanding, and he seemed to complement him and Sam Walker seemed to gel really, really well and really quickly.
What about when he did like that half volley kick? And you'd say, fluke or whatever, but he wasn't trying to do that exact thing, but he knew what he was doing in that moment.
He was still kicking to a spot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It didn't fling off the side of his boot. He directly aimed it to his winger, and he nailed it.
It was incredible.
I kind of, I don't know if I disagree, but I think that he intentionally did that.
I think but I'm sure he wasn't trying to put it on that exact spot for Manu to come to, but the thought process was there just to lob it up and drop it in that general area. And the way that he struck it was wild. I really like it.
Because in my head, I'm thinking in his perfect world, it landed where he hoped it would.
Yeah, fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was like, I'm going to try and kick this. If it just gets in that area, that's good. But my hope is that it lands exactly where it did. And then Manu just to steam onto it the way he did, get the catch. Sam Walker, isn't it just you look on the other side of things, the Lockie Ellis situation, but, Sam Walker got dropped last year. He's been outstanding to start the season. And, on the weekend, just showed you that, the path to a really good 7, it's not just a direct line. It really isn't. You can even look at Nathan Cleary. The year in 2019, before they went on their run, a lot of Panthers fans won't admit this. They'll pretend it never happened. They'll just be like, I don't know what you're talking about. They were calling for his head, and they were calling for Ivan Cleary's head. And if you want to pretend that wasn't happening, you are absolutely lying. And it's just more evidence that the direction to a good half, it's up and down. It takes time. Everyone's path is different. And maybe Sam Walker, he had that breakout year, just need a little step back to take a step forward. So he started the year that way anyway.
Yeah, and Robbo's got this incredible record of dropping guys back to reserve grade. Did it with Latrell, did it with Manu, did it with Sam Walker. He's just done it with Wong over the last week or so. I mean, even Angus Crichton and Connor Watson dropped them back at the start of the season. They came in, went great guns. Is it just the most sickening thing of all time that with 25 minutes to go, the Roosters can go, let's chuck Angus Crichton on?
It's a joke.
It's off its head.
It's actually a joke. What do you think of the Roosters, Hammy?
Very impressive and good to see their whole backline kind of in full flight. They're another team that can kind of hit you from everywhere. Yes, they're probably playing a little bit of an understrength kind of team, but out of that starting back 5, 4 of them scored tries, 3 of them got, 3 of them scored tries, 2 of them got doubles. Sam Walker, very impressive as well, as you touched on. They looked real impressive, and it's great to see Dom Young, obviously got rewarded Team of the Week, just to see those dreadlocks in full flight, steaming down the right touchline.
Does he, at what age does he change his name to Dom Old?
That is a great question.
Because you can't be like little baby forever.
No.
There you go, something to think about.
Something for Dom to think about.
It's like when Michael Youngfield made his debut.
Yeah. Michael Oldfield. Shout out to Michael Oldfield.
Still doing the damn thing.
Yeah.
No one,
Matty's just
nothing.
got it. I thought it was good.
It was good. It just took me.
It was quite
over
obscure
there.
too. Like, it's not like he's a superstar.
It was a little bit off the beaten
Superstar
track,
to us.
but I liked that we kind of had to work for it.
Yeah.
So it kind of worked. But hey, super impressive. Back to the Chookies. Tedesco as well. Seems to be starting to hit his straps again, which is good to see. That was super impressive, and it's going to be interesting to see how they be a bit more of a test for him against the Panthers this week.
You mentioned their backline, mate. Something that stood out for me. Billy Smith was available, played reserve grade, got injured, unfortunately. All the best to Billy. But 18th man, Michael Jennings.
Yeah, wow. Jeez, that's
When
crazy.
Billy Smith was fit and available, they went with Michael Jennings at 8.
They're so stacked. It's actually ridiculous. Teddy. Let's talk about Teddy. You'd never count a champion out. I
Yep.
think people were very quick to say Teddy was done. Still got a long year ahead of him, but he's definitely not done. He's currently leading the Dally M's after 3 rounds. What I love the most about this game, first 2 tries, or at least his first 2 assists or whatever, and it says he only got 1 assist here. I'm pretty sure he had 2 ball playing assists for a try, but anyway, it was ball playing. And I think that there were many occasions on the weekend where he specifically went out the back and was thinking, not necessarily ball play first, but he wasn't just thinking, I'm going to run no matter what here, or run first. He was thinking, okay, what's my role in this shape? My role is, the purpose of the shape is to create space for people outside me. The purpose of the shape actually isn't for me to break the line. And I think you're starting to see Teddy go, okay, instead of me going, I'm so good, I can break the line at times, I'm going, whatever the purpose of the shape is, let me try to execute that first. If I don't, then I will rely on my gifts of explosiveness, of speed. And I thought he's nailed the balance. Like, his balance right now is as good as he's ever been in regards to choosing when to pass, choosing when to run. I thought he was outstanding.
We said it in the preseason, less is more with James Tedesco sometimes. That's sort of what we called for this year, and we're seeing it so far with Teddy. And, he looks amazing at the moment. I'll tell you who else, Kempy's sort of applying that same thought process. Less is more, Victor Radley.
Yep. Super simple game plan for Victor at the moment. Run hard, tackle hard, a little bit of ball playing.
And it doesn't shock me in the slightest. As soon as the Roosters start to play some good footy, it's when Victor Radley is on the field for 80 minutes and is available.
Yeah. And he's just playing like, it sounds silly, but he's playing calmly.
Yep.
Like, there's not really any situations where you're going, oh, he's about to go across the edge there. He's playing super calm. He's getting through his work. And look, the purist in me is like, I loved the old Victor. That's what made the game entertaining. But the guy that wants to see Radley succeed and become who we know he can become is like, I love that for him.
Is that fatherhood?
Is it? That's the question we have to ask ourselves by the end of this show. Is fatherhood allowing the ones you love to grow in the way they want to grow? Or is it guiding a young man to greatness? We'll answer that by the end of the show, guys.
Victor Dudley. He's flying.
Very good.
Or is fatherhood getting your head farted on in the middle of the night? We'll never know. Well,
Por kilos nos dos.
It's a bit of je ne sais quoi about fatherhood, that's for sure. Okay, so Teddy. Okay, here's an even tougher question for you. Is he the front runner for the New South Wales jersey right now?
I don't know.
And the people that say it's too early, it's friggin' round 3. We're only 7-8 weeks away, baby.
I think he is, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
He's closer than he was. I'd still have Tommy Turbo.
Joe
for sure.
Tommy Turbo, you'd go?
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, I'm torn. I'd probably, at the moment, I'd say him and Tommy Turbo and Teddy are neck and neck.
Oh, yeah. Agreed with that.
I might just lean towards Tommy, only because Teddy has been fullback for a few years now and it hasn't worked.
Yep.
But put it this way, he's way further up the pecking order than I think a lot of people thought he would be.
Yep.
I think, though, that when push comes to shove, and I think it'll be the reality of it, you can play Turbo somewhere else and get a lot out of him.
Would you put him at 14?
Who, Turbo?
Teddy. Would you put Teddy at 14?
Nah.
No.
Need 2 9s.
Okay. You don't reckon he could do a job? 20 minutes? Origin? That motor?
At hooker? Or
Yeah,
no.
hooker. 20 minutes? If he had to?
Oh, this feels very Brad Fittler-y, Kempy. No.
No?
No, I'm picking 2
I
9s.
was asking the question.
Yep.
Abby?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think so.
So it's either fullback or he's out.
Yeah, for me, yes. And I wonder if do they go Turbo in the centres again, as they've done many times before?
See, I reckon you've got so many fucking throbbers in your centre position. It's like,
Who are they at the moment? Because I don't think Latrell can be in there based on how he's going at the moment. Who do you think they're the
well, you
other-
got Stephen Crichton.
Yep.
You got Tungol.
Yep.
Taylor May even. I think he's eligible. Then you've obviously got Bradman Best from last year.
Yeah. Not wrong. Maybe you do get... Yeah, well, I'm with you, though, in that he is definitely closer now than he was end of last year.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's been outstanding.
Yep.
What do you got there, Matty?
Oh, no, nothing. I was going to say I'd think about putting Critter as one of the wingers so you can fit in one of those centres and then have Turbo at the back. I reckon that'd be the most stacked backline ever.
So you'd go Trell, Tommy, Teddy.
No, I'd go Turbo, Trell at centre, and then put Toto and Critter as the wingers, and then one of those other guns like Tungo or someone can be.
See, I
at the
reckon
centre.
if I'm going to put another winger, it'd be probably at the moment Suoliti and To'o. Who else has been killing it? Anyway, we'll get into that. Okay, let's talk about Dom Young. Holy moly. He was absolutely outstanding. 12 tackle breaks, 3 line breaks, a try, 2 try assists. Are we looking at a kid that we thought he was good at the Knights, but we actually haven't gotten even close to how good he's going to be?
Yeah, quite possibly. And I'll tell you what, like my biggest fear with Dom Young 12 months ago when we were sitting here was that just defensively, he was just all over the place. I know he'll get all the praise in the world for all of the attacking upside and all the big plays he comes up with, but mate, defensively, I think he's improved so much in the last 12 months, and I don't think he gets enough credit for it. And fuck, if I was some of the coaching stuff up there at Newcastle, God, I'd be filthy. Because, God, they did some fantastic work with Dom Young. It obviously shows in top try scorer, but, mate, he was an absolute lock every week to bet on the tries, the winger against him for a try. And I just think he's improved so much. So full credit to Dom Young on both sides of the ball. No one will talk about the defense, but I think he's done very well there. Attacking wise, he is an absolute juggernaut.
And I genuinely believe, we're talking about a guy in his 3rd year of NRL. So this is a guy that could mature in, could improve, 10 to 15%. You look at most NRL players' career trajectory, usually they've got at least another 10 to 15% in them to their peak, So, yeah, he was an absolute handful. Some concerns. Lindsay Smith looks like he's done his hammy. Lindsay Collins, it looked like he's done his hammy. And also, Terrell May did pull up in looked like a calf injury. Now, I'm not sure if there's any word on that. If they both are injured with soft tissue, the concern, I guess, is are they too up for the start of the season? Did they come into the season too red hot? Or it could just be purely luck. You just don't know. But I guess the question has to be asked. Losing May and Collins, that's pretty massive.
Yeah, for sure.
If they lose it, sorry.
If they lose him, yeah.
Collins definitely looks like he's done his hammy.
Yeah, I think if they can lose one of them, you can obviously bring Egan Butcher and White. Mate, I'm excited to see White get more minutes. He's been unreal the last 2 weeks.
I'm a big fan of White.
When we were up at Redcliffe, I didn't get to watch the Manly Roosters game overly closely, and I went back and watched part of it during the week, and mate, he was everywhere. He was very impressive. You got Egan Butcher to come back in. You can play Angus Crichton as a middle. I just the one that it'll sound bizarre because Lindsay Collins is an Australian front rower, but I think if they lose Terrell May, that'll almost hurt him more. The impact he has coming off the bench is massive.
His consistency is actually crazy at the moment. Every week he's giving you an 8 or 9 out of 10 every week. And it's a very unique thing that he offers. He can guarantee essentially 2 offloads a game, guarantee a bunch of post-contact, very rarely misses tackles, quite error-free too for a guy that can offer so much. Yeah.
When we're talking about all these front row forwards, and it was game 300 in the front row, I thought JWH was good. First game back in a few months, he was very impressive. The stats don't really tell the story, but just everything he does, he's just out to hurt.
Yeah.
I love that in every tackle, he somehow gets himself in a spot where he has to push down on the opposition and get in their face and just niggle on every single play. And, to get to 300 games in the front row is unbelievable. And to me, I look around and I talk to other fan bases and everyone seems to hate JWH. That means he's done his job incredibly well.
Yeah. If you want to know why he has made 300 games in the front row, go and watch the last 10 minutes. The game's over. They're up by 30 points minimum. He's like a dog off the leash. He is looking for contact. He wants something to happen. He's almost hoping that a niggle ignites a fire so that something can happen. And that's for a guy in his 300th game for the club, also played so many games in the front row, very easily could have been, you know what, I'm just going to play it safe, simple, get line speed, get back, get line speed. No, he's hunting it. He's hunting it.
When you have a look at, just the history of the Roosters, Anthony Minicello's played the most games for the club, 306. JWH just knocked up 293. So he could become the most capped Rooster of all time in the front row.
And also, he's not a front rower that's a stat patter. He's in the tough stuff.
Yeah.
He's taking the toughest carries you can take.
Yep.
And when you have a look at the Roosters, top 6 or 7 players, Orbison, Minicello, Ricketson, Rhea Hargraves, Friend Tupu, he's the only one that's played for another club too.
Insane.
He arrived there and just fit in straight away. I think it's 4 grand finals, 3 premierships. Unbelievable.
Quick shout out, Brandon Smith. I thought he was outstanding.
Yes, yeah.
Brandon Smith is outstanding. I'm just trying to look. Anything else on the Roosters?
No, good to see the Cheese getting into his work.
Okay, now on to the Rabbitohs. Okay, so people that are saying, season's over, dramatic in my opinion. I think it was way too early to tell. People that, there's not many people that think this, but people that think that there's nothing wrong there, I also think is incorrect. There are big concerns for that club. There is clearly something more than just not good form, in my opinion. Now, I don't think I'm not saying that something specifically has happened that is dividing them. What I do think is currently the environment at the club is nowhere near where it should be. And we're seeing that with the performances that they're putting on. And I said it after the game last week as well, but there needs to be some really harsh conversations and really honest conversations that it may set people offside. But the thing with the Rabbitohs now is they cannot continue like this, in my opinion. I cannot for the life of me seeing the Rabbitohs make the 8 playing this level of footy. Now, we say it every single week since the season started. It's not the fact that they lost to essentially, teams that we expect to be in the top 4. It's just the way they're losing. They have not put together even a half of good footy yet. Maybe 10 minutes here, 20 minutes there. There are real concerns at the club at the moment, in my opinion. I think Lockie Ilias, if you're a Lockie Ilias man, you will be vindicated in he absolutely was not the problem. Because and not to say that the Rabbitohs were saying it was he was the problem, but I do think a lot of fans like to put the blame on his shoulders as to why they're playing the way they did. I think that the evidence has shown that the issues are far deeper than just a 7. So is their season over? Absolutely not. Are there massive concerns in that club that need to be sorted that clearly has nothing to do with the playing roster in regards to the standard of playing roster, nothing to do with crazy injuries, in my opinion. Yes, they are missing a couple, but everything to do with clearly the culture isn't where it should be if they want to win a premiership.
They've lost their DNA. They really have. And, I've got a couple of ideas of things that I would do to change the side, but, I'll give you the hot tip. You could play Joey at halfback. If that forward pack isn't going to compete in the NRL, it doesn't matter who you've got in the halves. It doesn't matter who your fullback is. This is a forward pack that is underachieving massively for me, in my opinion. And I look at some of the decisions that have been made around this team this season, and even in the last 6 months, and I walk away from South Sydney games having more questions than answers. You take this halfback situation. You watched them for the last 10 weeks of last season. You watched Ilias as the halfback not be able to get them out of that, which Ilias is a young halfback. There's other stars in that team that probably should have had more influence. They didn't. You then had the entire off-season to decide, okay, is Ilias our guy? Are we going to go with Hawkins? Are we going to do something else? They went with Ilias. They also started this season by moving Keon Kolomatangi away from the right-hand side. They moved him over to the left. So they took away the guy that he's worked with, his bodyguard on that edge. Then they get 2 games in when everyone's underperforming and Ilias is the problem. Mm. He gets dropped. He goes back to reserve grade and has a really good game there. What shit me even more is that mid-game, JD goes, let's swap Host and Keon Kolomatangi.
And I thought Keon, from what I remember, played really, really well.
No, but the other thing is as well, because he's put Keon on the left, this is what I spoke about in the preseason, because he's put Keon on the left and Keon's got so much upside and ability, they've changed how they attack on the left side as well to try and use Keon.
But also, you're affecting Keon's progression as well, because he has to change the way he plays. And I know he had a couple errors or whatever, but I thought out of one forward in that pack that ripped and teared, I thought he ripped and teared.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't understand the moves that this club has made. If there's one thing you were never going to change, it's the left edge, isn't it? Mm. It's been the best left edge in rugby league for a long time. You've got Alex Johnson about to chase down Ken Irvine. Mm. We've been looking at that record for 60 years going, no one will ever get near it. Yeah. And now they change how they attack on that left edge. It just seems bizarre to me. Playing Cam Murray on the edge last week, he's the most complete 13 in rugby league. What are we doing?
Mm. Yeah, there are some decisions that I just do not understand. There are absolutely some decisions I don't understand. I actually think... So I thought the Ilias one was probably a couple of weeks too early, but I actually think this has helped Ilias's case because let's say he plays this game and they go and get pumped. We're all going to be sitting here, like it's not all us, but a lot of Rabbitohs fans and also Rabbitohs as a club has that scapegoat ready to go. Like, oh yeah, it's the young heart. It's a 7. It's a 7. It's actually helped Ilias because it's like clearly not the 7. Clearly not the 7.
But it's really fucked Hawkins.
Yeah.
Hey, mate, here's a forward pack going backwards. Here's 40,000 against the Roosters on Friday night. Good luck.
It's a very strange time to be bringing in a guy that hasn't played much NRL as the starting 7, and also is very similar to Ilias. So it's not like you're getting a complete. It's not like you're getting a Cooper Cronk and then like a Sam Walker difference.
Yep.
You're getting quite a similar-ish player. And I've said, as we said before, the problem with the Rabbitohs, I know they didn't score many points here, but the problem was their defence. It wasn't really their attack that was a major concern.
Even David Moali starts the other night. Took him off after 15 minutes. He played a grand total of 22 minutes in that game. Talis Duncan played 22 minutes. Well, I've always really liked JD as a coach. I think that, there was last year when he hooked Ilias in that game and everyone gave him all the shit in the world. And I said, fuck, I would have done the same thing. And Ilias played a really good 3 or 4 weeks after that. He was very good. But the decisions that are being made here, I can't work it out. And, Cody Walker's a 5'8". I don't think he's a halfback, but I think that he might be their best option at halfback at the moment.
He may be. Look, if I'm selecting at the moment, I'm selecting 17 of the best defenders in my squad at the moment. Just the toughest defensive side possible. Because, it's a mixture of two things. This is the second week there, the completion rate's been really poor, 69, 70% completion rate. And you're never going to get close to winning games with that unless you're, a Brisbane Broncos that have like crazy. That's just the way they play. But the Rabbitohs don't play like that. They're not. Ironically, even though they've got incredible flair in Walker and Trell, they're actually quite a structured side, getting to points on the field and stripping people of numbers.
That's the other decision that I couldn't make sense of. Like last week, he moved Cam Murray to the edge, and he looked around at the squad and said, "Who's the guy to play 13? Shaq Mitchell's my guy." Misses the 17 this week.
Yeah, there's a lot that's...
And that's the whole thing. Like I said before, the forward pack needs to stand up. You have a look at reserve grade. Shaq Mitchell and Michael Cheekham are the only first graders down there. But they don't really have much threat to swap them over for guys.
Yeah. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Are they a little bit stuck now, is what I reckon? Now that they've brought in Hawkins, you can't just have him in for 1 week and then sack him off again, can you? They're going to have to give him a couple of weeks to show what he's got. Can't really make sense of some of that sort of stuff as well. Havili starting as well over Cook. What did you kind of make of that?
Look, I didn't mind that if you're going to go down the route of get Havili on there to get through the shit work.
Yep.
If that's the reason, then I'm like, you know what? That's a relatively decent tactical decision. But if you're doing it to punish Cook, I disagree. I actually don't think Cook's been that bad in my opinion.
I would assume it was tactical.
Surely.
Yeah, and I think that's a good move. I really like that move. They just got blown off the park early, unfortunately. But I think it makes sense, mate. Like Damien Cook's getting older. You quite often have a look at Damien Cook's stats at the end of each game, and he's got 50 tackles, but he's got 4 or 5 missed. And vast majority of the time, 4 of those 5 missed are in the last 20 minutes. Because he's been through so much work earlier. I really like the move of playing Havili in the first 20 minutes, then using him as a middle forward later. I mean, it didn't pay dividends in this game, obviously, but I actually think that's good coaching.
Yeah, and we've been a fan of that kind of rotation of having that defensive hooker on for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
In regards to some positives for the game, I thought Jackie Whiten was outstanding. And if there's one shining beacon that you can look to and go, well, there's 2. Cam Murray worked his ass off, but we get that. We expect that. Mm-hmm. But it's like Jackie Whiten is leading from the front with his actions. He's like ripping and tearing. I actually thought he gave Joey Manu some big problems at times there. And so like hopefully that can be the catalyst of like, boys, if our recruit is bringing this kind of energy, we got to bring similar energy. But do they need to shake things up even more? Do they need to move some key positions? Like, does Trell need to consider in the centres? You've got Gray down in reserve grade that looked absolutely electric on the weekend. Or, do they put Jackie Whiten at 6 to shore up their, is there big changes that need to be made?
Look, I would be making changes. I would probably bring Jai Gray up to first grade. I would probably play him at 5'8", and I'd leave Cody Walker at 7. I would hand the keys to him. I love the idea of playing Jack there, mate, but the reality is if Jack's not playing centre, who is? Richie Kennar, like, with all due respect to him, has shown defensively he's just not up to that role. Teams will just pick him out and go at him there. But, mate, at the end of the day, you do whatever the fuck you want to the spine. If your pack's going to play like how they have been, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, and that's why I am, like, I'm asking the question, but I'm reluctant to make changes to the back line until their forward pack is sorted.
Yeah.
And their forward, like, you know, Kepi had another error coming on the field, which is really disappointing because, his first game he was incredible. Havili had a couple errors, and they're just not working as a pack. Like, their line speed isn't there. Defensively, as you said, it's just the DNA. They don't look like Southside. They don't look like a Southside when they're playing. There's no real a type of rugby league that they're playing.
Mate, I thought it was the most frustrating moment of the entire weekend. And they go in at halftime, they're getting absolutely trounced. You're looking for something to bounce back. They couldn't get past second tackle in the second half. Like, it was...
What I don't get is, like, with these errors, it's a very simple. Like, surely JD is being harsher on them when they make these errors. For them to continue to come out and drop balls, that's not a talent thing. That's a purely what your expectations are as a player. And look, I get it if you go through a little patch or whatever, but it's been quite a while now. I know they completed okay round 1, but their errors, weren't they had the worst completion rate or something last year? Something was really bad with them last year.
As you said, just their effort areas, mate. If you take the Canberra Raiders' effort and attitude, put it in this bunny squad, you're a shit-in top 4 side.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, and there's no questioning it. But they're just... I always look back to last year, and a trend I noticed was South Sydney, and me and Matty spoke about it quite a bit last year. You had Harm, Sele, and Totola, and when one of them was out, South Sydney just couldn't fire a shot. But I sort of thought, you know what? Harm, Sele, he's gone, but they'll move Jairo into the middle, and that'll cover a lot. They ended up playing Arrow on the edge. They've now lost him. And they need another forward to stand up. Totola can't do it all on his own.
And, I mean, you're probably hoping that Kepi would be that guy, but unfortunately, the last 2 games, what do you got there, Matty?
They averaged 11 errors last year, which actually, in comparison, wasn't the worst, but they're currently got the most errors this year.
So they're like mid-table for errors last year, and now they've got the worst errors this year.
Yeah.
And that's where as well, like, if South Sydney are a little bit similar to the Broncos for me. If they're making errors, on paper it doesn't look good. And I go, okay, but how are they making those errors? They move the football around. They take risks in their game. If they're making errors like that, I can sort of wear it. They're making errors going one-out hit-ups.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
That's the frustrating thing. Like, they're not even giving themselves an opportunity to play some decent football. They're standing in their own way.
And, like, what I don't understand is, like, surely they should be too scared to make those errors. Like, me personally, like, I was too scared to, like, let the team down, to let the coach down, and that's what's surprising me at the moment is that they're definitely not okay with making the errors, but is there enough of a punishment for the errors? I don't know whether there is. Is JD pushing the standards hard enough? Like, okay, you look at the Storm. A lot of the time, it looks like a lot of those blokes are shit scared to make an error because Bellyache will lose his mind. Now, I understand Bellyache and JD are different. Belliache's one of the greatest all time. I get that. But I just wonder, is there enough onus on the little things in the game at the moment with South?
And this is where...
And it's just a question. We'll never know.
Yeah.
We can sit here. All we can do is judge the results. And at the moment, they've got the most errors of any club in the NRL for this year.
You have a look at... He's dropped a number of guys this year in only 3 games. He dropped Gagai after 1 game. Kennar's been dropped.
All
Illies
rookies,
has
though.
been dropped. All rookies.
Yeah.
There's no one walking into Heffron on a Monday morning going, oh, fuck, I'm under a bit of pressure here.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder what would happen if he walked in on Monday and said, Latrell, Cody, you're playing reserve grade this week. That's it. I wonder if he would get a response out of them then.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they deserve it or I would do that, but something's got to change, surely.
Something's got to change. I think we will see that if we get to, like, I don't know, round 6 or 7 and this is still continuing. I do think there'll be extreme, like, dramatic droppings.
Yeah, but even
if they don't deserve it, it's just to send a message.
Yeah, send a message. And once again, I think it all comes down to the forward pack, though.
Yeah.
That's what they've just got to stand up. They've got to.
Concern is though, is like who?
Well, mate, that's the biggest problem. Until Jairo gets back, I don't know who it's going to be. Cam Murray can't possibly do anything more than what Cam Murray is doing. Like,
mate, that bloke deserves a better holy.
The next up, Good Friday, they got the Dogs.
Who looked great.
They did look good.
Yeah.
How's this?
I know it's the Titans, but
How's this for the market though? Rabbitohs $1.48 favourites. Dogs $2.66. Based on what we saw on the weekend,
I'm honestly.
I'll be letting the Dogs out.
it's not even what we've seen on the weekend. It's what we've seen this month.
Well, okay, here's a good analogy or comparison. Even when the Dogs lost their first 2 rounds, what did we all say? They ripped and teared.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
They ripped and teared. Can we say that this Rabbitohs side is ripping and tearing as much as they should be? I don't think
Well,
so.
they're giving away penalties on the first tackle of the game. Like that, to me, is a reflection of
Ill discipline.
the attitude and ill discipline.
And that's the hard thing for a coach. And again, we don't know if this is the case, but if it is the case that JD has been more of a relaxed coach, and almost a bit in the Wayne Bennett mold, maybe, tried to be, the hard thing is once you've set the standard of I'm a relaxed coach, very hard to now turn into, no, I'm a absolute dictator coach.
And this is what makes it so difficult coming in after Wayne, because no one else can do it the way that Wayne does it. No one else has the runs on the board like Wayne does. And, you sit there, everyone says, do an apprenticeship under Wayne. Good as gold. The bloke says 3 words.
Yeah.
Like, he does everything by actions. He like, from what
His
I've gathered
aura-
from talking,
his
he's
aura
all
does
aura.
most of the work, yeah.
And he's earned that, and credit to Wayne. But, geez, it's hard to come in after him. Like, even this Dolphin side, like, you look at them and go, fuck, they're resilient, they're tough, they punch above their weight. Like, very interesting to see how Wolf goes next year. It's going to be it's a tough gig.
That's probably the hardest follow-up in the comp.
It, without a doubt, it's the farthest, Jesus. Got a bit of rain about me. It's the hardest follow-up in rugby league history.
Yeah. So, look, definitely problems at the Rabbitohs. I guess the hard thing trying to, give your opinion on it is so many decisions have been made that don't seem to follow a trend that it's hard to identify, like, what exactly is the problem.
Yeah.
But if I had to guess, it does look like a side that is absolutely not meeting the standard that you would expect of a premiership threat side. Put it this way, if I went to their training for a couple of weeks, are they training with the same intensity as Penrith, as Storm? And when I say intensity, I don't necessarily mean the fitness of things. I mean a drop ball here, a drop ball there, all the little tiny things that you should be pulling up. Or at least the better sides, the premiership sides, probably do pull up. Are they doing it at training? I don't know if they are.
Mate, I would love to see Canterbury kick off on Friday, front row returns, and I'd love to see just Jack and Latrell get the next 2 hit-ups.
Yeah.
And just
Send a
run
message.
through a fucking brick wall.
Yeah.
You'll earn a penalty. You're the 2 hardest guys to tackle in this competition just about, and just change the momentum for South Sydney.
And it's like, it's not even about the result. It's just, I get it from when you're in Trell's mind, you're probably sitting there going, yeah, but I'm the tip of the spear. I'm the guy I'm the Ferrari. I'm the guy that gets us all the points. Yes, he absolutely is that guy. But right now, your team needs the other guy, which is 20 tough carries again. Well, not 20, 15 tough carries in the game, just to set the tone and let them know, boys, unless you start doing this, I can't be the tip of the spear. And I'm being wasted out here. So I'm going to come in and do it to show you and to help you. But at some point, you're going to have to follow my lead. I think Trell would.
Man, you get Latrell early, just taking it up and just doing what he normally doesn't do, and he can just turn momentum in this side. He's got the potential to turn a season in a moment.
Easily. And he's probably, at the moment, he's probably the only guy in that side that can do it.
Yep.
He's probably the only, it's on his shoulders. And this is why, he's a superstar. He's one of the greatest outside backs we've seen. But, that comes with a responsibility too. There's high expectations. And so it could be a defining moment for his career where he does step up and do something incredible. And if there is one guy that has the talent to do it, it's Trell. But it needs to happen sooner rather than later, because if they thought the pressure was a lot now, shit, wait till round 10 and you're sitting,
Mate, it needs to happen on Friday at 4:06 p.m. He needs to have influence straight away, because I said it last week. They just got trounced by 40 points by the Roosters. They play the Bulldogs this week. They're favourites to win that. It's Good Friday. Anything could happen there. They then go Warriors, Sharks, bye, Storm, Panthers. They could be sitting in round 9, 0-8, if they don't get this sorted very quickly.
And I think
they've also got the ability to be sitting in round 9 and 4-4 all of a sudden out of fucking nowhere.
And it's all good. Everything's fine. I also think, we're putting, did you say 30? Oh, fuck. And we're also, I think also onus needs to be put on JD that he needs to be decisive too. Like we can sit here and say, yep, Trell and Cody Walker need to lift them out of this 100%. But also JD needs to be decisive and make the correct decisions, in my opinion. And what are the correct decisions? I'm going to have a different opinion to him. But I do think that he has made coaching decisions that haven't necessarily been the right decisions. Yep. Even if you want to take out the Ilya situation, was it a week early? Was it not a week early? Even the Keon situation, like changing him halfway through the game, it's confusing to Keon. Like, what side is he? Is he on the left? Is he on the right? There's a lot of different things. Like, you get 2 weeks in, now Cookie's coming off the bench. Like, there are a lot of decisions. You've got Cam Murray heading to an edge. Tallis Duncan, is he the next great forward that we have or is he not? Because it doesn't look like they're fully backing him in. And yet last week, didn't he play quite a few minutes last week?
He played about 45 last week.
Yeah, so last week he plays 45. And then this week he plays 24 this week. And unless he's injured, apologies if he's injured, but this is all conflicting. Like, and am I talking out of school or does it seem conflicting?
No, yeah. And he had a disrupted preseason, what I was told last week. But, mate, you got a player like Tallis Duncan. Your back's against the wall at the moment. You just need to let the kid rip and tear.
Yeah, just trust him. Just trust him. Like, what else? It's got nothing else to lose.
What do you got to lose?
You've got no other forwards. And also, I rate Tallis Duncan. He's a gun. Anyway, we better move on. So, yeah, season not over, but definitely problems at the moment. Now, on to the Doggies defeating the Titans 32-0. I want to send a shout-out to Tino, the big fella. He's done his ACL. Devastating news. Devastating for, obviously, Titans. Devastating for Queensland. But mainly devastating for Tino. He's had an incredible last few years, and he's worked tirelessly to earn that reputation and being out for the whole season. I'm sure he's devastated. So hopefully it's just a smooth recovery and we see him back on the field next year. Doggies defeat Titans 32-0. Who saw this coming? Wow. What a performance from the Bulldogs. And what I loved the most about this performance from the Dogs was the effort was there in round 1 and round 2. But what I loved is there was a game plan there and they stuck to it. They were nailing the game plans, like hitting on the edge there. Like when you look at a guy like Kick Out, you look at his stats. Obviously, he had that try and the try assist. But when you look at his actual running stats of 15 runs, 122 metres, 55 post contact, 2 tackle breaks, you go, oh, he probably had a solid game. But if you actually watch the match, if he's not on that field applying like immense amount of pressure to the 3 defenders, 2, 3, and 4 defenders, their whole game plan's different. And that's what he was brought to the club to do. He doesn't have to have 10 tackle breaks, 3 line breaks, 6 offloads. What he has to do is there's an argument to be made that a player like Kikau and Olakau'atu, sometimes the threat of them is more important than the actual impact of what they do. And that's what Kikau did on the weekend, where he was constantly bending the line back, which would just turn the Gold Coast Titans defence into complete, a shamozzle. I thought Kikau was outstanding and probably the best game. Not probably, it was the best game he's played for the club.
It's the presence that he can bring. Olakau'atu is exactly the same, and you're right. They don't need all the stats in the world to have good games. I thought he was unreal. I thought Jacob Preston was very good as well, mate.
Oh, when's he not? Seriously?
He's just so tough, Jacob Preston. He's been such a good find for them. Mate, very impressive Canterbury, and you know what I love about this performance? It wasn't the Matt Burton show.
No.
They just played a really good brand of footy, and Matt Burton didn't have to overplay his hand, just played his role. I thought Hutcho with ball in hand, I think he had 1 error at one point, but I thought outside of that, he dictated terms really well as well. I still believe there is a halfback in Drew Hutchinson there. Kiraz, you mentioned him when you got to Team of the Week. Just multicultural around at Belmore, and Kiraz has an absolute blinder, mate. We've got Blue Wealth Property who sponsor our Supercoach show. Tony, who runs Blue Wealth Property, Lebanese heritage. And mate, when he talks about Kiraz, you would think it's his own son. Just takes so much pride.
Did Kiraz fart in his head?
He may have.
Still a deal.
Yeah,
But
make it real.
So many Canterbury fans just take so much pride that Jacob Kiraz is their guy, and they know the ability he's got. He just needs to stay injury free. And when you see him on the weekend, you understand just how much ability he has. He's just got so much to offer, Kiraz. Blake Wilson has been a great find. Came down from the Q Cup, came down from the Falcons. He's been fantastic. I think, did he knock up eight tackle breaks from Blake Wilson?
Yeah. Connor Tracy, friggin' 220 metres or something.
Unbelievable. And we've all sort of said, don't know if the Sting is his best spot. Probably still say that.
Yeah.
But he had a real rip and a tear there on the weekend, didn't he?
Absolutely. What do you think about the Doggies, Hammy?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just good to see. I think any of these teams that play at the small suburban grounds, when they are up and about, there's not much better. This is what rugby league is all about. They look good. You spoke already about Kickow. I thought, again, he was outstanding. So good to see him kind of finally hitting his straps there. Ran really hard. You touched on Preston too. I think both their back rows, they both got a try, both got through. They look like a real handful, but Doggies were... they were sensational. Obviously, the Titans a little bit disappointing, but you can only play what's in front of you, and I think they take some good momentum for this into the Good Friday game for sure.
Yeah, when you watch the game, if you ever needed a kind of an example of how important it is that you've got a squad that's all on the same page and like backing the coach, I think that game is a really good one for the Dogs, because I don't think the squad they had last year, I don't think they get close to winning the game by that much. And that might sound like something silly, because it's like, well, yeah, of course, they were so poor last year. But the reason why, because I don't think that squad bought into what Serraldo was about. I really don't. I don't think that squad agreed with the direction Serraldo was taking the team. This squad, though, it seems like they are all on board. And here's the main reason why I think that is obviously because of the effort in round 1 and round 2. But it's because they had a plan. What's the number one thing that you look for really when you're talking about effort areas? It's kick pressure. Because you can easily just go, stuff it. I'm tired. I just did a tackle. I'm not going to. What I loved about the Bulldogs is they had, first of all, it's smart by Serraldo. New rule, no longer any blockers on the kickers. So what does Serraldo do? He makes those first 3 defenders a non-negotiable to shoot out of the line and put kick pressure on the kicker. Because ironically, the last couple of years, it's almost been like, you know what, there's not even any point for kick pressure because I get a penalty on me. So Serraldo's gone the opposite direction going, hey, I may not be able to tackle the kicker, but I tell you what, if you got kick out Burton and Marnie shooting out of the line at you, that kick's going to be a lot harder. Those are effort areas. It's, okay, let's say you do it in the first 20 minutes, great stuff. They did it for 80 minutes against Tanner Boyd and completely shut his kicking game down. Like, he didn't have a second to breathe. And we'll get to the Titans side of things. I actually think Foran should have stepped in there and adjusted the game plan for Tanner Boyd. Maybe is it his groin that he did or his hammy?
I think it's a groin, yeah.
And maybe that was playing on his mind or something like that. But the Bulldogs, getting to good field position, doing the little things like crazy kick pressure shows me a side that, okay, can they mix it with the best teams? Probably not. But they play like they did on the weekend. They're going to beat far more teams than they beat last year. Far more. I know it's the Titans and they were really poor, but I think this Bulldogs side playing like that with a game plan for the bottom 8 sides are going to be a very tough game. And even for some of the top 8 sides, it's going to be a grind for a while, you know?
Yeah, for the first time you see a sense of direction for the Bulldogs.
Type of a game plan. When you're watching a set, you're like, okay, so I reckon Kickout's probably going to get on play 3. Okay, Kickout gets it. Burton, I reckon he might run it short. So, you know what I mean? There's going to be some predictors where you go, there's a game plan here, rather than last year where you're like, I have no idea who's getting the ball next.
Yeah, and like I have a look at they've improved every single week moving forward. I watched them against Parramatta early. I just thought, oh my God, this is going to be awful.
But then, look how good Parra's been. So maybe it was just because Parra's
for sure.
good. Yeah.
They then take on the Sharkies, and 25-6. You go, okay, they got smashed off the park. I think they were behind by 12. Well, I think they were behind by 6 with 13 minutes to go. They were well and truly in that. And then once again, as Hammy said, you can only play the fucking team that they put out in front of you. They did what they were meant to do. If
they beat them 32-0.
If the Panthers won 32-0, you'd go, oh yeah, that's what they were meant to do.
Yeah.
Canterbury's come out and done the same thing. So big test for them this week. South Sydney, they've got a few interesting weeks coming up. South Sydney, Roosters, Melbourne, Newcastle, into a bye. I hope we keep seeing them going in the same direction, because I think they will take a lot of confidence from that on the weekend.
Yeah, and it's, as I said, top tier sides, they'll probably still struggle against.
Yeah.
But when they get against the, one of the top, like a few of the sides that are in the bottom 8, and they play like that, they'll win most of those games. And as a Doggies fan, I know you want to be in the 8, but you've got to be, if you can beat most of the bottom 8 sides for the season, I think that's a pretty good season for you for where you guys were at, a few years ago.
Yeah.
What do you reckon about the doggies, Hammy?
Yeah, no, you're spot on. Well, they did what they had to do.
Did I already ask you that?
Yeah.
Okay.
What are your thoughts
bad.
again?
Well, they were great.
I want to know more of your thoughts.
Well, they were great. They played really well. As I said, their back row was elite. They kept it simple. They got to the end of their sets, and what do you say? 2 points, take that.
You know what you say? They were great.
They were great.
Reid Marnie. I thought he was his best game. Probably in a Bulldogs jersey. He made. He ran the ball at times. He was making smart decisions defensively. 46 tackles, only 3 misses. I still wish, there's 10 to go. You're up by 1,000. Get him off the field. I don't get that extra 10 minutes is so unnecessary. But anyway, that's just my opinion. But yeah, I thought Reid Marnie was definitely one of his better games, and hopefully he can just keep that up. And maybe, the extra game with Burton and Hutcho is exactly what he needed. And Taff, I thought Taff was better as well this game. So maybe that combination is just going to hopefully grow week on week.
Yeah, it is very nitpicky, but I agree with you. Surely you take Reid off. Give him a spell, don't you? I noticed that he played Curran for 45 minutes off the bench, which is a little bit less than what he usually does, and I think that makes sense. Reid would have been another one. Just on Curran, mate, I love everything he's doing. We just spoke about South Sydney. What would they do to have a guy like Curran on their bench?
Oh, mate.
Hey, you're a mad edge. You might be the best 13 at the club. You're not playing there. I just need you to play as a front row forward. And he just goes, yep. Pack my
Imagine how
shovel,
much
let's
he'd
go.
help Cam Murray.
Bloody oath.
Oh, crazy. Who else played good for you boys? Just trying to look. Stephen Crichton was a little bit quiet, but I thought he just played his role. Played his role well. You don't need him to, if you can win like this each week, I'm sure he's happy to do his job.
And mate, there was quite often games at Penrith where he was quiet too, but when the big games came and they needed him in the big moments, you knew he was always there.
Yeah. Thoughts on Salmon at 13? I don't mind Salmon at 13. He actually only plays 41 minutes, so it's almost like he's a bit of a front rower 13. I know he has some ball playing. Would you still pull Curran into that 13 role, do you think? Or
I don't know if they can afford to pull Curran into that 13
they
role.
need him to
They
play
just
somewhere
need
else.
him as a middle, I think. They're just struggling for front row forwards at the moment. Like, you have a look at the bench. Sam Hughes, Curtis Morin, and Josh Curran. Like, it's by NRL standards, it's a pretty small as in front row forward wise as a bench there. So I don't think they can afford not to play there. Mate, I actually think Salmon looks really good at 13. I know people are critical of I think he looks good.
I think he looks
he's a good footballer,
too.
Salmon.
Yeah, I think he looks good too. I like Salmon at 13. And also, he's another guy that's been so in and out of its first grade side. Maybe he just needs time to build into it as well.
Yeah, I think as well, and sometimes I don't understand it completely, but obviously Serraldo is trying to implement some stuff that he has taken from the Penrith Panthers system in here, and Salmon's a guy that has been there and been around it. I think people, forget with Jamin Salmon as well. Like, he was a halfback 5'8" coming through the grades. Like, he has got a little bit more than what I think people realise. He straightens up the line. He does a lot of little things right, Salmon. So I'd be happy to keep him there at 13.
What about that knock from Curran, just statistically? So he played 45 minutes, 14 runs, 126 metres, 61 post contact, 1 tackle break, 30 tackles, only 1 miss.
Yeah, he's been a very, very good signing. Like, if they didn't have him, what's doing?
Well, it's such a good example of, we often I think people have moved past this now, but I feel like 4 or 5 years ago, your starting 13 is your best.
Yep.
It's your best, and then your benchies are a step below your starting 13. But there is absolutely no dimension where Curran isn't in their best 13 players. Like, his role is just as important, if not more important, than a lot of these other forwards that start in the side. Matter of fact, I would say that his role is probably more important than Max King's, more important than Liam Knight's, and maybe even more important than Salmon. It's only really Preston and Kickow that have a more impact on their game plan.
Oh, mate, he comes on at the exact moment where a team that looks like Canterbury's should fall into a heap, and he's what keeps them together through that real middle third of the game.
Yep. So really, really good win for the Doggies. And I know there's going to be haters that are like, oh, it's the Titans and, wait till next week or the week after. But Doggies fans, enjoy it. Like, you smack the Titans. Like, no one. If someone said to you at the start of the year, you'll lose the first 2 games, but you'll smack the Titans, I think a lot of people go, okay, yeah, that's pretty fair. Well, not even pretty fair. I'll be stoked with dominating the Titans. So really, really good win. Now onto the Titans. Oh boy. Similar boat to the Rabbitohs. They're just not as big as a club as the Rabbitohs. But I have real concerns for the Titans and the way they have reacted to Des Hasler. I am genuinely shocked that they've actually gotten worse than what they were last year. And that says to me that the playing group is yet to react and get on board, I think, with Desi's plan. Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe Desi doesn't suit the Titans. I don't know. Look, it's too early to tell. But so far, I think everyone can agree that we thought at the very least we would see a better Titans than last year. No way did we think that they would look substantially worse than they did last year at this time.
Yeah, look, maybe it is that Desi doesn't fit the Titans, but I'll tell you what, if you're the Titans, if you're going to move heaven and earth to get Des Hasler to the club, you make yourself fit in with Des Hasler.
Yeah, mate. Hey.
And maybe that'll take time, but, mate, I remember watching that first trial where you essentially had the Burleigh Bears wearing Titans jerseys, and they looked really good defensively, remember? We were sitting there going, this is
Desi.
the Desi DNA.
Yeah.
Mate, I couldn't find a Desi fingerprint on them at the moment. If you didn't know who was coaching them, you would never guess Desi.
Mate, it is bizarre. Like, I'm genuinely shocked that this squad hasn't, like, for a lack of a better metaphor, been like a flower turning to the sun and blossoming. They didn't know blossoming here, baby. This is a young, exciting roster.
Yeah.
You would think if any roster is going to respond to Desi, it's a young roster that's underachieved for a few years now, or hasn't achieved what they wanted to. Whereas, like, let's say Desi goes into an older roster, that's where you would expect, like, okay, they're set in their ways, they're mature, they've all played a lot of NRL. Whereas this roster is super young. Like, this forward pack, it's like their oldest player is probably like 26 or 27. In the starting side, that is. Very, very surprising. I don't know what is going on there. The only other explanation I can think of is, did they do an extremely hard preseason and they're fatigued? Because I don't know what's going on.
They should be come off a bye, didn't they? So they should be.
Yeah. Sorry?
Oh, well, like that's the other thing that worries me. Like, they had 2 weeks to prepare for this game.
Yeah, sometimes you can get, like, it takes you a bit longer to recover from a preseason than, like, your energy levels can be quite low for, 4 to 6 weeks. And it's not even physical energy, it's a mental energy of just getting absolutely bashed in a preseason. Again, I'm not saying that's the problem. I'm just trying to friggin' find out
something.
Something that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because, like, can we all agree, like Desi, to say that Desi can't coach still, it's like, come on. I know he's lost his last whatever games, like the implosion happened in Manly and he lost those 7 games and then he's lost these opening games. I get that. But before that, Manly were going fantastic. Like, I don't think it is a fact that Desi has lost his ability to coach.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I just, mate, like, I sit here and I think to myself, okay, just give Desi time, but fuck, losing Tino is just so, like, it is probably the worst thing that could have possibly happened to them.
It's definitely
right?
it's worse than even probably foreign.
Yeah.
Oh, I think so.
Well, fair to say he's their most valuable player, Tino.
Oh.
So before the weekend, the Titans were $11 to win the spoon. After what happened on the weekend, they're now outright favourites, $3.60 to win the spoon. So that's what that injury has done to the market there.
Oh,
What are
my.
the Dragons at?
$3.75. So that's that's how
That is.
that's how the cutlet crumbles on that one.
Oh, man, the rubber has met the road.
Yeah.
Especially, like, what say they were there? $3.75? $3?
The Titans $3.60.
$3.60.
No,
like-
Spoon
11.
from every angle.
And that's with as well, assuming that this week or next week, Fafita and Jaden Campbell are going to come into the side as well, and still, that's short. It's worrying.
Okay. In regards to performance, man, I wasn't convinced that AJ should have been moved from fullback. I'm getting less and less convinced.
Yeah.
I was always of the mind he's the best fullback at the club. I understood their reasoning of Jaden Campbell as a part of this side. He can only play fullback, whereas AJ can play multiple positions. Even though I think AJ's defence has been pretty solid. Like his one-on-one tackling he hasn't been terrible. Mate, I think this team needs AJ at 1.
Not playing AJ at 1, even when Jaden Campbell's in the side, I think is controversial. When Jaden Campbell's not in the side, to not play AJ there.
I understand their thinking, and you could go, we'll look at the Warriors. They're playing RTS at the centres, but the Warriors are a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
The Titans desperately need him at fullback. The Warriors literally just come off one of their best years ever.
It's just not getting enough out of AJ, and he looks frustrated to me. I know, like I've said it a million times, I know he loves the Gold Coast and everything. He's a very good fella, AJ, but I just don't know how much longer he can go on sitting out there. Like, surely he had sub 10 touches of the football. 9. Yeah. You just, especially the position they find themselves in now, you got to do something.
Mate,
And I understand why they also didn't play him at 5'8". I understand the argument. You want Tanner Boyd to be ready. But, mate, if this is what's going to happen to Tanner Boyd every week, you might be doing him a disservice as well.
He might need time back in New South Wales Cup, Queensland Cup. It's seriously concerning. Like, the standard of footy that they have played the first 2 rounds for them has been I haven't seen the Titans play this bad in, honestly can't remember.
Yeah.
Since their spoon days, pretty much.
Yeah.
And you know what? Their spoon days, the squad was bang average. Now it's not. Like, there are some very, very good footballers in this side, but the key footballers, they're not getting the right ball. I'd say, mate, obviously now with the Tino injury, Mo Fodawaker is going to have to really step up, and I'm confident that he will step into that role. But the one that I like is Jermaine Jolliffe. I think he's always been a little bit underrated up there at the Titans, and I think you'll see him get a little uptick in minutes.
I tell you what, if you're a Titans forward and you want to earn more money, here's your opportunity. Because they've just lost Tino, the heart and soul. There is a gaping hole in that team and forward pack for someone to step up and say, I'm going to be that man. And your value will go from probably minimum to skyrocket if you can somehow even slightly fill the whole of Tino Fossil.
And this is where, for me, in the first, every time I've seen him so far in Titans colours, Palacia has been very underwhelming.
Very surprised with Keenan. I'm genuinely shocked that he hasn't hit the ground absolutely running at the Titans.
Well, mate, there's an opportunity to turn it around now and become the guy there if he wants it.
Yeah, it's literally right there. Another negative, Brian Kelly. I thought defensively, some of his decisions was just really, really poor. He's such an enigma, Brian Kelly, because he is so talented, but it just never can fully put it together over a long period of time. You watch games and he'll go toe-to-toe with some of the best centers in the comp, like genuine toe-to-toe. He might shut down Katoni for a game, or at the very least, it'll be a battle. And then other games, he just completely loses concentration. And it's getting to the point where, if you're an outside back for the Titans, you just cannot afford, because the squad's not strong enough to afford to have players that have these really bad games every now and then. I don't know. What do you think of Kelly on the weekend with his defence?
Oh, mate, to be honest, this has been Brian Kelly for a few years, and for me, he really personifies the Titans. All the ability in the world, all the talent. You can watch Brian Kelly on any given weekend, and he can pull the pants down of any centre in this competition.
Literally, yeah.
But then the next 3 weeks, it can be missed tackles, errors, just goes
screaming
missing.
like some of these decision making, just screaming in off his edge is just what?
There's been periods of time over the last few years when I've watched Brian Kelly and thought, you wouldn't look out of place in State of Origin.
Mate,
you could hold your own.
Honestly, I agree. I know it sounds fucking mental, but that's how talented he is.
And there will be a 4 or 5 week period at some point this year where I sit there and go, it's not bad depth to have for us.
Yeah.
But he just can't do it consistently, and that's who the Titans are. And it's really who I was hoping the Titans were going to get away from being. If anything, their first 2 weeks have probably been the most consistent weeks we've seen in a long time, unfortunately, for all the wrong reasons.
For all the wrong reasons. Yeah, look, it's very early, but this looks like a squad that I think, it sounds stupid, but they're playing Gold Coast footy. Life's too good. You know what I mean? Life's too good. I'm on the Gold Coast. It's all cruisy, and that seems to have. It seems like it's seeped its way into the squad to a degree.
And if you're Des Hazard looking at this squad, what do you change? What do you do?
For example, you go, I need a clean out. This isn't an aging roster.
Nope.
this is one of the best young rosters on the in the comp when it comes to like young players. But in saying that, if this young roster isn't going to respond, unfortunately, as you alluded to earlier, it's not going to be Desi first. Desi will clean this club out before Desi gets moved on. Because when's the next time the Titans are going to get a premiership winning coach at the club? It's not going to happen.
Well, mate, and this is the whole thing. Like, if you bring Desi to the club this year and this is how they perform for the rest of the season, God, it's going to be hard to recruit players.
Well, Gold Coast is a good place to live. But I will say, if they go like this all year, there will be a clean out. Desi will just go, Phoom. There's no way there isn't. And, you know, some people go, they're missing Jaden Campbell, they're missing Fafita. Yeah, but like the standard of footy they've played is pretty much been not NRL. It's been Q Cup standard.
Well, I mean, you have a look at, they've played 2 games this year. The Dragons look like the St. George Dragons of the 1960s against them early. You now look at how they've gone the few weeks after. You look at Canterbury, who I think they've scored 3 tries before this game. They put 32 on it. Like, very alarming signs early.
8 line breaks to 1. The Bulldogs, 8 line breaks to 1.
Going to need to find something. It's going to be a tough next couple of weeks for them as well. Just having a look at their draw ahead. They got the Dolphins, who look pretty good against the Dragons. Then the Cowboys, the Raiders are playing good footy at the moment. Manly, Warriors, Storm, Cowboys again.
Oh my God.
Knights, Broncos, bye. So it's a pretty tough next 10 weeks for them.
And they on the weekend they missed 42 tackles. 42 tackles. Wow. And they had 15 ineffective tackles, which is essentially double what Doggies had. Yep, tough times for the Titans. If there's one mad scientist that can turn it around, though, it is Desi. It is Desi. Anything else on the Titans, boys?
No.
But yeah, at the moment, it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. But man, this I get frustrated because I look at this roster. They were my smoky for top 4. Like,
Check the tapes.
Check the tapes. Please, come on, boys. Turn around.
Wipe the tapes.
Yeah, please, wipe the tape. Hopefully they can, because I do have a soft spot for the Titans. Now, on to the Cowboys defeating the Dragons 46-24. They open this game up, and the Dragons are looking like, what I loved about the Dragons' game plan, very similar, or similar-ish to what the Bulldogs did, and it's a tactic that most teams use, but certain teams use it better than others. It's just spinning it to the edges and just going. That left edge for the Cowboys was in all sorts the first 20 minutes. But the Cowboys actually remind me a little bit of the Broncos last year, where they'll go, you just scored 14 on us or 10 or 12 or whatever. And then they just go bang, 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 bang. Try. And you look up at the scoreboard and you go, oh, shit. Like, we're behind. We've been dominating most of the game and we're behind. Like a really good win from the Cowboys. I guess the concern for the Cowboys is the fact that they are leaking as many points as they're leaking. But at the end of the day, the main goal of playing footy is to win, and that's what they're doing.
I love watching this team play footy.
Mate, when they get on a roll, it is unbelievable.
Have you ever seen a team that punishes teams more for a 7-tackle set? Like on the weekend, the Cowboys, the ball would go dead. They'd run to the 20. 15 seconds later, the Dragons were defending on their 20, and it's 3rd tackle. You're going, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, what just happened?
We were just on the front foot.
Yeah.
What is going on? Like, there was one play there where Lomax jumped up into the in-goals, had the ball, lost it. 40 seconds later, he's standing behind his own sticks watching them kick a goal.
Mate, it's actually mental.
And they only passed the ball about 4 times that entire set, but they just went bang, bang, bang. The momentum's crazy. Whenever you see Drinkwater jump into dummy half and get around that's just what I love about their spine. You see Drinky jump into dummy half, he goes. Then Reece Robson gets there and Tom Dearden pushes him out of the way and then he goes. And they're just relentless. And they, like, to me in the first few weeks, they look like the fastest team.
Definitely the team with the best attack. Absolutely the team with the best attack. I mean, obviously, look at all their points they've scored. But they just pull you apart. Like, as you just said, like, one moment you're defending a normal hit up from a front rower. The next moment it's been spun across the field and Drinky's stepping blokes, dropping people under, creating space for people, or Dearden's hitting the line hard. It's very, very exciting to watch. Very exciting to watch. And that's why the Cowboys are our early season edge. After being the only undefeated team to start the season, Musashi, they're the number one trusted sports nutrition brand and are experts in sports nutrition. Use code BLOKE35 to get 35% off Musashi products, excluding bundles. Join Musashi United to gain access. We've got some products here. Ooh, energy drinks. That'll pep you up, baby. Ooh. Electrolytes. Oh, yeah. Feeling a bit dehydrated? There you go. They got pre-workout. They got proteins. Even if you're not, going to the gym every day or whatever, proteins are actually really good as a meal replacement. So you might feel you're feeling hungry. You have a protein, gets rid of the hunger. Boom, your calories aren't up. There you go, nutritionist.
Rain's been tucking into a bit of his protein powder by the sound of things.
A lot of protein powder. Very strong, very explosive, and also farting on his dad. So use code BLOKE35, which is getting a pounding, guys. So make sure to hit the show notes. As I said, even if you're not a big gym junkie or athlete or whatever, these are really, really good for meal replacement. For example, what I do is I like to have a bit of a sweet after. I always get a craving for sweets after dinner. Yeah. Instead, I just have a protein bar. Yep. Gets rid of the urge for sweets, but at the same time, I'm not smashing sugar down my body.
Yep.
But that's why the Cowboys, their early season edge, thanks to Musashi. Massive thank you to Musashi for partnering with Bloke. And you can join Musashi United to gain access to Musashi Performance Labs, access free nutrition training plans for your sport, exclusive content, and a lifetime discount on products. Holy! The link will be in the show notes. Let's get to some performances. Look, if you had to put Drinkwater or Teddy in Team of the Week, I wouldn't have argued with either one. I thought Drinkwater, the amount of opportunities, like his stats actually don't do him justice. So I know he's got a try and 2 try assists, but if you watch that game, the amount of opportunities he creates.
Every time.
Like nearly every time he runs the ball, and you look at the defensive line, you're like, oh, it's all set. Nothing's happening here. And then his ability to ball play is just, it is truly next level. Even I think it was the first try. So they have numbers, and Dragons' defensive spacing was perfect. Zach Lomax was close enough to his centre that if the centre got on the outside, he could make the tackle, but he was also close enough to the winger that he could slide off if he needed to. So what does Drinky do? He fires an absolute rocket, knowing that he needs to cut the amount of time Zach Lomax has to turn and chase, and he nails it so much so that Zach Lomax is in the right spot, but they're working in a space of about half a metre where he just isn't going to have enough time to get to, and they score. Like little details like that. Trell, incredible ball player. KP, these guys are Reece Walsh, but I just think Scotty Drinkwater, his ability to nail that pretty regularly is something special.
Can't you just tell Scotty Drinkwater the confidence that he plays with? He has the total backing of his coach.
Yeah.
Just to play his natural game, and it sounds so simple and so obvious. But he's also got a lot of mistakes in him, Scotty Drinkwater.
But it's like you cop that. You go,
bloody oath you do.
2 or 3 mistakes, but he's going to create 6 or 7 try-scoring opportunities a game.
But you got to remember, Toddy Payton's a rookie coach, essentially, coming in, was great the first season, never unpraised him, shit the bed the second year, comes in the third, and he's just backed all of them to play their natural games and just trying to bring the absolute best out of each and every player. I think Reece Robson's been unbelievable to start.
It's a great start to the year, yeah.
He's been great. And even which is something that I thought that he lacked a little bit. Like, he's always just been tough as nails, but his ruck recognition and just picking and choosing his moments. Like,
he had 3 try assists.
And like some of the plays he's come up with that you see him call, like I think when they played the Dragons a couple of weeks ago, he noticed Sloan was in the line, so called the back rower to go straight at him in the front line.
You mean when he played who a couple of weeks ago?
Played the Dragons, was it?
No, he played Dragons on the weekend.
Sorry, who did they play week 2?
Who did they play week 2?
Yeah, it was Knights.
Maybe I'm talking out my ass.
Maybe it was the weekend.
Who was the play that there was a play a few weeks ago where there was the fullback who was defending in the front line and he looked at Nanai and just said, run the fucking overs, I'll put you one-on-one with him. And he crashed over.
That was Dolphins.
Dolphins, was it? Sorry, yeah, Dolphins. I just think his game is just becoming so well-rounded, Robson. And as a New South Wales fan, I'm looking at the Robson-Appy combo. Super excited.
Yeah, and the good thing about, we talked about Mitch Kenny's really good defence. Reece Robson, great defence. And also, and I don't know if he did play it when he played Origin, but I do believe he has the body shape to play 13 if he has to. I do believe it.
He could handle it.
Yeah, I think he could. I really do think he could. Because he is quite a nuggety. You know, when you looking at hookers, would he be the biggest hooker? I'd just say, like, when it comes to, like, nuggetiness, he'd probably be the biggest hooker in the comp, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he'd be right up there. Yeah.
Well, who else would be?
If you take out Cheese, then
Yeah, you take out Cheese.
Yeah, probably.
Kenny's a bit of a nugget.
Yeah, I'd say he'd be bigger than Kenny.
Yeah.
As in, like, he might not be taller, but I think, like, thickness-wise.
Yeah.
I find it really hard on TV to work out how
Big people are in that.
especially hookers.
Yeah.
Like I said it a few weeks ago when Appy came into the studio here the other day and he was a foot taller than me. I was like, "What the fuck is going on here?" This is
He was
wild.
wearing high heels, that's why.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so really exciting for the Blues. And also, you know, we always go on about it, but he's Origin made. Like, he is a guy that would suit the Origin arena.
Just on Origin there, no, he's not in their extended squad they named at the start of the year, but Drinky.
Oh,
I mean,
don't get me
seriously.
started, Hammy. Don't get me started.
No, I want to get you started.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Troy Sivan, get me started.
he's just he's just got so much spark. We spoke about it a minute ago, but we're talking about they're probably the most bums on seats team in the comp at the moment. He's basically driving that. Every time he gets the pill, it's just a threat.
Yeah.
He'd be great in the Origin arena.
Yeah.
A couple of mistakes as we kind of touched. He had 3 on the weekend, but you know, so what?
Well, you look at, like, Queensland, and I know you shouldn't be copying, but, like, Queensland have gone with, like, Reece Walsh, Kalen Ponga, and maybe that's because we don't have another fullback that is similar to Teddy or Edwards. But the most similar to Reece Walsh and KP is Scotty Drinkwater. I guess the big question with Scotty Drinkwater is defensively, sometimes he can struggle, and so maybe that's what they're a little bit worried about. But when it comes to putting points on, there's an argument to be made. You know, as I said, best ball players you've got, they're all probably equal. You've got Scotty, you've got Trell, KP, and Reece Walsh. I put them in the top tier. But, like, when it comes to form this year, I would say Scotty is just a little bit step above those guys. With his specifically when I'm talking about ball playing.
Man, that ball that he threw to Val, that was an absolute seed when he came down that edge. That was like
Drop,
Nate Cleary
but then on
couldn't
the
have done that
inside.
better. You
Like,
know, it was just perfect.
Drops on the. So normally you drop off under.
Yep.
He dummies the drop, but then throws back across his body inside like that.
Oh, there was that one too, but the one that he put Val Holmes through where it was just a face ball. You remember that one? It was perfect as well. But yeah, you're right. There was the other one where he just trusted Val on his inside. He had some huge touches in that game, and there was a few that didn't go his way as well. That like he could have ended up with 4 or 5 try assists in that game. He was everywhere.
He was so good. Val, really, really, really good game. Going to be nitpicky here though. Defense at the start on that left edge was like diabolical. It was like, what's happening at the moment? Obviously, they sorted it out. But I mean, this is what makes Val a champion: is that he's not going to go into his shell. He's going to rip and tear. This is Val's, and he's very unlucky, not to make team of the week. So he had a try assist, 247 meters, 107 post contact, 7 tackle breaks, 2 line break assist, offload, 13 tackles, only 2 misses.
Not bad.
I know you're not a
Not
big Supercoach guy, Kempy, but just to give you an example of like
Am I?
Val Hunt, like Dom Young on the weekend had a blinder, right? He top scored with 150 in Supercoach.
I captained him, but whatever.
Of course you did. Val Holmes, he was on 8 after 20 minutes.
Yeah, and it was not looking good.
He finished on 144. He just he blew it away in the last 60.
Know anyone that captained him on the weekend?
Thanks for coming.
You captained him.
Oh, you know I do, Kempy. Not as good as Dom Young, but I'm just doing my best out here.
Broken clocks right twice a day.
This clock always isn't, I'm telling you.
Yeah, and so I mean that's what makes him a champion. A little bit of a struggled a little defensively at the start, and just exploded into the game. And also bounced back from last week.
That's the major point too. I don't know how many centres in rugby league bounced back from last week.
It was the biggest Barry ever.
It was awful. And they ended up winning the game in extra time, but he also missed a kick from a couple of foot to the right. Like
He nearly lost the game.
he respectfully to Val, he did everything he possibly could to lose them the game last week. And in the first 20 minutes, you're sitting there going, "Oh God, here we go again." And then he just goes, "Oh no, I'll just be a star again."
He's fucking so good. Isn't he only still like 28 or 29? Like he's actually not as old as we think. Feels like he's been around forever. Oh, bro.
28.
Was 2016 his debut year? Was that when he won with the Sharkies, or was he playing?
Yeah,
in
I think
15,
him.
or?
Yeah, a few of the boys I think all debuted that year.
It was him and Jack Bird's debut
I think
year,
so.
I think,
Either
yeah.
that year or the year before, he had maybe a few games.
So, no, he debuted in 2014, played 3 games, and then played a full season in 2015.
Okay, so 16 was essentially his second full year, really. Wow. So he's been around since this is his 10th year in NRL, and he's 28. Far out.
And like in the midst of that, he just popped over and played in the NFL.
Insane.
How long ago does that feel?
Yeah.
Far out. Yeah, so Holmes very unlikely. The only reason why we didn't have him in team of the week was, I mean, kind of that first 20 minutes, but not really. It was more just because like Olam and Kiraz, the impact they had in teams that are struggling compared to obviously the Cowboys top of the table right now. I thought Chatty Townsend was really good as well.
Yeah, cops a lot of shit chat. He's having a good little season.
He is quietly but surely playing some good solid rugby league.
Yeah.
Tommy Dearden, when does he not rip and tear? Does he even know how to not rip and tear?
Don't think so.
Seriously.
Thriving with captaincy too.
What's crazy as well, my Siri just went off. That's weird. I didn't even have that activated. What's crazy is if you had have said the first... Getting hacked by the mainframe. The footy gods are after me. So Taumalolo has only round 1 played 20 minutes, round 3 played 21 minutes. If you had have said, and I think that, you know, it's a credit to Toddy Payton for turning the Cowboys around, because before he came they were struggling. If you had have said that the Cowboys with Taumalolo only playing 20 minutes can put on big scores, people would have laughed you out of the room and said, Taumalolo is the Cowboys and the Cowboys is Taumalolo. And for this team to do this well with him only playing 20 minutes shows you how well balanced the side and squad is now. Although I do want to see more Taumalolo on the field. Now, it's come out recently that he's dropped a lot of kilos to extend his, his ability to play because of his knee injury, I think, is a cartilage or something like that. But yeah, if you can afford to put Jason Taumalolo on there for 21 minutes, that's bloody good balance.
Yep, do what you got to do, and I think it is full credit to Toddy Payton. The guy's coming off the pine. Like Griffin Neem was amazing, but I've been really impressed with Sammy McIntyre. He's been up at the Titans for the last couple of years. Hasn't really got too many opportunities. I've always thought he's a good player, and mate, he's been thrown into this side. He's a back rower who's been told to play in the middle, and I assume Todd's just said to him, mate, I just need you to go fucking hard. And he's gone, yep, good as goal.
Yeah.
He's tough, Sam McIntyre.
Yeah. And he like suits that Cowboys jersey. You know, he reminds me of like when 2015, some of those back rowers, forwards that were playing. I think he's been great. But Griffin Neem, the big fella, he's been outstanding. He come on the field and like he is, you know, I know he's not necessarily a rookie at this stage, but similar when you talk about the Broncos, you go, we need some of these bench forwards to really take a step up. And same with the Cowboys with Taumalolo, you know, with that injury where he's going to have to manage it. They need Neem to step up and take a lot of that, you know, burden on his shoulders, and he absolutely is nailing it.
He's a Kiwi, isn't he?
He's a Kiwi, yeah. He stormed over, broke our hearts towards the end there with that record loss.
Better than being a Maroon. I'll take it. Finay Fuiaki, mate. I think he had a HIA during this game. Only played about 60-odd minutes. Came back, scored a nice try. Looks like a very talented player to me.
That Finay Fuiaki is not bad. Griffin Neem, 1 try, 18 runs, 178 metres. What?
Nothing, sorry.
18 runs, 178 metres, 62 post contact, a tackle break, 19 tackles, 0 misses, 0 errors, Roo.
And a meat pie.
And a meat pie.
What a day out.
A pig's eye.
Yeah.
Justine for Finay Fuiaki. Something, please.
Justine for Yo. Remember, leave justice for Yo in the Panthers comments section. A club in crisis? I'm not going to say they are. But
Sounds like you are.
I'm not going to say they are, but are they top 5 club crisis teams in the comp? Yes. Are they 2, 3, 4, and 5? No, they're number 1, club in crisis. Until they let Isaiah Yo play the song he wants to play, please. Anyway, yeah, Cowboys looking red hot. I think if they sort out that defence, you just don't want to fall into the pattern of just going, you know what, we're just going to score 4 or 5 tries in a row. If they can sort that defence out, we're looking at a genuine premiership threat.
Can I give someone else a little shout out, mate?
Nope.
Fuck you, I'm going to go ahead. Laybutt was ruled out of this game. Tom Chester named at centre, and I thought, that's interesting. I don't know about Tommy Chester at centre. God, I thought he played tough.
Yeah.
17 runs, 150 metres, 50 post contact.
And he looked like he was getting bounced around a bit, but he just kept turning up.
Kept coming back for more.
He must drink bloke beer. Beer for blokes to turn up. Dragons, let's get on to the Dragons. So what are we at? Just we went over 10, didn't we?
Yeah, closer to 20.
Oh, fuck. My God. Okay, on to the Dragons. Okay, I know they had that really poor performance last week. Good start. I know, disappointing loss for sure. They got smacked by the Cowboys. But Cowboys, in my opinion, are a premiership threat. They're playing the way we know they can. I actually saw some really good signs from the Dragons. They just need to find more resilience, which is surprising because you'd think a Flano side would have resilience. But there are periods throughout the games where they play some really, really good footy. And so, look, I'm disappointed, obviously. They got smacked, essentially. But at the same time, from where they were at the start of the year, where they were wooden spoon favourites, to where they're at now, where they can go with the better teams in the Cowboys. I know eventually the score blew out. There's something there, in my opinion, with the Dragons. There really is something there. It's just that resilience. When things start to twist the other way, you could even argue similar to when the Broncos with the Panthers, when certain things didn't go their way and they just needed to play a bit smarter. The Dragons, I guess, on a bit of a lower tier than that, but when certain things aren't going their way, just got to either stick to it or just play a bit smarter and hang in the game a little bit better.
Yeah, I almost think that first 20 minutes came a little bit too easy to them. When Flano crossed in the 19th minute,
Mate, they were decimating them.
they're all
18-6.
over them. Yeah. And the reality is they conceded 44 points in 48 minutes.
Fucking mental. That's a complete capitulation.
That's a major capitulation.
And so that's where I'm like, there are signs of a good footy player there, but they need resilience.
And that's
a good
where,
footy team, sorry.
you have a look at the week before, they 38 points in 80 minutes. This was almost a point per minute for the last 50.
Yeah, which is, again, what's surprising is that if there's one thing that you thought Flano team would play like, it is a resilient, dogged side. I'm still holding out hope, though. I do think that there's something there. I think there's something there.
Oh, they're definitely in a better spot than what I thought they'd be in.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. And I thought that even though they got played off the park, I still thought there was some individuals that played. I've been very critical of him in the past, but I thought Sloan did pretty well. He's having a red hot crack. At least I feel like he's in the game now.
Yeah.
Lomax is an absolute freak. A lot of rumours getting around about him going to other clubs. I'll tell you what, if Lomax lands at a Parramatta, like the rumours are saying, stop the fight. He will absolutely murder it.
And he's if he can, as long as he plays like this, doesn't, go back to kind of I'm the highlights guy with the flick and I'm going to be out there, which he can do. That's what his talent is. If he goes to the Eels and plays with this mentality of you know what, yes, I can be the highlights guy, but I'm also the guy that can take 25 carries, it genuinely might change their team.
And I was having a look at Parramatta the other day and thinking about a potential swap. Would you hand over Ryan Madison to get Lomax? I think I would. It's the one thing Parramatta are missing.
Yeah, Matto's so fucking good for them off the bench, though.
100% he is, but they've got a few guys that can play a similar role to Matto. They haven't got anyone like a Zach Lomax.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard because Matto just come off a bloody good game, really good game. So it's hard to. Could you be patient with Blaze? Anyway, we'll get to the Eels chat.
Lomax on the sting though. Do we think that's his? I feel like he's better there than he was at centre.
Because it gives him the opportunity to go in and take 20 runs.
Yeah.
You can't do that as a centre. Usually you can't do that.
I think eventually, I think at the moment Wings is his best spot. I do think long term in his career he'll end up back in the centres. I reckon, and I reckon when he goes back there with a little bit more maturity, he's going to carve up there.
Yeah, pick his moments kind of thing. But yeah, I loved his attitude lately and getting through the work he's getting through. 142 metres, 51 post contact, 2 tries, 3 tackle breaks, a line break, an offload, 6 tackles. But yeah, really the problem for them was just the grit through the middle. I do think that it just wasn't there. It just really was not there. When the game didn't go their way, they just completely crumbled. Positives, I thought Leilua has been quite good for him. He's looking, like he's got a point to prove, obviously against his old club. He played 80 minutes on the edge, 104 metres up with 9 runs, which is really good. 3 tackle breaks, a line break assist and offload, 30 tackles, only 1 miss. But it's just I guess you're seeing a side that has had such a rocky last few years that when they get into games where they just need to just hang in there and be gritty, they haven't done it as much, so they're not used to that environment. And I think that's what we saw on the weekend with the Dragons.
Jesse Marshke, mate. I believe that was his debut.
Massive congratulations.
Tough little bugger.
Loves it.
There's something about those Marshke boys. They're just... Yeah, I really like them. They're tough. He's the sort of guy that I'd be trying to find a spot for in this team. I don't know how you do it or where you fit it. Obviously, Jacob Little will return from his HIA, I assume, this week. But I'd be seriously considering having Jesse Marshke as my 14.
He would suit that role of being able to play quite a few different positions. Who is their 14 when Little is back?
Well, it's same guy was this weekend, that Morheisen hooker.
Yeah.
I just think Marshke offers a little bit more. And man, when Jacob Little's going good, I want him to play big minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough call. Tough that so Jesse comes in and starts rather than Connor, that's different. You would assume it would be the other way around. He'd come onto the bench. Yeah, look, I think, as I said, sucks that they capitulated, but when you actually look at the stats, it just looks like a Cowboys team that will make you pay with one small error in defence. They're putting points on you. As soon as you make an error, they're going to put points on you. Or as soon as you make a misread, there's extra space. Because when you look at the stats, so basically they completed relatively well, 81%, which is they had 44% of possession, which isn't too bad. It's still dominant from Cowboys. But the run meters, they were substantially down in the run meters. They ran for 1,300 compared to 1,800 for the Cowboys. But line breaks, they had 5 and the Cowboys had 7. And then tackle breaks, it was 26 to 31. And so that to me says that just the Cowboys, when they get a roll on, they just absolutely crucify you. Whereas the Dragons just need to find a way to... the Broncos used to be really good at the early 2000s. It's almost like that. They would miss a lot of tackles, but they were so good at not panic defending, but just constantly, scramble, just constant scramble.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's something that Flano and the Dragons need to work at, is just that scramble of when things don't work, instead of almost guaranteeing someone 6 points, you can find a way to, whether it's like Penrith do it really well. If you get down on Penrith's line, they will give away 6 agains until they get pretty much close to 10 in the bin. I was looking at my notes and watching the game. I think there was a period there, actually, just to get it up. And this is not, me to go, this is why Broncos lost. It's just to give you an idea of what the Penrith Panthers will do. Okay, so Broncos get down to the Penrith's 20. Panthers penalty off the scrum, so offside. They then went 6 again, penalty, and then they went another 6 again. And that is a really, people would say, that's wrong, it's against the rules, or whatever. That's a really, you know what that does? It completely ruins momentum. And it gives you plenty of time to reset. And I wonder whether, Storm used to be really good at it as well. They just go 6 again, 6 again, 6 again, and almost, tempt the ref to go 10 in the bin. And so if I'm the Dragons, maybe that is a way. If we don't have the forwards to really go with teams like the Cowboys, when we're under the pump, we need to have enough wherewithal to go, okay, a 6 again needs to be pulled here to just slow everything down.
Yeah.
Because that's what it kind of felt like on the weekend. They had no way of just stopping momentum.
Yeah. And if you can't slow the momentum of the Cows, you're in some trouble very quickly.
Well, Scotty Drinkwater, he will make the right decision.
Yeah.
He will. And then you've got guys like Val and, all the boys on the edge there.
Yeah, look at the last 2 weeks. Miso last week absolutely killed it. Scotty Drinkwater this week. Fullbacks over the next 2 weeks. Tommy Turbo and KP for the Dragons.
Ooh.
Big test.
Ouch. Alrighty, now it's time to cross to Dwayne Bennett to ask the fan question of the week. Don't forget, guys, leave in the comment section wherever you like, whether it's on the post on Instagram or on YouTube, your fan question, your name, and also the team you support. Now, Mick Valerio has asked this question, also known as Mick from House Valerio, House of Dragons Season 2. He will be a part of that. Dwayne Bennett, mate, what is the question from the great Sir Valerio from House of the Dragon?
Oh, look, Dan, and I'm so excited to be on the show, and I'm looking forward to the future with you guys. Mick, great question. I think this is going to stump you. And look, Mick also supports the Melbourne Storm. Good on you, Mick. Good team. We'll see how they go this year. There's a lot of football yet, but we'll see how we go. I love your question though. This question is, which current day player do you think will make the best NRL coach after retirement? Good question.
Ooh, Hammy, what do you reckon, mate?
Good question. You did say it was going to stump me, Dwayne, and if I'm honest with you, it really hasn't. Answer's pretty obvious for me. It's got to be Appy Coruscant, hasn't it? I mean, look at the way he led the boys 32-6 against the Sharks, backs to the wall sort of stuff at Leichhardt Oval on the weekend. And in the press conference afterwards, Benji Marshall, our current coach, and how about the kid on him, the grey suit as well?
Oh, yeah, I like that.
Very dapper. He said Appy Coruscant does as much coaching as he does playing. He played with Gastro, he coached with Gastro, and the results speak for themselves, Dwayne. So it's a pretty easy answer for me.
Listen, mine is, it's two. I'm going to go two, Dwayne. I'm going to go two. Nathan Cleary, but the great Paddy Carrigan. He's going to buoy the boys. And if he's, an Origin coach or whatever, he just needs to say, get on your hair, boys. You know they're going to win Origin after an inspirational speech like that.
Mate, it sounds like you guys are all over it. Really good answers. I hope Mick is happy with that. I'm not sure if he will be, though. You didn't choose anyone from the Storm, but that's all right. Look, there's a lot of teams out there.
Look, I'm confident that Munster, he might make a good coach, but he also might enjoy beers with the boys a little bit too much.
I think so. I think that might catch Cameron up there, unfortunately.
Massive thank you. Now, don't forget, guys, sign up to Finland. You can sign up to Finland. They're going to be giving away rewards all year long. So you go to finland.com.au and you can sign up. Dwayne?
We got so many prizes. And if you sign up, there's 5,000 fins, like foam fins that you can get. They're really, really good. They'll fit any hand. One size fits all. That's what they used to say about me at school. As well as that, you can sign up. Go to very own Finland passport. It's a digital Finland passport because we're very advanced up there in Finland.
Hey, Guru, would you like to repeat what you just said into the mic?
These are unreal.
Musashi.
Good gear.
Bloke 35. You can get is that the rice cracker one?
Yeah, rice cracker one.
Just look at I don't know actually what it's called.
I got the protein.
You got the protein deluxe. See, I like them better.
Yep.
But I like the texture of these better.
Yeah, it's good.
Good gear.
Reminds me of like a lunchbox kind of feel. You had at
snack.
school. Don't you reckon?
No, a snack.
LCM.
LCM.
Yeah.
Style. Yeah.
Yeah. So what are they? What's it called, Guru?
Protein crisp.
Oh, the crisp. But they're like little rice bubbles kind of thing.
Yep.
And they're good gear.
Full of protein.
35. Full of protein.
20 grams.
Boom.
Thanks for coming.
There you go. Don't forget, you can watch all 8 games on KO, and also huge fight this Sunday. I'm heading over to Vegas on Thursday for the Timmy Zoo Fundora fight. Make sure to watch. Support our boy. If he wins this fight, he potentially could face Terence Crawford, who is one of the biggest fighters in the world right now. Tigers defeat the Sharkies 32-6.
Yeah, baby.
Wowee. What a fantastic win for the Tigers. Exactly. And look, also, first ever part-time head coach to get a win in first grade. So
Trailblazer.
Yeah, he is a trailblazer, and maybe other coaches, they'll be going part-time now, heading forward.
Wouldn't blame him. Proof's in the pudding.
Yeah. Maybe it's the other way. Maybe he hasn't seen his family in 2 weeks, and that's how they got the win. Either way, we need to know the answers to those questions.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get straight into it, shall we? Tigers defeat the Sharkies 32-6. What an incredible win for the Tigers. And look, they've had big wins before during the season. That has happened before. The really important part of this is You got a Sharky side that had started the year really well. It is in round 3, but it's also just your second game because I'd buy first one, so you've only lost a round at Raiders. And so, like, if you have these wins in the middle of the year, it's sometimes hard to take a lot out of them because you've got so much baggage from the first 12 rounds or so. The good thing for the Tigers is you've banged this big win in round 2. So that confidence heading into at least the next 4 or 5 games, even if you struggle, next 1 or 2, you'll still be able to fall back on what worked for you in this game.
A tone-setting win.
It set the tone.
Yeah.
It set the tone.
Yep.
Now, let's get into the actual game. I thought Stefano had one of his better games in a long time. I am still kind of on the fence. I still would probably bring him off the bench, not because he isn't their best front rower, just because I think he would bring a lot of impact. But
And that's why you had him on the bench for Team of the Week as well.
Yeah.
Just to hammer that message home.
just to propaganda, pretty much.
Yeah.
Just to push my point across to
Kim Jong-Kemp over there with the propaganda off the top.
But let's talk about the biggest story out of all this. It's not Appy Coruscant, even though that was a big story. It's Lockie Galvin. 18 years old. We spoke about it last week, but even in this game, if you said, okay, I'll give you $1,000 if you can guess which player is in his second game of NRL, I reckon 9 out of 10 footy fans would not guess Galvin. I reckon there'd be plenty of other players they'd go through. His confidence, and I spoke about it last week against the Raiders, but he's not scarred by the last 5 years of the Tigers. In his head, he's going so growing up playing footy, he probably won most of the games he played in.
Yep.
In a key position, a gun player. So in his head, he's like, I can win matches. Even if it is the NRL, he's subconsciously always thinking, I can win this match. Like, I've done it my whole life. That's what I do. I win matches. Whereas sometimes when you're a part of a squad for a few years, it's been absolutely peppered, won the spoon. In your head, when the game is in that balance, you say, oh, been here before. I know exactly how this ends.
Yep.
He's not thinking, I know how this ends. Matter of fact, he is thinking, I know how this ends. I usually win these games.
Yep.
And you're seeing that with the way he plays. He's always on the ball. He's always trying to make things happen. His defense, this is, I think, the second week in a row with 0 misses. I'm pretty sure.
22, 0 missed.
22. And that's 22 tackles at 3 defender for an 18-year-old. Lockie Galvin, for me, at the moment, has been the breakout guy, like the rookie so far this year. I know it's just 2 games, but he's been a revelation so far.
Yeah, absolute gun. And you're spot on about the whole, doesn't have the baggage of losing games. He's had a lot of success as a junior player. It's all about if you bring an attitude to a team, is your attitude worth catching,
Like Castro.
Correct. Well, we had a guy there with Gastro as well, so there was stuff to catch everywhere you looked. But no, he's looking good. Lockie Galvin looks right at home, and very excited for the year he's got ahead. But he's looked hasn't missed a beat so far.
I'll tell you a little story about Galvin. I'm just showing Kempy the tape now. He's in the schoolboys grand final last year, and there's a draw and pass. He gets the ball. He's about to score under the sticks, and he actually celebrates a little bit too early behind the crossbar, and he actually gets the ball knocked out of his hands in the last play, which at the time looked like it was going to cost his team the grand final in that moment. He actually got hooked after that. They ended up going on to win the game anyway. But that was only
hooked.
Yeah, I believe they took him from the field off the back of it. It was in like the last minute or so. Like it looked like it had cost them the grand final.
But like
in that
the
moment.
spite to hook him, that's pretty spiteful. Anyway,
yeah. But that wasn't that long ago. Like that would rattle the living shit out of me for eternity. For him to then within a few months be in first grade and not only just holding his own in first grade, like he's proper competing.
Yeah.
And the energy he comes into the game with is incredible. I said it last week, and I think I was going to say it every week for the next 10 years by the looks of it. He's Michael Morgan all over to me.
I'd love his energy. Every time, there's a set, again, like a lot, not a lot, but often body language gets lost in the sea of all the things you've got to be a really good footy player. Oh, you need a good kicking game, you need a good passing game, you need a good defence, and that is true. But I tell you what, body language goes a long way when you're in the halves. If you're a half that's always on the ball, for example, I think Cam Munster's a really good example of this. Like, the amount of times when Cam Munster gets the ball, he is trying to score a try every time he gets the ball. Very rarely do you see Munster just go, doesn't really look like there's much on here. I'm just going to take the tackle. And Lockie Galvin reminds me of that, where Every time he gets the ball, he's trying to score points. Or at the very least, he's trying to make a play that could eventually lead to points. And that's infectious. Like, it's genuinely, when you watch your six, a young half, shouldn't really be as confident as he is, but he is. It's very hard as a senior player to go, oh, I'm not going to get on the back of that. Because then who looks like the mug? It's the senior player that's not ripping and tearing. It's just so good to see. So good to see. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah.
Sorry, 44 tackles, no miss so far in his career.
Wow. Not a bad start.
22-0 in both games.
22 and zip. Mr. Consistency. No, I love him. He's just, he's been so rare to have someone to be really excited about coming through. We haven't had that for a little while at the club, but he's looking amazing. Really like the way that he combined with Caesar this week as well. I think we looked a lot more balanced with Caesar starting at number 7. Did a great job. Kicked him to death, we just had a lot of composure there at the end of the sets as well. But I think that 6 and 7 combo for me, that's the one going forward, definitely for the next couple of weeks, you have to say.
Oh, I mean, I'd be locking that combination in at least for maybe even the first 10 rounds.
Yep.
Like,
Something would have to go seriously wrong to change it, I think.
yeah, because Bud, he's got plenty of potential, great attacking player, but it's all about combinations.
Yep.
And what player partners Galvin the best? It's Caesar, who is a very steady, easy, like he's going to do all the little tiny things of just steady, getting the boys around the park, the really good kicking, keeping the boys calm when they need to be calmed, which opens up Galvin. Like, basically, Galvin, mate, your job is to get us points. It is to create moments. Whereas if you have Sullivan and Galvin, yes, they both offer a lot in attack, but they're not similar players in the way they play, but they're similar in the sense that they both of their job is to create attacking opportunities. Whereas with Caesar, it's like, no, my job is purely just to lay a foundation for you. And I think that's a better balance with Lockie.
Yeah, I completely agree. He's just ticking so many boxes. You mentioned Aiden Caesar there too, mate. His control. It's just, rugby league can be such a complicated game at times. When you've got a halfback that can just simplify things, get you the right spots and kick well, God, it can make a difference.
Yeah.
Huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
You underappreciated it. You underappreciate it until you see it.
Yeah.
And you compare it to sides that don't have it, and it means the world.
Yeah. And like a lot of, like when Caesar got signed, and look, it's a long season. We'll see how they go. But there was a lot of, I guess, negative talk about Caesar getting signed, but he's exactly probably what you need right now. He's just a good, calm head that's going to kick well and do his job. Now, the next guy, Api Coruscant. So this typifies what he's just so good at. He runs he off the tap. There's an offload to Api, so he stays alive. He gets an offload. He gets a quick play of the ball. So there's one run. Then the next run, he then creates space by like a really good dummy drop off. So he fully stops in his tracks, dummy drop off, creates space for the outside men. Then he once again, the next play, so then he gets in dummy half. The next play does that, looks out the back, hits short. That was all Api that created that whole set, getting everyone exactly to where they needed to be for a try. And like that is the brilliance of Api Coruscant, orchestrating pretty much all on his back. Like the 6 and 7 could almost literally just put their hands behind their back and just go, I'm just going to wait this whole set. That's how much of in control Api Coruscant was in that set. He is just... There's an argument to be made. He's one of the better attacking nines that we've seen at least in this generation.
Oh, it's not an argument. He is. He's like, when you think about what he's done over the last few years, mate, like it really is incredible. He is, and fuck, isn't it? Is it one of the great sliding doors moments of all time? Manly letting him go.
Crazy.
When
and
you
also
look at how it all played out.
Agrees. I think he nearly agrees to Dogs.
Yep.
Everyone thinks he's signed. I even put a post up thinking he's signed. And then like within 24 hours, no, he signed with Panthers. What a change. Like, do Penrith do what they do without him there?
I don't think so. And I know it's easy to say now that Mitch Kenny's doing really well, but Mitch Kenny wasn't ready 2 years ago to do what he's doing now.
And Mitch Kenny is built off a foundation that has been laid before him, you know?
Yep. So, no, I don't think Penrith could have done what they've done. Scary to think what Manly could have done. Like, with all due respect to Lockie Croker, who's done a great job there, put Appy in that side.
Yeah, look, you understand where, I guess, Manly were coming from. That great Fainu coming through and all that drama that happened. But, yeah, it is a decision that was made that turned out to be the incorrect one.
Yeah, and, like, you think about, like, I I don't remember when Appy when he signed with Canterbury, then ended up at Penrith. I don't remember 15 clubs chasing Appy.
No, not at all. Not at all. He got basically told he can leave by Manly.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like, And also at the time, Panthers weren't even a top 8 side, I don't think. Or if at the very least they were fringe 8 side. So it's not like he was going to this like dominant side. He was going to a side that was desperate for hooker and hadn't had a hooker in a very long time. Like a genuine out-and-out hooker.
Well, what year did he arrive at the Panthers? 18, 19? Is that...
I think 19. I think 19.
19?
I think. Surely not 20, because that would be too lining up too quickly.
No, I think he was there 19.
20?
20.
Oh, was it really?
Far out. That's actually hectic.
Wow.
That is hectic. But yeah, what an incredible display of just talent, attacking talent by Api Koroisau. Another guy we want to talk about. When they signed Olam, we said exactly what he did. As an outside back, when they need someone to take a tough, strong, straight carry to straighten their sets up and just get the boys going, he did exactly that. Like, I know he ended up having the flat, the try or whatever, but his job was genuinely G the boys up with tough carries out of his own end. And he nailed it. Like, it's one thing to say that's what he was purchased for. It's another thing for him to fulfill that immediately. Sometimes it takes half a season for him to find his feet. He did exactly, what it says on the box, like straight away.
Yep.
Really good game by Olam.
Yep.
And you just love the energy this guy brings. Like, he's just... imagine, getting the ball out of the back of shape when you just know he's coming for you. It'd be terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's, even defensively, in attack, like, oh, shit. Like, you see him standing there waiting for a carry as a forward, you're going, oh man, this is going to hurt. This is going to hurt.
Yep. He was great. 177 run meters, 16 runs, 2 line breaks, 4 tackle breaks. Lived up to the name. You said it. You nailed it all on the head there with the... Does what he says on the tin, the big wrecking ball. We've lacked a little bit of punch out there in the back line, and perfect debut for the club.
He, you say 177 run meters?
Yeah.
Well, I don't remember him at Melbourne doing like crazy meters down there. It'd be interesting to see. Matty, can you have a look at his run meters when he was at the Storm? I don't remember it being those sort of wild numbers. So I'm keen to see if Benji can get that out of him week to week.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
he's got the ability to.
And also, they need him to.
Yep.
Because they don't really have meter eaters at this stage. Like Junior Tupou can be that, but he hasn't really been as good as it lately. He was absolutely outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Who else stood out for you boys from... I think Fainu off the bench.
Yeah, he was great, wasn't he?
He's been bloody good off the bench. It's the second game in a row he's come on and done some pretty special stuff.
Yeah.
Played 47 minutes.
Yeah. Their impact off the bench has been outstanding. Him and Twal.
Yep.
I thought Seafarth, in their first game, he was very, very disappointing. He was well below where I thought he'd be at. Obviously scored a try in this game, which was good, but I just thought in general he was much better, Seafarth.
I like Bolle starting 13.
Oh, yeah.
He looked much better, got through a ton of work. He only played 58 minutes, but that's probably the right amount when you consider the work. 17 runs, 152 metres, 67 post-contact, 2 tackle breaks, an offload, 31 tackles, only 1 miss. I think he's probably your best bet for the starting 13 role.
Yep.
Just give him some time there.
Yeah, I reckon 58, 60 minutes around the mark. 110 kegs, he's a big boy.
That's what I mean. For his role and the work he's getting through.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Is like, I don't want him to be an 80-minute. I think that actually suits him. Because I think that if you push him out to a 70, 75-minute player, you'll see the standard drop a little bit in his work because he's such a big boy.
Has he hasn't played for the Kiwis yet, has he?
No, I don't think so. No.
I reckon he'll be one at the end of the season that'll be sniffing around.
Dream the Dream as well.
Oh, the great Buller.
How
Absolutely.
good was he?
Yeah.
Probably a little bit quiet in the first game of the year, but 2 tries. Nearly had another one as well. He just kept popping up everywhere. Really followed through and kind of supported Appy really well, but he had a tremendous game on the weekend as well.
So Olam averaged anywhere from 106 to 126 metres in his first 6 seasons at Melbourne.
Big uptick.
Okay. Big uptick.
Yeah.
Maybe he likes that. Maybe in Storm you've got to be so system orientated that you're not allowed to get through to go in and take those carries. Spoke about it already, but Stefano had one of his better games. I thought he was much, much better this week.
Agree.
We want to see it for 6 weeks from Stefano.
And then a season.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be, that guy that's what he could have been and, or you don't want to be the guy that's being signed every single year because of what you can achieve or your body shape. You're such a big bopper and all that kind of stuff. You want to start, setting your own mark, really. And he can do that. He absolutely can do that. What else stood out for you guys in the Tigers?
Mate, I think we've sort of covered it there, to be honest with you. I just thought it was a really good team effort. I thought that, they're heading in the right direction, the Tigers. I just thought their forwards really aimed up in this game. And we'll get to Cronulla, and I understand that, they obviously had an absolute nightmare on their bench with their forward rotation. But I even thought before that, I thought the Tigers just really aimed up.
Yeah.
Like, you could even hear them, in the commentary. You could hear the players on the field going at Cronulla.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about the new look wardrobe choice for the coaching staff? What did you make of that?
Love that.
The grey bags of fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Love that.
Same.
Just mixing it up.
We mean business.
Yeah.
Don't you reckon? A little bit of a uniform there for the boys. And Benji, he was very on the front foot in the press conference as well. Looked well rested, having a little bit of a, not doing the 24-hour coaching thing. That's fine. The results speak for themselves. I liked it. I liked what I saw.
Yeah.
Exciting times.
Man, isn't it funny? So last week, apparently he doesn't coach enough. Now this week, not a peep about his
Not
coaching.
a thing.
Not a thing.
No. I even read an article that was talking about how the Cronulla Sharks coaching staff looked a bit underprepared in their tracksuits compared to Benji. Sitting there going, are you fucking for real?
Well, 32-6, mate.
He told me he wasn't taking coaching seriously last week. He puts on a nice suit and...
All of a sudden, he's more prepared than Craig Fitzgibbon, renowned, most prepared dude in the history of mankind.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Rugby league, we love it. We love it. Now into the Sharkies, extremely disappointing because they'd set the standard for themselves this year. Almost and look, I get it. The forward rotation, I understand, got all mucked up, but the forward rotation has nothing to do with Nico having, one of probably his worst game in a Sharks jersey. Just looked like even Nico, who has been so consistent, even at times being let down by the people outside him or even inside him. This game, he just did not look all there. Look, he's been so good for so long that you can kind of give him one of these every now and then. But this is the period of footy where I felt so the game was in the balance, and the Sharkies just honestly self-imploded. It went. Okay. So the game's in the balance. Error from McInnes. Bad kick from Hines. Trindle throws a forward pass. Hines kicks out on the full again. Trindle gives another penalty for tackling Papali'i off the ball. Then Appy basically goes down and scores that try, and the game was after that. It was just downhill running for the Tigers, and so you can look at the rotation and you can say, "Oh, this happened, that happened," and it's kind of like what we were alluding to with the Broncos. You can look for reasons for excuses, but that forward rotation has nothing to do with kicking the ball out twice in the full, throwing a forward pass, giving a penalty away. That's just key players, unfortunately. McInnes, Hines, and Trindle just having a poor game.
They were rattled.
Fully rattled.
Yeah. And you got to give full credit to the Tigers for that. Because as I said, before all the injuries started to strike, you could feel the Tigers starting to get on top.
Yeah, so with the Sharkies, it's one of those games where you just go, you know what? The Men in Black.
Yep. Erase the memory thing.
I reckon Fitzgibbon needs to go around to every single one of them and just go, just forget, boys. Because that was a Barry Crocker for all of us.
Yep.
We all agree that was a Barry Crocker, except for Talakai. He was actually outstanding.
Yep.
Talakai, you don't need to get your memory erased. You were really good. And then we just go into a new week. Because they'd been so good for the first two rounds.
And make sure he's wearing a suit when he does that too.
Don't do it in a tracksuit. Won't work.
Nah. Won't have the same impact.
Won't work.
So, something to think about there, Craig.
Maybe Craig saw his wife during the week or something. Wasn't prepared. Wife and kids. Maybe he saw his kids. I don't like that. As rugby league analysis, we don't like coaches that spend time with family. Look, the positive for Sharkies is a game like this is early in the season. Yes, it's really disappointing. Sometimes it's that punch in the in the nose or the face that you need where you just go, a bit of a wake-up call of oh shit, we thought we were going to go to Tigers home ground and just dust them because we've played so well. We got the Warriors done. Yes, the Bulldogs aren't the best side, but we ended up blowing them away towards the end of the game. But it's just a quick reminder that it doesn't matter who you play. They can rock up as an NRL team and they can put a score on you.
Yep. Sure.
And so you can use that motivation for the rest of the year and always point back to, guys, this is what happens when we don't turn up. Because, like, let's be honest, the Sharkies didn't turn up. That's not the same Sharkies that turned up to New Zealand.
No bloke for them this week.
Yep.
Or maybe they need some.
You know what? They're probably drinking other beers. That's why. You want to win, boys? It's a beer for blokes that turn up. But don't be drinking it if you don't turn up. I don't want none of that. That's bad juju on me. Look, some positives. Talakai was absolutely phenomenal. That bloke did not stop ripping and tearing the whole game. 21 runs, 203 metres, 74 post contact, 8 tackle breaks, a line break assist, and offload 5 tackles. He ripped and teared for his side. Really ripped and teared.
And, you know, when he does have his downfalls, Talakai, I just don't know how people consistently ignore this shit that he does.
Yeah.
He just ran for 200 metres at centre in a game that got beat by 30 in.
And
Please.
as well as, like, at least he's ripping and tearing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it'd be one thing if he stood out in his centre position and said, look, I'm here to score points. Like, I'm a bulldozer. I'll bump people. I'll create tries. He's going, like, we're losing, but I'm willing to go in there and rip and tear and just get after the game because our forwards are all decimated pretty much.
74 post contact. He didn't have a line break. He's not getting any easy metres, Talakai.
No, none. Literally none. So, yeah, positives. Talakai was really good. I thought Cam McInnes started the game really well. Obviously, then probably fatigued a little bit. Little bit concerning going forward for the Sharkies with the amount of injuries it looks like they might have heading into the Raiders game. But, I mean, is there much to talk about in regards to the Sharkies when it's just one of those, like, we're not going to sit here and pretend like, oh, it's disaster. It's not that at all.
Yeah. They haven't had 3 of these in a row.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just a really bad night at the office. Like, that's just genuinely what it was for them. And their key player just had a really bad night at the office. Unfortunately for the Sharks, they just aren't a top 8 side without Hines playing well. Like, it's just reality.
Speaking of bad nights at the office, what about Royce the Choice Hunt getting injured, warming up on the sideline?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that before.
Like what could go wrong went wrong for the Sharkies.
For sure. I still think, mate, this halves combination, I think it's going to take a little bit more time. We spoke about it a little bit in the preseason, but Trindle is just such a different footballer to Matty Moylan. I think they're just sort of struggling to find their feet a little bit.
I think that it's more Trindle struggling to find his feet rather than Hines trying to connect with him, because I've yet to see Trindle have a really good game or even period. Like, I haven't seen him kick on the way I thought he would this year.
Yep.
Only three rounds. But for the time it might take for him to build a combination, that's understandable. But you still need to be having some impact on the game on the things that you do offer, I believe. So I'm with you in regards to it's going to take time to build a combination. But I do want to see a bit more from Trindle going forward. I do think that he has the ability to impact games, we saw in the Indigenous game, he's outstanding.
Yep.
If anything, I thought they looked more gelled in the Indigenous All-Star games than they have so far.
Yeah, and I think that was because Trindle was the dominant one. I think that when Trindle isn't the dominant ball player, I think that's almost when he tries to overplay his hand a little bit.
Yeah, okay. So you reckon he's better as a 7?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay.
But obviously, Nico Hines is your 7. He's the guy. But I think when you look back on reflection of the role that Matty Moylan played, he just sat in that pocket and waited there until he was needed. Trindle's not that sort of a footballer, and I just think they're sort of stepping on each other's feet a little bit.
But surely Trindle should be aware of that this is Hines and it's not going to be anyone else's team at all. So.
Sure, but by the way that it looks like Trindle's playing, you don't accidentally end up playing both sides of the ruck and out the back. I think that Fitzy's trying to change the way they're playing a little bit so they're not so Hines-centric.
Yeah, that's fair. Look, if I'm Fitzy, I'm all in on the Hines, and I'm basically saying, Trindle, whatever Hines needs, you do.
Does it though? The reality of the Cronulla Sharks is that last few years they haven't been able to compete with the top sides. Are they a little bit too predictable? Everything going through Hines when they play those good defensive sides.
Well, the problem is if you go away from Hines, your standard is nowhere near what it is when you do play with Hines. I don't think it's Hines the reason why they're not winning big games. You go back to that game against the Roosters last year, he could not have done any more to give them the win. People were dropping balls as his try assist. He was genuinely doing everything he could, and people were like, They were bombing opportunities. I like put it this way. Okay, wake up tomorrow. Hines is injured and Trindle's a 7. Do you think they make the 8?
No, probably not. No, and I'm not arguing that in any way, shape, or form. I just think that Craig Fitzgibbon has probably taken it on board that they are a little bit too Hines-centric and they need to have some different options come these big games.
I just
because like you talk to players from other teams and they know when you play the Sharks, if you can contain Nico, you're sweet.
I think they're like in a similar position as the Knights are to a degree. Like KP is their man. You just go all in, and like that when the Knights went all in on KP, they went on that run. And I think with Sharkies, I personally just go all in on Nico and I say, Trindle, for the first couple of years of your career, it'll be basically whatever Hines needs you do. And then once you earn the right, whether it's in the first 12 months or whether it's in the second 12 months, once you earn the right to, once you've had enough runs under the board with Hines that you can show you can complement him by doing what you want to do, that's when I would introduce that. I think it's really hard to introduce that off the bat when it's essentially their first year together as halves pairings by going, Trindle, we want you to do what you want to do. Hines, we want you to do it. I think it's a real hard mix to get.
Yeah, but I think like unless Braden Trindle is just blatantly ignoring what his coach is saying, I think it looks like Craig Fitzgibbon's going down that avenue. That's what I see anyway.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's early days, and there's a lot more to happen, and they'll improve. But that's just the way that I'm eyeballing it at the moment.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, I just don't think Trindle has been at his best this year so far, and I think that's what's affecting him rather than being told certain game plans. I just think he's not in good. He's in okay form, but not in good form right now. I've put it this way: I've seen Trindle play way better games when he's come in with an injured Matty Moylan than I have seen him play this year. But we'll see. Time will tell. Super early in the year.
And that's when Trindle came in with Matty Moylan didn't change his role. It became Trindle's team then. Moylan still sat in his pocket, sat in that corridor. And
I mean, when I've seen Trindle play better when Moylan's been injured.
Okay, right. Yeah. Okay.
And so the idea that like Trindle will play better if it's his team, it's like that's off the table. Like it's a non-negotiable because it's not going to happen. It's Hines' team.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't even entertain.
Yeah, no, I'm not. So maybe I've misworded this. I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form it should be Trindle's team. But if you look last year, it was probably 80% Hines' team, 20% Moylan. And I think that Fitzy's trying to shift to a little bit more of an even split, and that's where I think they're having a bit of trouble.
Yeah, if that is what Fitzy's doing, I wouldn't. I'd just go all in on Hines. I just think that's at the moment Trindle isn't at in his career yet, long enough in first grade and hit the form yet to warrant dulling your best attacking weapon to bring him forward. But I don't know. I see it more as I think Trindle is he just isn't playing as good a footy as we know he can play yet. Who knows though? He's not playing so bad that he can't warm into this combination. But at the moment, I just haven't seen, like for example, on the weekend, he's as a 6, he had 3 runs. Like if Fitzy's saying to him, we want you to have more responsibility, you've got to have more than 3 runs. Like you want to be up around the 10. Like even like Cody Walker on the weekend, had a quiet game. I think he still had 9 runs. Yeah.
It's an interesting watch, though.
It's the key watch.
Yeah.
It's the key watch. How would they go when Moylan and Hines was such a good combination, just worked so well together? Only problem was Moylan's obviously defence.
Yep.
How would they go with Trindle in there? So hopefully they can work that out. But outside of that, as I said, delete, go on to next week. Honestly, I would even consider not doing friggin' video session on it and just going, boys, move forward. That's not who we are. We don't even want to pretend like it is. Anything else?
Just very quickly, good to see the Tigers belt out their new song as well at the end of the game there, wasn't it?
I hated that. Like, I look, as in not the new song. I get it. It's news. It's funny. But, like, I was kind of like, let the Tigers have their win, guys. Shit. Yeah. Like, everyone putting shit on them for bloody...
They're going to get a lot more used to that song, don't worry.
Yeah, and apparently didn't Benji, like, create a new song that's, like, combined the two or something like that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I was like... Everyone was like putting shit on them. I'm like, come on, guys, just let them have that. They had a big win. Let them enjoy it.
Good to see that photo, though. Boys literally singing off the same hymn sheet this season, which is nice.
Hey?
Which is nice to see.
They're on the same page, that's for sure. Eels defeat Manly. Don't forget, make sure to follow me on feed, on Sportsbet. You go into the feed section, you type in Den and Bloke in a Bar. you're following me, but you're really following Bloke in a Bar. And you're getting, obviously it's me doing you're seeing what I'm punting on. But who knows? Who knows? There could be many more things coming down the year, so make sure to follow. Also, make sure to grab a case of Bloke beer from your local. Eels defeat Manly in, would we say, game of the round?
Yeah.
I
A lot of
reckon.
points. Pretty exciting.
It was exciting.
Deserve
Game.
it of the 4 p.m. Sunday time slot.
Can we, I know it changes daylight savings, but get rid of the 6 o'clock
Yeah.
shit fight.
Yep.
Yuck.
Too much now.
Give me Sunday Arvo footy.
Yep.
2 and 4.
and 4.
Give me some time to wind down after that second
Thank you.
game. Jeez Louise.
Exactly.
Especially if we can be extra selfish to come in here on a Monday morning early and get into the reviews. Jeez, it's hard when it finishes at 8:30.
And just like it's yuck. Because like the good thing about the Sunday Arvo footy is you get your Sunday Arvo footy and then you get to wind down. You might get to watch, a little movie.
Yeah.
Spend a bit of me time.
Or
Bit of self-love.
Sunday night, Matty John starts a little bit earlier.
Yep. So you
know
just
what I mean?
ease into the week.
Correct.
Whereas rolling in it.
Doesn't change to around 7, so a little bit after daylight savings this year.
Jesus.
It is good first couple of weeks. Maybe first week or two, I reckon, when the sun's still out. You can still be down at the pub. When we're getting to this point, it's a bit...
Hey, the first few weeks you could put footy at fucking midnight. I'd be to be fair.
I love the 2 and 4 because you get that you can go out, have your little feed in the morning, maybe go for a walk with the misso and you roll into 2 o'clock. It's beautiful. And then you got the 4 o'clock. Whereas like the later one, you got to wait all the way till 4. Anyway.
And how do you get your dinner in between sometimes? That can be a little bit of a challenge too.
Yep.
You're going straight from 4. You got a 15-minute window to eat something.
Chow down.
Yeah. It's where the Musashi bars have been such a welcome addition.
Hey, that's why early season edge.
Exactly.
Give yourself the early season edge of not being able to eat dinner by having a protein bar.
Correct.
Bloke 35. Use code Bloke for 35% off. Not bundles though. Eels defeat Manly.
We can't do it.
Hey, you gotta put the T's and C's in there.
Absolutely.
I don't want to get done for false advertising.
Yep.
I
Last thing we want.
don't want the dribbler in my comment section. How dare you, sir? You said 35% off. Eels defeat Manly 28-24. Manly comes out red hot. They're up 14-0. And Eels, when you talk about changing the game, Junior Bowler comes on and this is where I think Brad Arthur deserves a lot of credit because so in the press conference he says Junior, he wants to start. So this is an overcall by Brad Arthur going, no, your best role for the team is coming off the bench. So Brad Arthur deserves a massive rap for that. Junior Bolo deserves a massive rap for being an incredible front rower. And Eels deserve a massive rap for somehow coming back from 14-0 down. Eels are looking much better than I thought they would. They really are. You still got the concerns on the edges there. And I thought that Manly, DCE just going, there's a debutant out in the centres with Harper on the wing. Harper actually hasn't started on the wing in NRL. We're just going to spin the ball there constantly. Eventually, they found joy there pretty much any time they could get the ball out there. But Eels managed to find a way to get the job done. Now, the key in this was, and this is where I really think Manly let themselves down. So the score, Eels had 39% of the ball in the first 20 minutes or whatever, and the score was 14-12, I think. So the Eels had only completed 6 sets, and they'd already scored 2 tries. And what that says to me is just really poor defense, online defense. The fact that they can score immediately as soon as they get down there twice, that's really poor goal line defense. Now, granted, they fought their way back into it, Manly, but I do think that their defense is definitely something that they need to work quite a lot on. And also not allowing, when the momentum goes against them, similar-ish to the Dragons, obviously nowhere near as bad as the Dragons, but when the momentum goes against them, finding ways to slow the flow down of the game. Penrith do it really well, Storm do it really well. Just different ways of slowing the game down so that you can get set, get your line ready to go. Because really, the fact that they're 14-0 up, and I think they had it was 80% of possession, by that time. So 14-0 up, 80% of possession. Then they had 61% of possession, so they're 14-12 up. That's kind of the period where they kind of lost the game because they really, if you've got 60% of possession, you really should be up by minimum 12 points. And so that's going to be an area of their game I think they've got to really focus on, Manly. But outside of that, I know that they'd be disappointed they didn't get the win, but both teams, they're playing top 6 footy in my opinion. Both sides are playing top 6 footy and very exciting for both sides. What did you reckon, Roo?
Just we've got like an exciting game on our hands at the moment when like you can just start so fast like Manly did and still be able to just rope your way back into the game. We saw the Warriors, obviously start fast against the Sharkies the other week, and like in previous years in rugby league, you'd watch that first 15 minutes of that game and this game and just go, oh, they're gone now.
It's over.
They won't be able to get back into this. But Parramatta, not only do they get back into it, got up enough to be like well and truly in front with about 20 minutes to go. They're very impressive. We start with Parramatta, or
Yeah, we'll start with Para.
yeah. Mitch Moses, very good signs there. Looks like he's starting to move past that groin injury.
Yeah, I'd love to know what that groin injury is. How do you go from limping to looking...
And I've said it a million times. If I could be a fly on a wall in any change room and stuff, it'd be Parramatta. I'd love to... Just some of the things that go on there and whatnot that I can't quite make sense of. I think it'd be so interesting, but they still put on good performances and whatnot.
And also, like, they deserve a rap because, like, publicly facing, we're all sitting there going, oh, rest Mitchell Moses, what's going on? But clearly, they've got a really good doctor or physio that knows their shit. Because you think about you're a physio. You're sitting there, you've got Mitch Moses out there limping. Guess what I'm doing?
Yeah.
Get him off. Because I don't want to be the guy responsible for Mitch Moses tearing his groin and being out for 6 to 8 weeks.
Well, mate, like they ran out in this game and Clint Gutherson goal kicked the whole time, and then with 15 minutes to go, Mitch Moses took a shot at goal. And you're just going, why? What are we doing here?
He must have just felt good.
Yeah, he felt okay. Which, sure, like, by all means, but it's just, from the outside looking in, it just seems like you're playing with fire.
But
they're obviously not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They clearly know a lot that we don't with that injury.
For sure.
Mitch Moses, just, as I said, I think he's a front runner for that 6 jersey at the moment for the Blues. I think he's been really good. I think his game has just... Talk about a bloke that has well-rounded his game out. Like, if you go back and watch when he first arrived to the club, this is not the same Mitch Moses that arrived at the Para Eels. This is a Mitch Moses that is arguably one of the better defensive sevens in the comp. Mate, when he arrived at the Eels, defensively, there was so many questions. It was like, will he even be a long-term first grader because his defence isn't up to scratch? I mean, you would have had him at the Tigers for a bit.
Yep.
And, like, he has worked his absolute backside off. And also, like, if you had said a few years ago, Moses may fight his way into pair Cleary in the 6 and 7 jersey, you would have said, mate, that 6 and 7 spot is so filled, there's not a chance.
Yep.
Yet he's probably the front runner. And so the Para Eels deserve massive raps, but most of all, Mitch Moses deserves massive raps. I think his journey has been one of the most intriguing as a half that we've seen in the last few years.
Yeah, without a doubt. He's been very impressive, the way that he's matured over the last few seasons. I wouldn't say it's blown me away because you've always known this footballer was in Mitch Moses.
Always been super talented.
Yeah.
But how many super talented ball players have we seen said, you know what, I'm not going to bother with that defence thing. I'm just going to get away with being a mad ball player.
Yeah. No, he's worked really hard at his game, and obviously, that Parramatta Eels number 7 jersey since Sterlo left has just been a nightmare for teams. But, God, I would love to see Mitch Moses to be the guy that ends the drought at 7.
Would be poetic.
It'd be so good.
What about his kicking game? Like, that long boot... Until you watch a game like DCE versus Moses and you watch how important that long boot is, you look at some teams that don't have a kicker, that a deep kicker, and you go, how are you even getting through games with that? Like, how are you not getting turned around constantly by a DCE, a Mitchell Moses? It's just, really, really good stuff from Moses.
Yeah. He's a gunner. He put a bit of size on too in the last couple of years too. Like, real kind of nuggety kind of frame to him now, but he did real well in Origin last year when he filled in for Cleary. But it'd be great to see both those two get a run together.
And I think, like, some people go, well, that's putting 2 7s in your halves. I think Mitch Moses absolutely could be a 6.
Yeah.
He's a great ball runner.
Yep.
It's one of his biggest strengths is how fast he is.
Yep.
So, I think he's been playing really well. Already spoken about it, but Junior Bowler off the bench was outstanding. Ryan Madison, geez, he is just going unnoticed, unsung, but when he gets on, the quality of his work and his ability to... I just think that he's picking his times really well, where he's ball playing when he needs to, but he's also just running it straight and hard when he needs to as well. He had 3 offloads, because that's what... So basically, when Madison and Polo came on, they had 7 offloads together. Like that, it just completely changed the momentum of the game.
Yeah.
If they don't come on at the time they do, Manly probably run away with it. Like I genuinely believe that.
Yeah. Speaking of a guy who's well rounded his game out and knows his role, Madison, he's just an absolute weapon. Absolute weapon.
And he's a big boy. You actually, because he's so silky with his hands, you actually forget how much of a big unit he is.
Yeah.
It's funny though, like sometimes when you see him playing as a middle forward, then you forget how silky he is as well. Like he can just play both roles. Like it was only a few years ago he was in a grand final throwing that unbelievable flick pass around his body for the Roosters. He's so talented, Matto.
Yeah. That try assist from Dylan Brown, just beauty to watch. The long ball over the top.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
Threw a few of
God.
those yesterday.
Mate.
Yeah.
I just love how much he's competing this year. And like he hasn't had the crazy stats yet, but they'll come.
Yeah.
They will absolutely. How often does he get the ball and there's nothing on? Like for example, the try that Mitch Moses to Talangi, that all started off just a nothing play by Dylan Brown with good footwork, getting a quick play the ball.
Yeah.
Like that's just creating so we'll focus on the Mitch Moses incredible pass and the great push up by Talangi, and rightly so. But really, what created that opportunity was Dylan Brown creating something from nothing.
What about on that try? You know, great ball playing by Dill, great hands by Mitch. Blaze gets the ball at full pace and just bodies up on Tommy Trbojevic.
And that's the thing. When I looked at Blaze in the trials, I was like, is he physically ready for first grade? And I actually wasn't sure because he is quite a rangy kind of build. And then you see that content, you go, oh, he's definitely physically ready. Now, I do think that I don't know if he's ready for a full season of first grade yet, but he's absolutely got potential to be a bloody good centre.
Tell you what else I loved on that play, and it sounds really simple and whatnot, and you'll be able to talk more about it, Kemi, but he timed that pass and got the ball at absolute top speed. And in a moment where it has to go through Brown, Moses, and the attack is jamming on Mitch Moses, it would have been so easy for him to mistime that run. He just had full confidence in his halfback that he would get it right, and there was just no stopping him.
Yeah, really, really. And look, did him and Harper, get skinned a few times by DC in that? Yes, they did. So I do think don't read too much into that as a para fan as to whether Blaze Talangi is a good defender or not. Because, first of all, he's got Dylan Brown inside him, who's also a young defender. Yes, he is one of the best sixers in the comp. But he's also got Harper outside him. And some of those like line breaks from the Manly were actually Harper not trusting Talangi. And then in the first one, it was Harper not jamming in. So don't get me wrong, there was both of them that could have made better decisions. But a lot of it came from his spacing outside Dylan Brown just wasn't exactly accurate. Yep. And that actually did remind me a little bit, because he's probably been playing New South Wales Cup, and I don't know what position he's been playing, but when you're a guy as talented as Blaze Talangi, usually you can sit a little bit tighter to your three defender because you're quick enough to get the outside men in. Whereas when you get into first grade, you just can't do that. So if I'm an Eels fan, don't worry about that. This kid, it's all just about combinations, because a lot of those defensive issues, they weren't because he wasn't willing to put his body in front. They weren't because of poor contact. It was just about combinations and getting used to the people inside and outside of him. So don't stress too much about Talangi's first 20 minutes or so.
I think the other thing that people need to note as well is that I do not believe the kid's a centre. I think he will be a fullback long term.
And that's what he's been playing in cup.
He's been playing
He's
fullback.
played the last 2 weeks at fullback. So
probably why his spacing is a little bit off.
100%. Yeah. So
don't read too much into that at all. He's a rookie that's getting pinpointed by DCE and Tom Trbojevic. Like DCE and Origin has pinpointed people. So don't read into that.
And that's going up against an edge also with Olakau'atu.
Yeah.
With Ruben Garrick, like supreme NRL players.
Yeah.
So look, I don't think he'll be a centre for that long. You almost find it hard to believe that you hear it time and time again about Gutho moving to the centres, but if there ever is a world where I could see Gutho move to the centres, it is for Blaze in the next few years.
Great name. One of the great names, rugby league, Blaze.
Oh, yeah. Unreal, yeah.
And so, what I loved about his debut is, you had the errors there and the defence, the questions with Harper or whatever, but he just never stopped having a dig.
Yeah.
A lot of rookies go into their shell and go, this isn't my day. He didn't. He just kept turning up, kept trying, and obviously got himself a try. And for him to be able to, for that contact on Tommy, Like, that's a strong boy. That's a strong boy. So, very excited for his future.
You haven't seen it yet, but he has got incredible hands too. He's a very good little ball player.
Exciting for all the family he brought to. Apparently, he had 60 family members. They had to get their own bus to get there. So that would have been a pretty happy bus going home, I would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. A win like that. And so I'm just excited because, like, what have we always been saying about the Eels is they're short and outside back. If this kid can step up, whether it's in fullback or centre, I still think you keep Gutho at fullback, but the whispers are the whispers. If he can step up, because I think Will Bensini's been great. I really do. I've liked Bensini's start to the year. Once they get Sivo back, who knows? Who knows, seriously?
Do you keep Blaze in the side when they're full strength, or...?
I'd strongly consider it.
Yeah.
Just with the potential upside of what he can do. Now, if he comes out for the next week or two and he continues to have a little bit of a defensive spacing issues, that's where you go, okay, he's going to start getting targeted, and is that the best for his development? And you just pull him out a bit. But if he comes out next week and he feels more comfortable and it's all good, that's when I'd go, you know what, strongly consider putting him in the centres.
Who they got? They got you next week, don't they?
They do. Easter Monday.
Okay.
Yep.
I'd keep him there. When's Sivo back? This week? You know what? My backline would probably be Sivo, Bensini, Taulagi, Russell.
Yeah, okay.
I'd probably go that.
Sivo's back this week.
What'd you go?
Yeah, I think I'd go the same.
Hammy?
Yeah, I think so. Makes sense to me.
Okay. So great job by the Eels. Definitely playing... when they're on a roll, they are hard to stop. Playing some really good brand of footy. Just the amount of offloads, like... Geez, that's got to be tough for teams. Okay, now on to Manly. Now, people are focused on this. A lot of people focus on that last play, obstruction from Jake Trbojevic. I understand the frustration. The defender would have never got there. I get it. But what's the alternative? Because with every team, all of us, yourself with the Tigers, you with the Roosters, obviously, you with the Rabbitohs. We've all been stung by that rule where the player was never going to get there, but it gets called an obstruction. Fair?
Try being a fan of the game, mate. It happens to you every week. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. So, look, I get the frustration, but every team has been stung by this. And if you want to be super nitpicky, okay, yes, was the defender being lazy and turning off on the inside? He was. But if you want to be nitpicky, Jake Trbojevic could have easily stepped back and not stepped into the line there.
Mm-hmm. And that's the whole point. These guys, they know what the rules are. I know they're exhausted and they're arse hanging out, but you know what the rules are. If you're going to give the video ref an opportunity to rule via the rule book, guess what? It's probably not going to come up trumps for you.
Yeah. And so look, I understand you're passionate and you feel like that's why you lost, but I don't think so. And also, the pass was a mile forward.
Yeah. And also, you made a really good point before. You got the New Zealand Warriors who are going to the line and then jagging themselves back. I mean, they should get rewarded for having that in their game. If other teams aren't doing it, so be it.
And also, it's not like Jake DeWoy was running into that. He walked into that spot. So, he was also clocking off. Like, both players clocked off in that moment. And, you go back. Like, DC knocked it on before they scored the... So, that wasn't the reason why they lost. They had a 14-0 lead.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they didn't capitalise on it the way they should have.
I also think the black and white nature that they rule obstructions on now causes way less headaches than when they did the grey area a few years ago. Significantly less.
The thing is, the thing with the black and white is, like, for a period there, I was against it because I was like, come on, the game isn't black and white and blah, blah. But the more I think about it, the more I'm just like, if it's black and white, then it sends a very clear message to players. It's the attacking team's responsibility to just not put themselves in that position. Now, granted, if a player, like, for example, the week before with Hughes, where he chose to go in, that shouldn't have been a penalty. Like, that was a bad call. But that's different because the defender was choosing to go in. But, yeah, look, I get it. The defender was never going to get there. I understand Manly fans. You're going to be sitting there going, are you kidding me? But... First of all, the Tom Trbojevic part was so forward. Yeah. I don't know how. Like, there was literally there was a person there marking the fact that it was forward. He literally went around him. So there's that. And then also, you get some calls, you don't get some calls. I don't think that's why the Manly Seagulls lost.
It was a call by the book. It is what it is. You know the rules. You have to... Like, as soon as it went upstairs, we all looked at it the first time and went, this sucks. Probably is a try, but we know it's not going to be by the rules.
Yeah.
And you have to avoid that stuff. You can't just be walking into the line like that.
Okay, let's get to the game. In saying all of that, if Manly can fix these mid-game, laxers. Because you can look at Rabbitohs, they had that 10 minutes or so where they put those points on them. Roosters, that was probably their best performance this year against the Roosters, where they, dominated them. But in saying that, they did allow Roosters to kind of stay in the game for quite a while when they had a lot of possession. If they can fix that, Manly are a genuine threat. I would not be too disappointed with this as a Manly fan. I thought that for periods there, they looked genuinely unstoppable. They don't have to worry. The good thing for them heading into this season is attack is sorted for them. They can put on points. There's no questions about that. If they can get a gritty defence, they absolutely can challenge for a premiership this year.
Good God, they're so good to watch with the footy, aren't they? I love that. The first try, I think it was Jackson Paulo scored it, where Luke Brooks chimed in over the other side, and DCE was just, playing slow tempo, and then finding Brooksy at top speed. Those two are as a halves pairing. They look like they've been playing together for a long time.
Brooksy looks outstanding.
Where do you think he fits in as a Blues number 6 option as well?
I probably wouldn't even consider it this year, just because the pressure, the headlines that would create. Unless he's absolutely just blown the comp out of the water. When you got a guy like Mitch Moses who's going really well, I would just.
Even if he was blowing it out of the water, I think you're asking for trouble. And I think Brooksy could go in there and do a good job, but if he doesn't, my God, you know how it's going to play out.
And also, if he's felt pressure in club games, imagine what that Queensland team's going to do to him. Origin game.
And how often do you see, in particular, halves from New South Wales go into an Origin game, come out of it, and they don't actually do anything wrong, but the media pretends like they've had the worst game of all time.
For sure.
Yeah.
If I'm a Manly fan, I don't want him playing for the Blues. Maybe next year, let's say he goes really well this year and then he goes well next year. Then you go, okay, yeah, sweet.
Yeah.
Now, the big question that we've had with Manly, I personally had, is how does that forward pack go against a top-tier forward pack? We saw them dominate the Roosters. And so we were sitting here going, wow. So they've got it in them, for sure. They've got it in them. And they did this last year too when they went out and smashed Storm. But it's about week on week. And my question is, can this forward pack do what they did against the Roosters for a whole season? They definitely did get rolled over by the Eels forward pack. And the Eels forward pack, to be fair, the Eels forward pack is one of the better packs in the comp. You've got Origin front rowers, all that stuff. But for most of the game, they did get rolled over quite a lot.
Yeah, they were definitely on the back foot, the Manly Seagulls pack. And yeah, it is a big concern for them, whether they're going to be able to do it with the top sides. And I'm confident that they can give it to probably the bottom 8 to 10 teams, bottom 8 to 10 forward packs. But I mean, I don't want to be talking about Manly like that. I want to be talking like this is a team with Tom Trbojevic, DC. I want to talk about them with the top 6 sides. And their forward pack is going to have to punch a little bit above their weight to do so. And unfortunately, we didn't see it yesterday.
Yeah. And you look at their completion, 71% completion rate. And so that's not going to help you in a game like where you need to. And I think at one stage, the Eels were at 90% completion rate. And we talk about, doing the smart plays to keep you in games. So the Eels were 14-0 down, but they had completed at 90 whatever percent. I think it was like 92%. And what does that say to you? That's an experienced forward pack that understands, okay, yes, the scoreboard, it's panicking, it's scary. Stick to our processes. It will turn, and it obviously did turn.
This is the Manly pack, right? They're not waiting on. It's only Josh Lodge. Okay, yeah, all right.
So you got Lodge, Sipley.
Oh, yeah, Sipley's not in it.
So there are people to come back. Them
okay.
at full strength. I think. I just want to see them at full strength for 10 rounds to get a good gauge. I know that sounds like a lot, but they have been known to be a little bit inconsistent in the middle. And that's the only question. Like when it comes to attacking prowess and all that kind of stuff, they're there. They're ready to go. It's just, can this forward pack do it for the whole season?
It will be interesting. Obviously, Anthony Seibold, pretty notorious for starting seasons fast. They certainly have started fast. Interesting to see how they go over the next few weeks.
Yeah.
They've got some tough games, but they've got some good matchups as well in there. They play the Dragons next week, then they play Penrith, Warriors, then they got the Titans. They play Parramatta again, then Raiders.
Just want to talk about a play that, the cream of the crop kind of stuff. So the game's on the line. They need to get back into it. DCE with an incredible downfield kick. Then Jake Trbojevic with a huge hit. And it's like, again, we talked about, RTS impacting games, but this is what you want your big players on big money to do. The game's on the line. They link up. So it was basically a really good kick from DCE. Then I think it was Jake Trbojevic, a really good kick chase. Then he shot out of the line and made Blaise Talangi drop the ball. And that's what they're paid the big bucks for, is the game is on the line. it's no one else's responsibility to change momentum. It's their responsibility to change momentum. And I thought that was just a good example of leaders leading from the front with their actions.
Sort of what we're talking about that we want to see out of South Sydney.
Yeah,
those sort of things. Yeah,
sure. But yeah, look, great game. Probably the match of the round. Manly looking red hot. I think they've started the year really, really well. Hopefully they can get a big win next week and just keep building on what they've done so far this year. Now, Knights defeat the Storm 14-12. Look, with the Knights, just good to get the W. Like, however you can get it, you just get it. I hate to be a Debbie Downer, though. It wasn't pretty. It was not pretty. And it was against a Storm side that was missing quite a few players. So I don't like to excuse teams. So, for example, you could sit there in the Storm and you could go, I was missing this player, this player, this player. But then you actually watch the game and it's like, that wasn't the reason why he's lost. He's lost because you made silly errors, So, but from the Knights' perspective, they are missing those players. You should, if you're a top 4 threat or a top 6 threat, you should be really putting the Storm side away. So I'd be remiss if I didn't say, still questions around the Knights for me. It wasn't this like glorious victory over the Storm that, you can sit there and go, oh, they're back. But at the same time, a win's a win, and sometimes that's all you need to just get some momentum heading into the season.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you. It wasn't pretty at all. They're obviously missing a few troops, but nowhere near as much as the Melbourne Storm are missing guys. Made some interesting choices with their rotation and whatnot. We spoke about a few weeks ago about Tyson Frizzell moving into the middle. I think even more so I'd be leaning towards doing it now. They moved Dylan Lucas. He played on the right edge for the back end of the game. He's obviously coming back from a HIA. There's potential there with the Knights, but yeah, they're just good to get a win, but they're nowhere near what they were last year still. I'll tell you what, like he scored 2 tries last week, but he's making a lot of errors at the moment. Adam Elliott.
Yeah.
A little bit out of sorts at the moment. Not quite sure what it is.
Yeah, and he was really good last week, but you're right. Like in round 1, I think he made quite a few errors, and obviously a couple. How many did he make on? I definitely remember at least one cold drop ball, and they just can't afford that. Like a team that is based around steeliness and grittiness, which is what Adam Elliott is. He's tough as anything, goes all day. But just trying to get it up here.
I think three errors.
Yeah, 2 errors.
Yep.
Have you got 3?
2 errors. No, 3. Yeah.
Okay. NRL says 2. But yeah, 3 errors. Look.
Sorry, it says 2 errors and 1 handling error. I don't know if one counts as both.
I think they're the same.
Right.
I think one of those 2 errors is a handling
error. Okay. Look, the positive is they just got the win, and there were periods of grittiness. There was a really good play from Rizal. So game was on the line. The Storm got momentum back, and it looked like, Storm are going to come over the top here. Rizal, crazy, really, really good try-saving tackle where he tracked back. Someone threw an inside ball. It was a try for all money. Frizzell's there. Then either a play later or 2 plays later, he makes another try-saving tackle. And that was basically the match winner right there. Huge effort from Frizzell to track back. It's the 70th minute or the 75th minute. The game's on the line. Could have very easily said, you know what, that's not my job. That's a centre, that's a 7, that's a 6 or whatever. He said, no, I'm one of the big game players here. Makes huge tackles, and that literally was the difference in the end. And Frizzell, for a guy that, I feel like maybe 3 years ago you were sitting there going, is he maybe going to pull him up here or head to Super League or whatever? Hasn't he just, the last 2 years, been outstanding? Yeah,
it's been a real resurgence in his career, hasn't it? And I still, just the leg speed he has is just insane. It's like he's just never got slower. I think he made his debut for the Sharks years ago. He played a few games with the Sharks at the start of his career, and he looks just as quick then as he does now. It's wild.
Yeah, you'd think a guy like that in the forwards, as they get older, their fast twitch would slow down a little bit, and they'd almost be forced to move into the middle because they're a little bit older. Hasn't been the case.
He's done the opposite. Oh, well, not the opposite, but he's just maintained the entire way through. And I think that they could really do with using him through the middle.
Especially with Kai Pearce-Paul playing so well, and maybe Dylan Lucas gets more of an opportunity on the edge.
Well, I think it'd be interesting if you trialled Kai Pearce-Paul on the right-hand side. He's a right-hand carrier of the football there. And you watch all of his highlights over there, and England was down the right edge, and the amount of times he just got that arm free was like Joey Manu-like. Whereas if you have a look at the way they're using him at the moment on the left edge, he's doing really well. But I just wonder if there's more opportunity there because you see whenever he gets the ball, you have KP going around the back outside of him. He then hits in that line, and in order to get his hand free, he's got to go around the body of defenders. He's quite often got his arm free.
Yeah.
But KP and Bradman Best are always on that side of him. I just wonder if maybe because I think Dylan Lucas can play on both sides without any worries. I just wonder if maybe it is something they could look at.
Hammy, what do you think of the Knights?
KPP, very good. You touched on it again. Not a pretty performance, but hey, they ground out a win, which was good. Interested to know your thoughts on that Cogger Gamble as the halves pairing at the moment.
If I'm being honest, I didn't see much of a difference.
Yeah.
And if anything, Cogger started the game with a kick out in the full, which didn't help. I guess you just got to wait and see with if they can build that combination. I didn't really see much of a difference, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, Jacko Hastings couldn't have done much more. Newcastle scored 50. He had 2 line break assists and 5 try assists in reserve grade. And I actually thought it should have been 6 try assists when I watched it personally. So Jacko's...
There's only one
imagine
bloke...
if he showed up to training this week. Fuck.
There's only one bloke in rugby league that watches enough rugby league to have a crack at the New South Wales Cup statisticians.
Put them on notice.
Yeah.
Be better, New South Wales Cup statisticians.
Yeah.
Come on. 6 try assists. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I thought he wasn't playing for New South Wales Cup. Didn't he say fuck
What's
New
I'm
South
saying?
Wales?
Imagine if he trains with them this week, what he'll do.
I heard he said fuck New South Wales Cup and every team in it.
What a fucking media beat up that was. Unbelievable.
Did you hear that, Hammy?
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Must have happened then.
Yeah, for sure. Man, I've already spoken about this, but
Yeah.
where's the accountability?
Yeah.
Because the thing is, it
Face
wasn't...
the music, Journo's edition.
Face the music, baby.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just, oh, he's been dropped, he's unhappy about it. It was he refused to turn up to a New South Wales Cup training. But then the next thing was, is Hastings a shit bloke? What does that... He just got dropped. And all of a sudden, within not even 24 hours of him getting dropped, we're talking about whether he's a good bloke or not. How is that fair on Hastings? And whether he is or he isn't, it's irrelevant. And it's just been dropped. Where is the accountability for... Even if the journo got it from a good source... Whoever broke that story, where's the accountability? Where is the article? And if it's always buried somewhere of going, I just want to apologise to Jacko, who's basically been plastered across as a shit bloke now. Imagine that. You're getting dropped, and then you watch the news on that night. Oh, I'm a shit bloke now. Like, now my character's being put in question. Where was these questions when we were 10 on a row? They were nowhere to be seen.
And whoever your good source was out of Newcastle, you'd think they would have known that New South Wales Cup wasn't training that day, right? Fuck me. What's doing?
Like, I don't care, like opinions and that, you can be as scathing as you want. If you want to sit there and you put the boot into the Rabbitohs and say this isn't good enough and you talk about purely their form, that's rugby league. But at the same time, releasing stories that are not true, that are clearly going to have a negative impact on Hastings and other players, I cannot believe it. And look, it's one journo. Not every journo's like this at all. Most journos are great. They're really, you can talk to them, they're all good. But every now and then these things happen and there's literally no accountability.
And look, if Jackson was the dickhead that a lot of people want to tell you he is, do you think when all these fake stories were coming out, like a dickhead would have said something right and blown up?
He just cops it.
Jacko went about it quietly, went out and had 6 try assists. He's played 1 game in New South Wales Cup and he's leading the comp for try assists.
Jesus, who they play against?
The Bears, the Melbourne Storm feeder side.
Jeez Louise.
Nas was playing.
Holy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah... It's honestly, it's kind of similar-ish to the Ilya situation where it's different because they didn't get pumped, obviously. But I didn't see much of a change in the way they played with Cogger there. And if Hastings continues to do this in New South Wales Cup, it's just going to make the headache even harder for O'Brien.
Yeah, and then what do you do? Like, do you just gamble the next one to fall? Is it... Like, this is where I don't understand how... coaches can spend an off-season going, this is my guy, he's my halfback, he's the leader of this side, then after 2 weeks, change, and then are you going to change again? I just
Will
don't
you lock
get
yourself
it.
into, 3 weeks minimum of this new variant?
Sure, at absolute minimum.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
halves.
Yeah, I know.
Bizarre. Like...
That came out of nowhere, that Hastings one.
Like,
I'd get it if they got to round 3 or 4 and it happened around then because you're like, you know what? 2 preseason games, 4 rounds of footy, 3 or 4 rounds of footy, but like 2 rounds, hectic.
After, like, and I'm sitting here listening to everyone go, Jack Cogger in the grand final, how long Nathan Cleary? KP just won at Dally M. He played 10 games of fucking football because Jacko unlocked him the entire season.
Yeah.
Like, shortest memories of all time.
Yeah, and like we're the first ones to say Cogger literally, without him, they probably don't win that grand final. We're literally the first ones to say that. But it's one game. Like people acting like this bloke led Penrith to the grand final. It's like it's one game. To just expect, and it's almost unfair on Cogger because it's like just to expect this guy to rock up to Newcastle and be the, save the team, or even though they don't need saving. But yeah, tough gig. Adam O'Brien's probably sitting there going, you'd almost want him not to go down and kill it because then you can go, you know what, that eases the pressure of the decision.
Well, and the other tough thing is that you've got Jaden Brayley, who was your club captain before he got injured. He's got to be in the side somewhere. He's probably going to remain at 14.
Massive shout out to him. I was so happy to see him run on the field. Far out. That bloke, great bloke, been to the ringer. Hopefully he can add a lot to the fullback. But yeah, the positive is this. They got the job done. Another positive is Dane Gagai.
Yeah.
Oh my God. He's just like, just when you think, okay, maybe he's at the end of his career, he's getting a bit older, he's just a goer. Like, genuine, you got obviously that try, which is incredible individual effort and strength, 16 runs, 136 metres, 35 post contact, 7 tackle breaks, a line break, 23 tackles. Like, okay, yes, sometimes he can make defensive reads or bounce off tackles or whatever, but what you miss in that, this side without Gagai in it, good luck.
He has some good defensive plays as well in the first half.
Yep.
Took a couple of blokes out. Yeah, Benjamin Button, Dane Gagai.
Oh, yeah.
He still got it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Who else stood out for you? I thought Tyson Gamble ripped and teared, to be fair. Who else stood out for you guys in the nice side?
I thought that... have we got any word on Leo Thompson? Is he going to get suspended or anything for that?
Yeah, 1 to 2 weeks.
I thought Pappy jumped early there.
I reckon that's tough. He never took his eyes off the football.
Pappy jumped early. Suspend Pappy. Jumped early, just like Harris Tavita. Isn't it funny? Harris Tavita, they get told he jumped early. The exact same things happens in a different game in the same round, and the bloke gets suspended.
Yeah, that'll be if Leo Thompson misses 1 to 2 weeks. That might almost force their hand to move Tyson Brazil into the middle.
Yeah, maybe, which is a real blow for Leo Thompson because he needs time to build into his year, and that kind of will ruin the momentum. But a win's a win. They got it done. That's all that matters. Now they can build some confidence on that.
The other one that I thought was good, Tuala. 190 metres. He obviously scored that try. What about that pass from KP to dummy half?
Yeah.
So sexy. I haven't minded Tuala. I saw some nice fans that are quite negative on him. I think he's a good, solid winger.
Oh, yeah, and maybe it's just who prefers what, but I was a bit surprised to see him line up on the left edge, which you assume is owned by Greg Marshew. He played right wing in round 1. Tommy Jenkins played right wing the other day. So, yeah, I would have assumed that Tuala would have kept his right spot.
Well, maybe Jenkins has jumped him in the pecking order and they're putting him there so you're going to be there.
Tough if so. He was front of the pecking order 10 days ago.
Yeah. Okay, now onto the Storm. Ironically, not ironically, but like a lot of people are going to look towards, look at all these players out. That game was there to win for the Storm. That game was absolutely there to win. They had a 69% completion rate. Did they look super clunky and, nowhere near as smooth as they usually do? For sure. But, geez, they made some crucial errors at crucial times. I think Bellamy will really be disappointed because they're the kind of games that if you can get the win, just bolsters morale. They go into the season then with 3 wins. They're the ones that you look back at the end of the season, if you just miss the top 4, you look back on games like this and go, far out. Like, yes, our backs were against the wall. Yes, we're missing key players. But that was absolutely there for the Storm to win.
Remus Smith only played 20 minutes. He was the only player without a missed tackle in the entire team, and they only had 2 players that only missed 1. So just about everyone else, multiple missed tackles for the Melbourne Storm that played more than 20 minutes in that game. So for as poor as they were, if they would have snuck away with a W out of that, you're right, they are the ones that really stack up at the back end of the season.
What about this? It says a bit of a bludger. 41 tackles missed by both teams each. So 82 tackles missed in the game.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's definitely the one that got away. I think Bellamy would be really disappointed. Like, again, if you go up there and you go up against a red-hot a red hot night side, you go, you know what, all good. We battled hard and we lost. But when it's like you could snatch it, a game that you're not supposed to win, you go up there and snatch it. They're even sweeter, those ones, you know.
I feel like they're going to snatch it for a minute there when Wishy went over at the end. I thought, here we go. They're going to do the same thing they did the week before against the Warriors, but wasn't to be in this game. But they are missing so many players everywhere. I know what you mean. Like, would have been great to grind one out, but it's hard to replace your two starting halves. Hell of a lot of forwards missing as well. I mean, a bit of a stinky game.
Like for sure. Like the key players are missing.
Yeah.
Like there's no denying that. But it's like if it's there to be won.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it wasn't there to be
Good
won,
morale booster.
Yeah. If it wasn't there to be won, you just be like, look, injuries, okay, it all happens, whatever. But almost a bit to a degree with the Broncos situation. After the first 20 minutes, it wasn't really there to be won. So I don't think Kevy's walking away going, damn, we should have won that. He's probably walking away going, okay, showed a bit of fight at the end. Whereas this one, it's like, it's right there. You're within striking distance and you just didn't give yourself the best opportunity.
Yeah, and the last bloke that's going to lean on, we had injuries, is Craig Bellamy. See him in the box, he was furious.
Because I can understand, because these were like really basic errors they were making that's very unstorm-like. And with a completion rate of 69%, I'm sure Bellamy would have gone into that game going, okay, we're missing key players, so what do we need to do? Control the controllables, and that's our completion rate.
Yeah.
In regards to players, I will say Will Warbrick, he needs to erase these games out of his repertoire or his resume. He'll have, a few really good games, and then he'll just have like multiple errors. I know towards the end he had some really strong runs, but he had, I think, 2 drop balls, at least one that I recall correctly.
Well, there was one that he dropped that was a try into the sticks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so like stuff like that, you just can't afford to have one of those every 3 or 4 weeks if you're going to be a Storm winger for sure.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. And that was a big because, mate, Ryan Papenhuyzen couldn't have done any more to try and win this.
And even if he had got tackled as he caught it, it's the next play they could have scored on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I thought Pappy in a game that they're obviously missing stars and whatnot, he tried everything in his bag of tricks, didn't he, Pappy? I felt sorry for him. There was a play there where he went down the short side on the left and he came back around the ruck. He threw it back and both the halves were standing there and they both just went, yours? Yep. Just hit Wishart in the chest and went forward. You just see Pappy going. And
Wishart was the long one. Was it Wishart or was it Pappy? Was it Grant that did that?
No, it was Pappy.
It was Pappy.
Definitely Pappy.
Wishart just went like,
you could see the ball in the air and you could just see Pappy going, what the fuck is going on? Someone put their hands in the air.
I think Trent Leoro's had a good start to the year, but unfortunately on the weekend, he got through a mountain of work, 21 runs, 176. But I do think that he might have put a bit too much pressure on himself to like deliver, to step up.
Yeah.
Just had a few like passes that just went astray, an error here or there.
A few key penalties too.
Yeah, and it just wasn't his night. He worked his bum off. He tried his heart out. And when you look at his stats, you go, oh, bloody good game. But actually watching the game, he might have I think he put a little bit too much pressure on himself to be the guy that, steps up and helps him. And maybe Bellamy asked him to do that. So it might be one of those things where like a little bit less is more for Trent Leoro there in the 13 jersey sometimes.
What'd you make of Sean Bloor? Obviously, Chan ruled out of this one. He's got a hand infection. They got a bye coming this week. So it'll be interesting to see the week after that whether they go with Chan or Bloor. What'd you make of Bloor?
He was okay. I was like...
To be fair, we said the exact same thing of Chan in his first game as well. He was okay without killing it. Then he came out the second game and really lit it up.
Yeah. I think a guy like Bloor, it'll take time for him to kind of find his feet in this Storm side. It wasn't bad by any stretch, but didn't set the world alight.
Chan comes back in?
I think so. Yeah. I think he'd done enough. I actually think he was pretty good in the first game. Like had some good moments, and obviously the second game, really big moments. In regards to is Christian Welsh injured?
I think he had a HIA from memory.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah.
Wishart, he had 11 runs for 153 metres as a halfback.
He's a player, Wishart. He's so fucking unorthodox in everything he does, but he can play. I don't think halfback's his spot, but I'm not really convinced what his spot is, but he's just a handy player to have in a squad.
Yeah, he is. I was going to say, Pezzett, I was a little bit disappointed with Pezzett. I really think he's made a lot of development. And look, to be fair, it's a very different role, basically becoming the dominant half to being outside Hughes. But just some of his kicking, when they needed points, he was kicking very conservatively, just up and over into a corner, which I get. You're trying to build pressure to a degree. I thought he would be a little bit better. Look, it's a very different proposition to being outside Hughes and then having to be the main playmaker. But he was a little bit quiet this game.
I've said it a few times. I think off the back of that performance for the New South Wales 19s, he did get a little bit overhyped for where he's at in his career. There's no doubt he's talented, but he's got a lot more to work on in his game for sure. Has it?
He has been building nicely, but he probably isn't, or not probably, he's not ready to be the main playmaker.
And you would have walked around away from that New South Wales 19s game going, oh my God, he's the next guy.
Yeah.
It wasn't really the reality of it.
Yeah. So I think the first 2 rounds he's been great, but this game where the responsibility of like getting a team around the park, probably not there just yet.
Which is hard.
And it's also, it's fine.
It's fucking hard.
It's hard, and he's a rookie. Like,
yes. Yeah.
Him learning his trade underneath a guy like Hughes, like it'll take time.
100%.
He'll get there.
Yeah.
He'll get there. But outside of that, very disappointing that the game was there to be won. But when you look at the grand scheme of the season, nothing.
Yeah, no, I'd be putting that one in the swag and moving forward.
It'll just be like, if they do get tight around that 4 to 6 mark, it will be a game you can look back and go, oh, far out. It was right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah. I'm sure, though, knowing the Melbourne Storm, they'll probably win another 6 games like that.
Like that, yeah. Very true. And to be fair, like, we're so used to Storm, like, pre-2020 winning these games that we almost, like, get disappointed when they don't, when it's like, come on,
missing
bro.
their halves.
Yeah. So, yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, that's it. Done and dusted. Time for some tips. Brought to you by Sportsbet. Make sure to give us a follow, Bloke in a Bar, a follow on your feed. You can see what we're punting on every single week. It is exciting stuff.
All right, let's do it. Thursday night footy. Good Thursday. Heading into the Easter weekend. Sydney Roosters, $2.62. The Panthers, $1.49. The line is 5.5 points.
For your tip, there's an injury report come out. Looks like Collins is going to be 2 to 4, but they're still monitoring. And Sanders Smith did something to his elbow, so he's in doubt as well.
Yeah, he hurt himself early in that game.
Anything on Terrell May?
No, actually. Let me go back to that. But
Anything on Nath Cleary?
no, this is the Roosters report.
Very sweet. That he just got taken off just because to rest him. Unless you've heard otherwise.
Oh, I've heard a little bit otherwise, but I don't think it's major still.
Okay. Well, official word is that it's just...
Because I think Schneider got taken from New South Wales Cup as well on the weekend.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, nothing about May. Unfortunately, Billy Smith got injured in New South Wales Cup.
Yeah, he's ankle.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Okay.
Oh, it actually says there were no other injury concerns for other players that featured in the match. So May must be all good.
Must have just looked worse than it was. Oh, cool. Okay. Also, I don't think there'll be a DMP this week, guys. I don't think, because obviously I'll be on a plane to Vegas. Anyway, Roosters v Panthers. What's the line again, sorry?
5.5.
I'm going Panthers to cover.
Yeah, I'm going to go the same.
We'll go Panthers, Chooks to cover.
Panthers to cover. Sorry, Hammy.
Interesting. All right. Friday, Good Friday. The South Sydney Rabbitohs, $1.48. The Dogs, $2.66. The line is 6.5 points in this one.
You know what? You've scarred me, Rabbitohs. I backed you last week. I said you'd turn it around, and you hurt me feelings. You broke me heart. Look, I love that playing group. I think they're so good to watch when they're on. Unfortunately, though, I'm going Doggies to win.
Yep.
Doggies to win.
Yep.
I'm going to go Souths and take Canterbury with the start.
Okay. I'm going to go Dogs 13 plus.
What? That is huge nuts on the line kind of stuff.
Yep.
Wow.
Okay. I'm going South 1 to 12.
Okay. See how we go. Broncos, $2.
Can we never bring Timmy back?
Broncos,
Holy.
That's great stuff.
$2.11. And the Cowboys, $1.73. Line's only 1.5 points in this one.
Look, my heart says Broncos, but I think Cowboys get the job done here.
Yeah.
Fortunately.
Yeah, Cows
The
to
injury.
cover.
Yeah. Cows cover.
Yeah,
Cows cover
same.
for me too.
Same for you. All right, then we go to Super Saturday. The Dragons, $3.25. Manly, $1.35. Line is 8.5 points.
Manly 13 plus.
I'm going to take Manly, but I'm going to take St George with the start.
I am going to go Manly 13 plus as well.
I'm going to go Manly 13 plus.
Nice. All right. Titans, $2.15. Dolphins, $1.70. Line 2.5 points in this one.
Dolphins too.
Yeah.
Bit of value in the fin there.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, Dolphins.
I'm going to go Dolphins 13 plus.
Ooh.
$3.45, if you don't mind.
Nice. I'll just go Dolphins and Dolphins.
Okie dokie. Warriors, $1.43. Knights, $2.82. Line 6.5.
Warriors, Knights to cover.
Warriors for me.
Yep, Warriors for me as well.
Warriors, please.
This next one, we've got the Sharkies, $1.50. The Raiders, $2.60. Outsiders.
What's the line?
Line 5.5.
Raiders to cover.
They're the outsiders.
Oh, this is right.
Yeah.
Raiders, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Raiders will pull an upset here too.
Yep.
Raiders, yeah.
Same here. I can't work this price out. Raiders head-to-head for me.
I'm going Raiders.
Okie dokie. Eels, this is the Easter Monday game. Eels, $1.24. The Tigers, juicy here, $4.10. Line 12.5 points, which is the exact same it was on the weekend.
tell you
when they
what.
shocked the world.
It's not a bad value. These games are can get very weird because it's obviously, out west there.
Yep.
What's the line again?
12.5.
A lot of points.
Eels, but Tigers to cover.
Yep.
Yeah, I got to take that 12. Eels, Tigers to cover.
Tigers head-to-head.
I'm going to go Tigers head-to-head too,
Welcome aboard, Matty.
even though you tip Bulldogs 13 plus.
Yeah,
That's
well.
fine.
Go tip with your head, not
I
with your
can't
heart.
believe you were holding on to that.
I can. That's it. That's the round, though. So good luck to that. Regardless of what happens in this round of Face the Music, Timmy will be dancing next week, though, as well. So one to look forward to there.
There you go. Next week's show, it will be Tuesday because obviously the Monday is footy, long weekend, Easter weekend, all that good stuff. And as usual, give us a follow on feed. Sportsbet, go to the app, just press follow. It takes 2 seconds. Makes us look fantastic if we've got heaps of followers. And as usual, we'll all go fuck ourselves. Thank you.
See you next Tuesday.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.